All right. Hi, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for
Welcome.
coming out.
Woo! All right. Welcome so much to the Cyber After Party.
The Cyber Pre-After Party.
Yes, this is the pre-after party. Yeah. We are so excited to be. We're going to be live streaming the event today. We have some men on the ground with cameras, men and women on the ground with some cameras. So we're going to have some live views at the event. We're also going to be live
You're talking
streaming
about the Tesla event.
The Tesla event,
Yeah.
of course. We are going to be. Oh my goodness! Is this?
Wow,
Look
we've got
at that.
footage from the Tesla event right now. Yeah, so if you're watching at home in the comfort of your office right now with your boss saying, "What are you doing right now?" Just pretend you're working.
Yes.
And keep watching because we're going to have coverage of everything. We're going to have the Tesla event. We're going to have the live after party. We're going to have all sorts of secrets that we can't tell you about. So it's going to be the place to be today.
And we also have some amazing people here live in person in Austin at the Luster Pearl East. Can we get a big round of applause for yourselves for being here today?
Woo!
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for everyone who's joining us live on the internet right now. We are so excited to have you join us and cover this event and talk all about Cybertruck from now until
forever.
until the Cybertruck gets here, which will be after the event. So
Jesse, I want to get right into it.
Okay.
So one of the things, you were talking to a YouTuber who did something beyond what Joe Rogan did. Joe Rogan shot an arrow at the Cybertruck, which is badass.
Yes.
That's awesome. But then he wanted to see what would happen if you
to
took
a regular
truck.
Because it looked great. I mean, let's be honest. When Joe Rogan shot the Cybertruck, it looked really good, and it bounced right off, and it lent a little dent or whatever. But everyone online was saying like, "Oh yeah,
My truck would do that.
My truck can do that. It's made out of metal." So
Let's find out firsthand.
yes,
right? So
I want to welcome to the stage.
we got Mountain Man Tesla. Come on up here and tell us, because Mountain Man Tesla did something that I haven't heard too many people do.
Here, grab a microphone.
He, well, let's have him tell you what he did. Thank you for coming up, Mountain Man.
All right.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. So what did you do? You got a regular old truck. What kind of truck was it?
It was a 1999 Dodge 2500 diesel truck, and we pretty much destroyed it.
So what did you, okay, so the first test was what? It was bow and arrow?
Yeah, so Rogan used an 80-pound compound bow. We didn't have one because none of us are strong enough to pull an 80-pound compound bow. But we had a 70-pound bow, same manufacturer, and my buddy Tom O'Brien, he came out and he shot some arrows through that. We used the 70-pound bow. We shot it with a 45.
But let's go back to the arrow for a second.
Okay.
So you shoot the door. Mm-hmm. What happens? In the Cybertruck's case, the arrowhead explodes. It just makes a teeny little dent. What did it do to the Dodge?
So most of them went clean through the door and into the other side of the truck. We had a safety wall that we built on the driver's side so that no arrows would go all the way through and kill some kid riding a bicycle 10 miles away. So one of them hit the window track and stopped midway through the door. It only came into the passenger seat enough to maybe hit this rib.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's fine.
And it took the sharp part of the razor blades off, so you're going to get hit by a blunt tipped arrow, which probably is going to feel worse than a regular arrow. We were all not real excited to get hit by a blunt tipped object. But yeah, we make some pretty dumb videos anyways, and this was just kind of right along those lines.
So then you graduated from arrow to gun.
We went arrow to child's bow.
Okay.
We had a little bow that I had given my son when he was 8 years old. It had a 25-pound bow. And we thought there's no way that's going to penetrate the truck. And the first one, it had some aiming issues, and it hit just below the glass, and it punctured the metal, hit the glass, and bounced off. And then the second one stuck in nice and deep. And you can see in the video, he had to get his legs up there to pull it out of the door. So even the child's bow punctured that Dodge Ram Tough.
Wow.
And I use the term Barbie truck a lot in that video, describing the other trucks that are on the market. So hopefully I don't get sued by Hasbro for that. But you've got all these companies making these other vehicles that claim to be tough, and the owners of those trucks are mocking the Cybertruck for being different. I don't think they understand the reason why it's different is because we're tired of driving Barbie trucks. We want a truck that if somebody hits you, yeah, that's... So if we get hit by a shopping cart or if somebody's throwing firewood in the back of our truck and hits the sides, I mean, go look at any truck that's 10 years old. They show their age. And to be able to have a truck that looks good years later, I think those of us, like I have a ranch, we use our trucks for truck stuff. So I'm excited
Good
to have
for
a
you
truck.
testing all that.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, how did you get a hold? Was this your buddy's truck? How did you get a hold of this?
It was my cousin, and he owns an auto body shop, so he had one that...
So someone got a truck back that day they weren't too happy about,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. No, a little Bondo, some duct tape. It was good. No, he is parting it out. He did, however, was planning on selling a bunch of the parts that we blew holes in, but it made it that much funnier. We were having a good time. It was...
When you got to the gun, what happened?
So he shot it with the 45, and that went clean through the passenger door. It went through our safety boards. It went through the driver's door, and it stopped in the glass. So, yeah, for sure, a 40. And everybody online was saying, well, a 45 is a big, slow round. Any truck will stop that.
Not quite.
I was a firearms instructor for my department. I'm retired law enforcement. I know a thing or two about guns. Yeah. You're going to have a bad day if you're in a regular car and you get shot by an arrow. And if you ever plan to go back to 1885 and rescue Doc Brown and Clara, this is the truck to have. So if anybody says, what do you need a truck that's arrow-proof? Doc Brown, hello.
So we're trying to revamp the Back to the Future series.
Possibly.
I think it's about time, right?
Yeah.
We finally have the stainless steel vehicle for it.
Well, good for you doing that. What's the name of your channel again? So everyone go check it out.
Mountain Man Tesla.
Mountain Man Tesla. Go check that out so you can see firsthand what happens if you're not in a Cybertruck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Let's hear it for Mountain Man Tesla. You can lead it.
All right. Well, we are getting some live views from inside the Gigafactory.
Yeah, we were so lucky to have our, Brian, who's on our crew, got a +1 ticket, so that's great. He's in there filming for us, so we get to see what's going on there. Look at this. It's like we're in the factory, too.
I know.
This is great.
Look, I'm in the factory.
We're getting a tour.
Oh. This is so exciting. I'm so pleased to be here with all of you today. And
Jesse, what do you think the big news is going to be for the Cybertruck? I guess to preface that, do you think this is even going to be a big event like Elon has been saying? I mean, he said this is going to be the biggest product event of 2023. Do you think that is kind of just hyperbolic, or do you think he's actually going to talk about some stuff that we're not ready for?
this is the biggest unveiling in a while, especially for Tesla, and so therefore for the world. And I think that we're going to learn a lot. I think that the first thing that we need to think about is to just set our perspectives correctly. When the Cybertruck was unveiled back in 2019, I don't know if you all remember that, the base model was $39,995. The base model was $39,995. Okay, so what does that cost in today's money? Because back in 2019, do you remember that? That was the before times. We are now in the after times, and things have changed. Our money has changed. Inflation has happened. Quite a bit of inflation.
Well, do you know what it's worth?
Yes.
$39,900?
I was looking it up earlier. When they unveiled it back in, I believe it was November or October of 2019, to today, which is November of 2023, a $39,000, $995 is equivalent to $47,771 US. So that should basically be our basis point for the starting price. Okay. If they were not to increase the price based on inflation, well, let me say, if they were to not increase the price above inflation, okay, $47,771. That is.
So that's what we should be expecting. Best case for the lowest model.
Best case, that would be the cheapest truck, in my opinion. Now, okay, could they pull out some Tesla magic and say it's still $39,000? Yeah.
No.
But I don't think they're going to do that.
So you're thinking maybe $49,990?
I think $49,990 could be a respectable starting price if they're going to keep the single motor. I've heard so much rampant rumors about, is there going to be a base model anymore? Is it going to be dual motor? Is it going to be, what is it going to be?
What was the one that Sandy pulled up in today? That was a tri-motor.
According to what we heard.
So do you think that they're going to come up?
I didn't see the motors. I have this getup. I don't want to ruin it by climbing under a truck. It's been a little rainy. And plus, I did take out my phone and take some pictures of the underside. It's got a cover, so I didn't think that Sandy would really appreciate us ripping off panels of the truck to
Although he
count the
didn't mind
motors.
everyone climbing in the frunk and stuff.
I know. It was very fun. I got to climb in the frunk. I got to sit in the frunk. Pretty comfortable little seat there.
Yeah, was there? So there's a button to get yourself out of the frunk if you happen to find yourself in it with
Yep.
it closed. Was there any power in the frunk?
I did not see any outlets. I believe that was a release candidate, so I'm going to reserve my judgments.
Gotcha.
We don't know for sure.
All right, so we just talked about the low-end truck, but let's talk about the high-end truck for a second. What was that going to be in 2019? Was it 39, 49, 69? Is that how I remember it?
I believe so, yes.
So roughly, we're talking tack on an extra $10,000 onto that in terms of inflation.
a little bit more because it's a percentage.
Right.
So
So technically, it would be above the $80,000 federal tax credit limit if he held it to kind of inflation.
Right. So if it stayed with inflation in the tri-motor, if Tesla was just moved into the future from 2019, that's probably what we would expect. Are they going to stick to that? Of course, we don't know for sure.
I
but
feel like
let's
there's
talk
two
about it.
camps on that right now. I'm going to do show of hands here. So there's the camp that thinks that no way they're going to keep to $80,000, that the high end will be around $100,000 because why not? And then there's the camp that I think I'm in, which is just a hopeful camp, which is like, please keep it under $80,000. So show of hands, who here thinks that it's going to be above $100,000 for the high end Cybertruck? So
Okay, I'm getting
just a couple, really, not
3,
many.
4, 5, 6.
Okay.
A few more. I wouldn't say a majority. Okay,
Okay.
now who thinks that it's going to be, what did you say?
Yeah, below that, so $80,000.
$80,000?
Or sub
Oh,
80.
we're seeing a lot more
Okay,
hands.
so you're on the wishful thinking.
Or it's probably
with me.
somewhere in between. Okay. So
That's what we're hoping
We got
for.
a lot of hopeful folks here today. I'm excited.
So Elon, if you're listening, that's what
too.
we would like. Okay, we have spoken. We would like it under 80,000, please. That's what I'm hoping for.
Me too.
Let's talk about snow plows for a second.
I know. So I know we're here in Austin, Texas. Sometimes you get snow, and the reason your whole city falls apart, no offense, is because you don't need snow plows most of the time. We're up from up north where it snows all the time, and we get tons and tons of snow.
We just checked out the Cybertruck, and we think we have a hack that we could get a snow plow on there day one.
So I want to preface this. I want to give credit where credit's due, but I am bad with names, which is always hard to do credit. We are going to definitely come out with a video where we're going to give him good credit. We met a guy who has put a front plow on his Ford F-150 Lightning, and the way that he did that is very creative, and we have been able to put a snow plow on our Ford F-150 Lightning using the tow hooks. So if you don't know, if you've never seen a pickup truck before, although we're in Austin, Texas, so I imagine you have. Usually you have some nice beefy hooks or loops on the front of the truck, nice down low. And that's for either towing the truck out of mud or being able to tow another vehicle out of mud or whatever. Those hooks are bolted onto the frame of the truck. And if you know anything about a plow, you need to get to the frame of the truck. You can't mount a plow to the front fascia of your truck. It will destroy it. So what we found was, if you take off those hooks on the front of your truck, they have 2 bolts. You then go
to Harbor Freight.
You go to Harbor Freight. You get 2-inch hitch receiver. You drill 2 holes that will accept those 2 bolts. You put those 2 bolts back in with the hitch receiver. Now you have 2-inch hitch receiver tusks on the front of your truck.
Already looks badass. You don't have to do anything more than that.
Way
It already
better
looks
than
good.
the tow hooks. You can even, because it's a hitch receiver, you can put hooks back, whatever hooks you want. And what we did was we took a big old heavy steel square tube bar, welded on to things that would be accepted into a hitch receiver, and then we have this huge steel bumper on the front of our truck. And I think that we could do that on the Cybertruck, and then onto that steel bar, you could attach a snowplow.
Yes.
Or whatever you like.
Because I think the Cybertruck has the same problem that the F-150 Lightning has, which is that they had to move the radiator down, and when you move it down, you then block where you normally put the plow. But this kind of hack going through the tow hooks, I think, could be the way.
Yep.
Because I think it'd be great on day one if you could actually plow with the Cybertruck.
Now let's talk about towing.
Okay, towing. 11,000 pounds.
11,000 pounds?
That's what they said in the showrooms.
Okay. So
I don't know if that's one particular variant, or if that's all across all variants, because we were told there would be 3 different tow mounts, right? 14,000, I think 10,900, and 7,500. So I don't know if this is across all of them or just one of them.
So let's talk about what that means, what 11,000 pounds means for a truck and towing, because I think that a lot of people, they don't get to lift trailers very often with their hands and be like, yep, that's 11,000 pounds. It's hard to look at something and know how much that thing is going to weigh.
Are you going to do that now? You're just going to point to trailers and say
I'm
what they
going to
weigh?
point to that trailer over there. Maybe we can get
Let's get a
our
scale.
Steadicam to kind of go walk over to that trailer. And I want everyone to kind of take a guess. Do you think that is over or under 11,000 pounds? What do we think of this food truck? Over or under 11,000 pounds?
Okay, we got some unders.
I'm getting a lot of unders. We got
now, keep in mind there's stuff in the trailer.
There's stuff in the trailer.
We don't know what's in the trailer.
I'm going to think that I'm going to say that I think everyone here is correct. That is going to be under 11,000.
I just want to say both the people from Space Campers are saying under, and they know what they're talking about. So I'm going to go with them on this.
Yes. So small-ish trailers like that are going to be way under 11,000 pounds.
Right.
11,000 pounds is a lot.
Well, so to give you some idea, we towed with the Rivian and the Ford. We towed a mini excavator, big diesel mini excavator with a big heavy trailer, and that was 14,000 pounds.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's way under 11.
So in terms of trailers, by the way, are usually full of air because you're supposed to be living in there. And so that air is not typically very heavy. And you don't have to, you can get a pretty decent sized trailer that's going to be under 11,000 pounds.
So are you like a Tesla salesman here? You're saying 11,000 is good enough?
I think 11,000 is pretty
happy?
darn good. Once you start getting above that, that's when you start to see like the more beefier trucks, the Ford F-250s and stuff like that are going to be
But
towing.
I do want to push back a little bit here. On the event day in 2019, behind Elon was a screen that showed some stats, and the stat went up to 14,000. It also said the payload would be 3,500. Now we know that the payload, at least on one of the variants, is 2,500. Are you surprised? Is that because they had to add extra batteries, or what?
Right. So one possibility is that the extra batteries that they'd have to add to get a range that you'd like would impede with the payload of the truck. That would probably, I mean, it could have to do with the gross vehicle weight. You can't exceed a certain limit without requiring special licensing and stuff like that. So adding more batteries definitely can take away some of that payload, at least legally. That stands for something. Basically, it's the plastic bed.
It's something compound.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a glass-filled plastic.
Yes. And so glass reinforced plastic is typically very strong, but the question is that bed liner simply sitting in a steel bed, or is it kind of picking up some of the weight?
That guy could use a Cybertruck right now.
Yes, with the rear wheel steering.
So you think that this plastic is somehow limiting the payload weight?
It's potentially, it could. Maybe they will.
Why is it not a stainless steel?
It could be
bed?
that they have a stainless steel variant, which could allow you to have a higher payload.
So that kind of leads me to the question about options.
Okay.
Tesla typically doesn't like options, right? Because the fewer paint colors, the fewer options, the cheaper they can make it. Do you think they're going to have options on this truck?
So back in the old days of Tesla, back when you could buy a Model S or Model X and that was it, the Model X, when you configured your Model X, there were something like how many configurations?
I think there's like 1,100 possible configurations.
Right, and so there were so many different options that you could put on this vehicle to make it really your own, and the colors and all sorts of different little things, one thing or another. Tesla has totally moved away from that, especially with the Model 3 and Model Y. It's like, what do you want the interior color, what do you want the exterior, and what do you want to be kind of the tires. Those are your only real options, or the wheels. And so I feel like Tesla's going to kind of stick to that. It's going to be like, we have certain variants of our vehicles, and maybe you're going to you can't change the paint color. True. Maybe you can get the wrap, but that's a completely separate product. I think that.
But speaking of options, what about the ramp to get into the back of the bed?
Let's talk about.
I have
the
not
ramp.
seen, and I was looking closely at this release candidate that we saw today, and I didn't see any indication that there was a ramp. Let's just do show of hands. Who thinks we saw a ramp in 2019? We all want a ramp. I know that. How many think there's going to be a ramp to get into the bed of the Cybertruck? Hands if you think there's going to be a ramp.
I saw 2, 3,
Oh, no.
4.
Oh, no. The crowd's usually right.
5, 6. All right.
It's not a very hopeful crowd. How many don't think there's going to be a ramp? Uh-oh.
Ooh.
I really want the ramp, Jesse.
I really wanted the ramp too, and I mean, remember that squat mode where it kind of squatted down, helped you get stuff on and off the trailer? I mean, the tailgate. I just don't.
Do you think that's going to be an option, though? Because it would just be a separate tailgate that they would make, right?
It could be. I could see a third-party ramp potentially.
Third-party ramp.
You never know. If you can pop off the tailgate, which you can do on most trucks, and you do see some fancy third-party tailgates on trucks. It usually just has an American flag stripe or something going down the back of it, but it's not impossible for it to be a ramp.
Interesting. If Jehu Garcia is around, I would love to have you come on up because Jehu's got a really cool perspective. He's been driving the Rivian, and I don't know, I was talking to him today when we were looking at the Cybertruck itself, and he wasn't, like all of us, I think, our mouths were open and we were just like, oh, this is the Cybertruck. But he wasn't, and I would love to get his perspective on it because
right.
He's a big EV guy. So Jehu, if you're around, come on up to the stage. I would love to talk to you about this. Oh, and by the way, I want to thank our sponsors today. Everyone, a big shout out to LexArt. So awesome that they're here today. We're going to talk about more about what they're doing and why they're here. XPEL. If you look on the street, you're going to see nothing but Teslas, and so many of them are covered with XPEL, so that is so cool. Lighthorse is here, and Henson Shaving is here, and Jesse has some stuff he's going to talk about, although he hasn't shaved lately.
Yeah, I haven't shaved. No shave November.
November's almost over, dude.
Kind of wishing I could, but.
So thank you to our sponsors. They made this whole thing possible, and the big shout out to Corporate Streams. Everything you see here today is because Noah and his team at Corporate Streams have been working overnight, crazy hours to get this all looking great for us. So thank you so much, Noah. And thank you to the weather, because, I mean, it is still a little overcast, but I was expecting, like, way worse weather. So, I mean, we're from New England. It's I think, 22 degrees where we just came from. And so we're just in T-shirts right now.
Yeah.
This feels great.
Yeah. Knock on wood.
There's Jehu. Come on up.
Hey.
Jehu Garcia, everybody. You can check out his YouTube channel. You probably all know who he is. Thank you so much, dude.
Grab a microphone right over there. Grabbing them.
So, Jehu, we have a fence, so don't worry. You can say whatever you feel.
We have a fence, yes.
I feel like you're not the biggest Cybertruck fan.
Okay, well, aesthetically, I'm not the biggest fan of the Cybertruck. Oh, wait, by the way, I look like a schmuck with this.
What, you don't like the sweeping curves and the...
Okay, so when I saw it, I wasn't initially a fan, right? I think things grow on people, and so I think pretty soon it's going to be the norm, and people are going to accept it, right? But
I'm talking about you, though. Has it grown on you yet?
it's taken a while. I still not 100% on board with that. But of course, I haven't seen the production other than the one that was here earlier. And as you saw, I didn't go up close to it and was like looking at it and
Okay,
stuff.
but so to you, is it like the little intricate things that makes you love it or hate it, or is it just the overall aesthetic?
I think it was the overall aesthetic. But like as I was talking to you earlier, it's changed. The original Cybertruck was not the same shape as this one, the production, right?
It feels like the original was more of a pyramid, like more pointy,
Yes, it was a bit grotesque, I would say.
right? Use the word grotesque, folks.
Sorry,
Jehu
fans.
Garcia, everybody.
I know. There's a lot of fans here, but that was just my opinion. Yeah. But it's, there are other renders that I saw on the internet about cyberfying other cars, and I was like, oh my God, like that's amazing. So it's not, I think it was just the dimensions. I think that's what I was,
Is
I
this
didn't
just
like.
because you're a Rivian truck owner now? Ooh. And you've fallen in love with that oval
No, well,
light in the front?
Well,
The
I
Baymax.
did like the Rivian truck as soon as I saw it. And by the way, I didn't like the Rivian truck. I liked the Rivian SUV.
Oh, you like the R1S?
Yes, that's what I signed up for. But because they made us buy the truck first, so then we were all got to be the stupid truck, But I'm not really a truck fan, so I think that might be another reason why I'm not a huge fan of the Cybertruck, right? And so, because I have a truck, and then I have the SUV, and like I was telling you before, I'm a bigger fan of the SUV. And I think most people on the street are a fan of the SUV.
Well, let me stop you there. So you're not a fan of trucks in general. Like,
In
you're
general.
more of a van guy, right?
Yes.
I can say.
Minivan. Classic minivans.
Classic
That's what I do.
minivans.
Yeah.
When we started driving trucks, I found so much use for them. Did you do the same thing? Did you start throwing stuff in the back that you hadn't thought of before?
I want to say traditionally I would. I started in the trades. I'm a carpenter by trade.
Nice.
You know. Oh, really?
Carpenters.
Oh, okay, yes. So I'm a carpenter by trade. And so, yeah, for many years in my life and a previous life, and this one, I towed around boxes of tools, and I would throw them in like a mini truck and stuff, you know? And so, yeah, I think now I have a company, and we carry big, heavy stuff, and I have thrown big stuff on there in my fancy truck, you know? Yes.
You mean you put it in very carefully?
Well, yes. No, I have dented, like I've scratched the thing, you know what I mean? Like, so now it looks like there's stuff that's been back
Oh,
there.
so you've dented up your truck?
Not dented it, but scratched the liner, you know what I mean? Which, by the way, is not that very hard. That liner's, you know, the truck's not really for work.
No, it's for adventures.
It's for adventurous people. It's like it's a fancy car that looks like a truck. That's how I would explain it. Because trucks
With a
don't
very
do,
small bed.
with a very small bed. You know, trucks don't do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, so it's not really a
Yeah,
truck.
can we talk about bed size for a second? So,
Okay.
I don't want to get too personal, but but bed size on the Rivian, I think, is what, 54 inches, if I remember correctly? Whereas on the Cybertruck, we just learned it's going to be 72,
72.
right? So I feel like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of things I tried to put in the Rivian, and then we were like, oh, this doesn't fit without the tailgate down.
Well, I
or-
want to talk about that for a second. The 72 inches, where is that measured to? Is that the biggest dimension or is that the smallest dimension? Because in the back of the Cybertruck, if you've seen it, right at the bed level, goes all the way back. Then it comes to the cab section. There's no mid-gate, sad face. Comes up, but then it kind of angles in, it looks like. So my question is, is the 72 inches just along the bed, which is helpful because if you're moving flat goods like plywood and stuff like that, that's good. But you know, if I want to store like a bike or something tall, is it going to be able to be 72 inches from the bottom to the top? So what dimension is it? Because maybe the bed's even longer. Maybe the bed at the bottom is even longer than it is towards the top.
That would be great. I mean,
and by the way, why 72 inches? Because if you're trying to put a sheet of plywood, well, that's not 72 inches. It's more like 84 or something like that.
Right. I mean, you're going to have to put the tailgate down. Right.
Yeah.
It's mainly because I think if you go for a full 8-foot bed and the crew cab, you're just talking very hard to park.
Yes.
Well, let's talk about parking. Rivian's pretty easy to park.
Okay, well, no, I find that, okay, the camera is a God-given, like it's a godsend, right? Like without that camera, I'm terrible at parking. My wife is a lot better than me parking. Like she's just pulls up in there. And obviously she's driven the Rivians more than me. I got the truck only as a, hand-me-down kind of thing. But I find it hard to park that truck, especially in LA. The parking spots are small everywhere you go. And so I think it's borderline. It's not as big as like a F-250 or something. Like those are really hard to park. So yeah, it's doable, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. Going from a smaller Model 3, that's what we used to drive before the Rivians. It's a difference. Like there's quite a bit of difference.
What about the rear steering? So on the Cybertruck, there's going to be rear steering. I don't know if that's going to be in all the variants or not, but rear steering seems like it could be a game changer in terms of not only towing, but just, tight turns and all that.
Yeah. I have found it. Closer? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Get that bass in there.
I have found on the truck that it doesn't turn very tight, and I have had to do this Austin Powers thing back and forth. So I don't know if it's the same with the R1S. So the R1S is 1 foot shorter, so it does turn a little bit quicker. I think it's gonna be great on the Cybertruck that you have rear steering. I think it's gonna make a huge difference. It's gonna prevent you from having to do
All right, so you're one of those people who didn't quite buy into the look right away. That's fine. A lot of people didn't. But what I want to ask you is, how soon do you think it'll be before, or do you think that this will be true, that the kind of world will just start to accept this design and then want more of this design?
I think it's going to happen rather quickly. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I think it's going to happen quickly. Like I was explaining to you earlier about the DeLorean, right? Which I think it has a similar aesthetic, similar materials and stuff. And I think had I been alive and an adult in the days when it shipped out in its first, I think I would have thought the same thing. It's kind of a stupid thing. Why is it like so square? Why is it like, where's the paint? You know, like I wanted it in a different
Where's the
color.
paint?
Where's the paint? Like, come on. Like I'm paying all this money and you don't even get a paint? Come on. So, but once we saw the movie,
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future, then we all became a fan of it. And I want to say that big portion of our fandom for that car is the movie. It's what makes us feel. Look, aesthetics are very important in cars. Like I drive what is essentially the world's worst car. It's a 1950s VW bus. This is a terrible car. In like any way you look at it, it's a terrible car. It's it's just terrible. But
people love it.
But we all love it because it's iconic, because we grew up with it, because aesthetically, it looks like this little round little.
Was it in any kind of movies that made that way, or is it just that it's just so beautiful looking?
It was just in culture.
Yeah, in culture.
But I want to push back on the DeLorean, because if the DeLorean wasn't in Back to the Future, and let's say it was I don't know, a Corvette that Marty goes Back to the Future in, do you think everyone's going to remember, oh, that's the Back to the Future car? Or was it really smart of the filmmaker to choose the DeLorean? Because the DeLorean really encapsulated what a time machine car should look like.
Well, did you know that the filmmakers got approached by Ford and they got offered $75,000 if the time machine was a Mustang? And he said, Dr. What was the character?
Doc Brown?
Dr. Brown does not drive
A Mustang.
Ford. So they refused that. So I want to say that because of the aesthetics, that's why we all agree. Because it's weird. It's supposed to be weird. It's supposed to be not a normal car.
So do you think if the Cybertruck was in some big movies coming up or something, that would do the trick?
Yeah, that would do the trick, I think, for the mass market. Although I don't think it needed. Look, I'm obviously wrong because there's 1 million reservations.
2.1 million.
Oh, 2. Now, of course, I will have to say that it's $100. And, I mean, that's how much we spend on a fancy dinner, you know? And so the commitment is...
Are you saying that there's people out there who aren't going to want their truck?
You're saying that there's people out there who reserved more than one Cybertruck that they might not buy?
I mean, for the same amount of money that it took me to reserve my Rivian, I could have reserved 10 Cybertrucks. So, yes, I want to say that there's going to be quite a few people that are... Okay, because there's a lot of things that have changed, right, since then. The price has gone up.
We don't know.
Oh, we don't know.
We don't know.
But the price has increased. Because I don't think... Did we have a price way back in the day? Oh, we didn't.
No.
Okay, so you're just signing up to just a truck without knowing the price. So
Well,
now that
I mean, Elon gave us some prices, but we don't know if they're going to be true.
No, we know they're not going to be true, right? Come on. Who are we kidding here? Like,
All right, what do you think the prices are going to be?
I want to say they're gonna be like similar to Rivian. They're gonna be 80, and then top trims are gonna be 90, 100,
Oh, you think starting price 80?
75. Maybe.
75?
That's where
to
I
get
would
in
put-
under the federal tax credit?
Yes.
But you think that's the starting, like, rear-wheel drive?
Yeah, I would say.
Interesting.
Is that different than what other people are saying, or I don't know because I don't.
We don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we really don't know. That's what today is all about. I guess I want to ask you in the audience, do you think we're going to actually find out the price today, or is that somehow going to be kept under wraps? Do you think the early delivery people are going to sign an NDA and we're not going to know?
No, I thought that's what today is about. I mean, we're
hope so.
supposed
Right,
to
I mean,
find out.
what's the point of having the event? It's a
Yes.
secret truck.
Although I am surprised, I thought actual customers were going to get trucks today. I thought you were going to get a truck.
I would love that.
Yes.
If you're watching, Tesla.
Come on. But as I'm hearing from people, it's just XX, right? So it's just Tesla people? So this is like
We don't know. I mean, we heard there's going to be 10 trucks
10
delivered,
trucks.
right? But again, this could be a big secret, big surprise from Elon. I don't know.
Okay,
How
so
how many of you out there think it's just going to be 10 trucks delivered today? So show of hands if you think it's just going to be 10 trucks delivered.
Okay, so
Seeing
a
some
few
pretty
hands.
good hands here.
Okay, and then how many think it's going to be more than 10 trucks delivered today?
Let's do this again and be a little bit more specific. Who thinks that there will be 10 trucks delivered at the event today? It's probably going to be the same number of hands, because how could they deliver, All right, now, who thinks that they're going to deliver more than 10 Cybertrucks not at the event?
Oh,
So
you mean
at-
just across the country?
Let's at just a regular old delivery center somewhere in America. Anybody?
Not
I see
many,
a couple.
just a couple hopefuls like us.
So
Okay.
just the delivery event. Let's talk about tomorrow. What about tomorrow? How many Cybertrucks do you think that we're going to sell more than 10 tomorrow? Or I'm seeing some hands.
Yeah, but what would be the advantage from a press point of view if he does it tomorrow? Because tomorrow, the press has already reported on what happened today. It seems
No,
like...
of course. Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, are they going to start actual deliveries to actual people who don't get to go to the event? That's the question that I want to ask.
They do have many around the country in showrooms, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, and that just started. I mean,
Very
just last
recently,
week,
yeah.
Very
something like
recently.
that. And so people are getting their first-hand sight on a truck. That's going to be very powerful. I want to say the only truck I've ever seen before the one this morning, which I didn't inspect very closely, was the one at the Peterson Museum, and that one's rough.
Oh, yeah, so talk about the Peterson Museum. So you were saying that you saw something pretty cool there in terms of the evolution of Tesla.
Yeah. So the Peterson Museum is in LA and is this, great museum that has automotive history, right? And so they have the bottom floor, which was reserved for the best, displays. Now it's all Tesla, like the entire bottom floor. Isn't it? Yes. The entire bottom floor is Tesla. And it goes all the way from the beginning, from the cars that they started converting they started as gas cars and then, they converted them in-house, all the way now to the latest ones, right? And so you see the whole iteration, you see all the steps. For someone like me who has been a fan of Tesla since the very beginning, it's very powerful because the stuff that was folklore, like stuff that was like, you'd hear the stories of that car when they built it. They went and bought, power tools to take out the batteries, and like it's there. Like the all those stories, like you're like, oh, this is the thing that now for years, now it's a decade, right? That you've been listening. If you were a crazy fan, like some of us are, you get to see them right there. And so they also have the Tesla Cybertruck in there, which was a pre-production, as far as I understand, was just a prototype. No, it wasn't a prototype. What do they call it?
Real early model, yeah.
And it was kind of rough. You can.
You mean rough, like body panels and fitment and stuff like that?
Yeah, that, and it was. I think it's bigger than the ones that we have today. The corners weren't like 100% together. It was weird.
It looked a little prototypey?
Yeah,
Okay.
prototypey. I would say that's what it. And then these ones look a little bit more refined. They do have kind of like round
Oh, I see. So when you're
shapes.
talking refined, you're meaning in some of the design features, like more of the small things that you have an eye
the small
for.
things and the big things, because also, they, like I say, that rooftop thing was the pitches were different.
What do you think about the windshield wiper? We saw that today going pretty fast, and first time I've seen it up close actually working. What were your thoughts?
It's
And
big.
keep in mind, you're Southern California, right? So you're only thinking about rain.
You hardly ever rains in California.
What about snow?
Oh,
We've
well,
got some
Canadians in the
Canadians
audience have
asking the
gotten
big
excited.
questions. Yes. I don't know. I mean, isn't there some physics here that say that it's going to be hard to move all that ice and stuff off the windshield?
Yeah, I think it was. Who said if I had a lever long enough, I could move the earth? This is a pretty long lever, but
Yes,
it's
Archimedes.
in the worst way here. It's going to need to be pretty strong in order to move that that ice and snow off of the windshield. But there's one other thing I want to talk about is that normally your windshield wiper starts like this, and it needs to go move all that snow out of the way. And mine usually makes it to about there, and then it goes back down because I should have cleaned my windshield. The Cybertruck windshield's like this, and the glass goes.
Right,
It
it's
goes
smooth.
right down to the hood of the Cybertruck, and it goes, and then it's flat. So I think that windshield wiper just has to go, swoop, and just sweep that snow right out of the way. I think that's all it's going to do. I think that it might actually work better if you warm up the truck a little bit. You probably don't even need the windshield wiper to get the snow off.
Really, you think it's going to just slide right off?
On the Model 3, I have a Model 3. I heat it up for about 20, 25 minutes, get the interior nice and hot. There's a layer of snow that starts to melt right at the back, and it's icy, and then it slides right off the back. It doesn't do that on the front because you have this big dam in the way. It tries to slide down, it can't go anywhere. On the Cybertruck, it's going to...
That's a really interesting point. There's no other car or truck that I can think of that has that detail, right, where the hood meets the windshield like that. Usually you've got that hidden area, so to speak.
A city bus.
Okay, city bus.
It's not in the same orientation at all, but that's the only thing that I can think of where you have the windshield wiper kind of up. It usually, maybe it goes down, maybe it swipes across. And no snow is ever going to accumulate on a city bus, but it's flat between the windshield and the front. It's just in this case, we're tilting it back.
Well, and it's going to have to be really strong motor because it's a giant windshield wiper.
And it was
has
moving
dual
fast.
blades, right? We know that it has dual blades. I read that somewhere.
It's one blade.
Yeah, dual.
Oh, it's dual blade in the single track?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I read that online somewhere last week or something. So someone confirmed. I guess they went and picked it up and they're like, oh, this. It would.
Did you learn that on the internet?
On the internet, yes. Which apparently not everything on the internet is true. I learned the hard way. But yeah, I think it's going to have to be a really strong motor because it's a giant one and it has to cover that whole thing. And I guess, we're from California. We forget that there's actually like cold weather. Look at me. I'm with my jacket over here. You're like in your, come on. Like,
So I
It's
want to
70
take
degrees
just
out.
a quick second to take a look behind us, and I think on the live stream we're going to just play this video all by itself. We're getting some live views from inside the Gigafactory. We're seeing a Cybertruck up on a lift, which is pretty cool. Lots of cyber lighting and everything. Couple of them. So what is that telling us? Look at the wheel on that thing. Man, let me get out of the way. Look at the wheel. Look at that distance. Now, of course, this is up on a jack, so there's no suspension. That's the lowest it could be, but damn, that is a lot of room. Look
Also,
at
there's
that.
more than 10 of them.
I know,
Is this
Doesn't it?
like last minute fitment before they deliver them to
I
customers,
mean-
or are these just...
So this is all the behind the scenes footage that we're getting right now from live inside the Gigafactory. And it's a little choppy because it has to go through the building and then somehow
And
get
through
to
some
us.
Cybertrucks.
Yeah, and some Cybertrucks probably getting in the way, interfering.
That's great. I love getting footage from live at the event. That's really awesome.
Yeah, so that's
by
really
the way,
exciting.
earlier we saw Sandy Monroe show up in one, right?
Yeah,
Is that
Sandy Monroe was here with the Cybertruck. Yep.
Which is crazy. And we got to see like a Neo version, like what we have in our Rivians.
Yeah, I think it was. I think when you get out, right, it was doing a kneel, wasn't it?
Well, no, he got out and it was really high, like really, really high. And then
we lowered it.
As he jumped in to leave, then it lowered, and it was like, oh.
Yep.
Of course, I like lower cars. I like the look of lower cars, and so it went, and it was like, oh my God, this is gonna be amazing. Like,
That is a really good point. I mean, having the air suspension like we do on the Rivians is just a nice feeture because you can put it into so many different modes.
Though, on the Rivian?
What's wrong with that?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. It goes.
it does do that.
It does it in steps, and
does do that,
and
yeah.
the brakes go.
Oh, not mine. Not ours. That might be a thing that.
Is that an early model?
Uh-oh.
I have an
model
early
review.
model. I have a less than 1,000, and then I have a 5,000, almost 6,000.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
But
yours
I
doesn't
don't.
do that,
It
huh?
doesn't go up and down. It's.
it does do that sometimes, and the Cybertruck seemed to be going down straight. Now we've only seen one single instance of that, and I was paying attention. And I
I've
was
seen a couple videos where it's gone,
like, yeah,
which is cool.
that's what we want.
All I want is also a fog machine under it, so it's like a spaceship landing, which I mean it shouldn't be that hard to hook up, and I really want one.
Yeah.
You know, and then I get out with my green suit on, and I'm bing, bing, bing. You know.
Well,
I'm
I
a
do want to
alien.
mention that Sandy Monroe was here earlier in a Cybertruck, and he will be here later, I believe.
Yes.
So stay tuned because Sandy should be coming back from the event with the Cybertruck, and we should be able to get a close look at that. And thank you so much to Sandy for joining us tonight.
We're gonna have a commercial break pretty soon, so I just want to have everyone aware of that. I'm gonna be able to go get a drink and refresh myself. But it's so lovely to see everybody here. I want to say hi. I've seen a lot of familiar faces. This is a very fun event. And if you are in Austin and you're watching this live stream, we'll see if we can get you in. We're at the Luster Pearl East over here in East Austin. It's already turning into quite the party. I'm so excited to see everyone here. And to all of you online, welcome.
Yeah, I was going to say that, mention where it's at. I was in the process of putting that into my live stream when I heard you guys, hey, where's James Garcia? So I was like, oh. But yeah, if you're in Austin, come down. This is going to be a great event, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been waiting for this for so long, and I feel like it's good for our mental health to all be together on this important day. I think we need to support each other no matter what we find out today.
It's better than having the media tell us like Elon
Exactly.
Musk said something weird at the event and everyone hates him. I think that this is going to be
His trucks
really
are
fun.
not painted.
Yes, and the price was higher than he said 5 years ago. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you everybody who's joining us online. We're going to be here all night. We're going to be live streaming Tesla's live stream, so you're not going to miss anything. And we have behind the scenes footage. I mean, we've got people at the event sending us cool stuff that you're probably not going to see on their live stream. So.
And if you're wondering, hey, this isn't my YouTuber. What are they doing on my YouTuber's YouTube page live streaming? We are all live streaming together at this big event. So we're going to be kind of emceeing. You will definitely see your YouTuber that you follow and are subscribed to here. So don't worry. We're Zach and Jesse from the Now You Know channel. If you haven't seen us before, and we're going to be covering the whole
channel.
event.
Yeah, so all your favorite YouTubers are going to be here today. Sandy Monroe's going to be here, and a bunch of people we can't even talk about are going to be here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been told I cannot tell anyone that.
Ooh. Okay. Okay.
Some surprises coming up. Yeah.
All right. Well, as soon as I get confirmation that we're going to go to commercial, we're going to go to commercial, and I'm going to get a water. But it is so great to be here and talking about Cybertruck and everything Tesla.
Yeah, and you can see I'm wearing boots today. It's the first time I've
Whoa.
gotten my cowboy boots on.
Fancy, fancy.
I figured this was if there was ever going to be a time for a Yankee to wear cowboy boots,
Yeah.
today was the day.
I didn't want to do any cultural appropriation, so I went with a more Yankee boot. But I did go for the cowboy hat. Why
The
not?
cowboy hat.
When
And
in
while we
Rome.
were picking this out, Jesse found this hat for me. It says Beast Mode
it says
on it.
beast mode on it. How
'Cause
about that?
I don't know if you've heard this, but Cybertruck is supposed to have a Beast Mode.
I've heard that. Yes. What does that mean, though?
Elon said, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds?
For a pickup truck.
For a pickup.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're used to
now-
the Rivian now, right?
Yes.
I mean, we can go 0 to 60 in 3.2, I believe it is. We have at the moment we have the fastest production pickup
Yeah.
trucks, right?
Oh, I mean, I want to say I could do it 3 seconds because I have the. Do you guys have the street tires or do you have the?
No, we have
we've
the
got the big.
off-road.
So you can do 3 seconds.
Yes. So that does make a difference because because we have both now in the bigger tires, smaller wheels.
That's going to be
It's
one of the
not as
first things
fast.
we need to do, right? Is pit a Cybertruck against the Rivian to see which is the fastest production pickup truck.
But the Beast Mode should be the one that has 3 motors. No, tri-motor.
Well,
Tri-motor, yeah.
So I mean, track mode is only for plaid, right?
Yeah.
So are we going and for Model 3 Performance? You can't do it with the dual motor Model 3 or Y. You can only get track mode for special cars. So will beast mode be similar?
I don't know.
Maybe only on the tri-motor. Although I want to say that if it's a tri-motor, well, but it's a bigger chassis, so that's why. So you were talking about the same thing that's on a, what's top of the line Model S? Plaid, right?
Sure.
But it's bigger battery, so that means they can push more power, because I think the limiting factor there is the battery, because, you know, you're talking about thousands
Oh, that's
of amps.
interesting. Okay.
I mean, I think so, right? I'm not an expert in the Plaids, but...
You are an expert at batteries, my friend.
Well, I do know quite a bit about batteries, but that means that they probably could squeeze more than 1,000 horsepower off of a tri-motor, and so that would mean, but of course, the bigger chassis, so maybe that's why we're getting 3 seconds instead of
right, it might be heavier, right.
2.9, or what is whatever the Plaid is. Yeah,
He just said sub 3, so I don't know.
sub 3.
Sub 3 is good.
Sub 3 is good.
Sub
and it
3 is
might take
good
that
for a
much.
truck, for a pickup truck.
Yes.
So
Make
let's
sure you tie down everything in the back really well before you launch.
Yeah. You close the vault.
Close the vault.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, speaking of which, did your Rivian tonneau cover break?
Not yet.
Do you use it a lot?
I don't use it a lot. It does tends to get a little bit stuck. Yeah. So it hasn't broken yet. That means I guess I don't use it enough. This is the George make?
We've been very lightly using it because I'm afraid it'll break.
It's gonna
But
break.
that's what I'm excited about with the vault on the Cybertruck.
Right.
Is how smooth that thing works. Because on the Rivian, it's these big aluminum panels, right? And it's like.
It's like a Pez dispenser.
It
Yeah.
sounds like there's something wrong happening there. Like the
The
it
whole
sounds
time.
like the gears
I think
are
the first
grinding.
day it sounded pretty good, but since we've gotten leaves and pine needles and who knows what else stuck in it, I'm sure it's slowly building up stuff that's slowly turning into dirt.
What do you
somewhere
have
stuck
in
in the
Southern
truck.
California that gets into? Is it just dust or like what?
Dust and leaves, right? Like I know that like in our cars, like if we leave it park outside in my office, for example, there's trees outside and you get them in there. And so you get to see them in the seals of your doors and your hood and on the trunk. And I had to pull some off of that before. It's like, oh, don't let that go in there because it's going to mess it up, right? Because it takes very little to mess that thing up, right? So I think here's an opportunity for Tesla to really show us how a tonneau is made, because that one from Rivian is a total disaster.
The other thing is the side bed rails on the Rivian are so low. I think it's like 18 inches or something, 16 inches. So when you put stuff in there, it's got to be very small, or else you can't close the tonneau cover. With the Cybertruck having this kind of triangular bed, I wonder if you'll be able to fit cooler stuff in the back, like more stuff.
More stuff.
More stuff.
The only thing is it's in an angle though, so it's like you can fit stuff on the very end, but maybe not at the back end. Right, because is the tunnel an angle?
Yeah.
It's at an angle.
I can't believe nobody jumped on top of that thing. It was here
If
for a
you had
good.
been here an extra minute, I think people would have.
Yes.
It was good. It was
We
here
did
for 20
see
minutes.
the Prime Minister of Thailand hop up on there.
That's right.
He's a
What
spry
a
chicken.
badass
I know.
dude.
He just jumped right up on top of the tonneau cover, along with Lars from the Tesla team.
Yeah, so I mean, 2 grown men on the back of the truck.
That's serious. I wonder, I mean, we haven't really even talked about this, storing stuff on top of the vault, right? Because you have this truck, and what is it going to look like if you not only have stuff in the bed, but then you start strapping stuff to the top of the vault? You need somewhere to tie it down, which I agree we don't have, but a little welding, and you have something to tie it down with.
Yeah. Are we gonna have, like in the Rivians, have a way to put bars across?
Is this going to be the new version of a dude, driving down the road with the 1 2x4 in the back of the pickup truck, just rattling around?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about third-party stuff for the bed?
Well, so I want to talk about maybe just third-party stuff in general. Most trucks that you buy come with several layers of paint on them, and it is highly encouraged that you do not remove the paint. It's not encouraged, it's just your truck suddenly doesn't look like blue or green. The Cybertruck is going to be stainless steel. which means that you can weld directly to it, which kind of opens the door for a lot of stuff.
But it's not typical stainless steel.
It's not typical stainless steel. It's 3 millimeter thick, hardened stainless steel.
Very hard.
Bulletproof stainless steel. So there's another thing that you can do, which is that you could drill a hole through it.
No.
And you could mount stuff to it, because on a normal truck, the only stuff that you could mount to the actual skin of the truck is just, little stuff.
Like
and
flares and stuff.
Normally it's just stuff that you'd glue on. On the Cybertruck, you put a couple of holes, you can mount a plate to it with bolts. Now, I don't know what's behind the skin.
Well, you can do rivet nuts.
You can
So
do rivets.
Stick it in
That's
there,
true.
And then, yeah.
So you could actually rivet stuff to the truck, because the skin is now strong enough to where it's not going to bend or buckle or punch out. You're going to be able to, I think, customize your truck in that way, where it's going to have that strength. So not only could you weld it, but you could also rivet to it.
I'm not going to name names, but there was someone in the crowd who tried to bend the metal on the Cybertruck, and it would not bend.
Yes,
I heard that conversation. I was like, you trying to bend it? I was
Right.
thinking in my head, come on.
This is a very serious thing, and no trucks have been built like this, I think, ever. But kind of back in the day, right? If you think about the old, I'm thinking of the Waltons. Has anyone seen the Waltons before?
Waltons?
Yeah. I'm going to
We're
get
all
a
young
copyright
here.
strike. You'd have this truck with this big wooden thing on the back, right? Because you could customize trucks to make them however you wanted them. Unlike today, where you go to the dealership and you say, I want the blue one, right? You could just make something and put it on the back. I think the Cybertruck is going to open the door to people welding and riveting stuff onto their trucks, whereas normally you'd have to have steel bar that's attached somewhere else to the truck. It's attached rigidly somewhere. So I think it's really exciting that we're going to have this opportunity. And a lot of people are worried, all these Cybertrucks are going to be the same color. They're all going to look the same. A little bit of TIG welding, and it's going to look completely different.
TIG welding. I think a lot of people are going to want to learn how to TIG weld so they can do that.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think you
wanna
should.
learn. You guys took some classes welding, right? But it wasn't TIG welding.
We learned from YouTube.
Yeah.
No,
You
didn't
can
Mr.
learn.
G teach you?
Mr. G did teach
Okay.
us, yes.
He helped us out.
Yeah.
I would say learn
wait,
TIG welding.
shout out to
That's the
Mr.
thing.
G?
Yeah, hell
Yeah, shout out to Mr. G.
Wish you
If
could
you
be
want to
here,
learn
dude.
how to convert a car to
Yes.
electric, Mr.
Yes.
G is the guy to go to. Also, check out Jehu, because your channel walks through a lot of conversions.
Mostly better. Oh, yeah. Some conversions in there, yeah. But Mr. G is
Some.
the teacher.
Come on.
We've
You're
done
so
one and
modest.
we're proud, okay?
Yes. Well, several, right? You guys did also the smaller one, the
A ride on lawnmower.
lawnmower, yeah.
We've done a lawnmower, yes.
Okay, hey, I haven't done a lawnmower. You guys got that on me. But you're right. I think there is going to be a whole market where you might just drill a few holes, put some rivet nuts, and now you have a mount to put racks,
Yeah.
to put a camera, so you can do
Because, right now with a pickup truck, there's lots of racks and stuff that you can get, and usually you're attaching something to the bed of the truck. And there's spots to do it, and that's great.
Well, and don't forget rust. When you do drill through the paint, you're always worried that now that's gonna rust in a few years.
Yes. And now that's not going to happen, and hopefully many of these products are going to be stainless steel as
Yeah.
well, so you're not going to have to worry about that.
And so the original exoskeleton thing is not happening, right? Because we've seen that it
Right.
does have a sub.
I think that
Structure.
It must have been that at Tesla, at the time of the unveiling, they weren't sure whether they were going to go exoskeleton or whether they were going to go gigacasting. That was right at the time when we
Yeah, I
were
don't even
just
think
starting.
gigacasting was in the zeitgeist
It wasn't
yet.
really even in the zeitgeist. So I think that Elon and everyone at Tesla was evaluating how are we going to build a car. We shouldn't be building a car the same way that we build a car. We're never going to make affordable EVs quickly enough for that to happen. We're going to have to wait for batteries to come way down in price. We need to make a cheaper car. And so I think that's why they went gigacasting as opposed to exoskeleton. I think that exoskeleton could have kind of achieved the similar thing, but it's got to be vastly harder, right? Because it's a brand new way to build a vehicle.
So that might be the one advantage that they have, and that might be the reason why I'm wrong about the pricing, right? So maybe they don't have to be similar to Rivian because, well, they have a different manufacturing process. And so obviously, they're able to lower the prices on the rest of their line so much that a lot of people are hating on Tesla right now.
I mean, that's a really good question because right now Tesla is profitable on all their models, right? Rivian, as we're talking about, they're actually losing, what is it, $30,500, at least last quarter, for every Rivian they sell. And so that's a lot of negative profit loss that you're having. The big question is, is Tesla going to take advantage of the fact that there's so much pent-up demand for this that they can pretty much charge whatever they want in the beginning, $100,000, let's say, to get some profit going? Or have they already figured out how to be profitable? And so because they're vertically integrated, they're going to be able to come out with this with kind of a built-in profit margin.
I think so. I don't think he's going to charge a lot because that doesn't seem to be his motivation, right? Because he could be charging more for Teslas and selling a little bit more. I mean, less, numbers-wise, but he's not going for that.
Okay, but hear me out on this theory. It's a strange theory I have. In the beginning, Teslas were just a luxury item, right? Back in the Roadster days, everyone thought that's all they were. And even today, if you talk to someone and you say, hey, I drive a Tesla, many people think, oh, that Model 3 must cost $100,000 because they just heard Tesla luxury. What if Elon's going to keep the price high to start for the Cybertruck so that everyone thinks of it as a luxury truck, and then as he releases the lowest version, the rear-wheel drive version, it shocks everyone how cheap it is. So they think they're getting more. They think they're getting this luxury for less.
I'm going to push back. I'm going to say that for this event today, it's getting all the attention. So this is the one time that Tesla has to set the expectation for what their brand is. And up until now, I totally agree. Everyone thinks it's a luxury vehicle. I drive down the street in my $45,000 Model 3, and they're like, oh, that's an $80,000 car. And it's like, that feels very nice. But at the same time, for me, someone who wants everyone to have an electric car, I don't want them to think that it's an $80,000 car that they can't afford and they want to ridicule. I want them to think that that's something that they could actually achieve someday. And so I think that it would behoove Tesla to lower the expectations in terms of pricing. Today, this is hopefully the one of the biggest outreach days that they're going to have. And we are going to cut to commercial pretty soon.
All right. I just think they would break the internet if they came out today, to your point, and said the lowest version is, I don't know, 45,000. Like, I think people would go nuts.
Because we've seen that from other manufacturers, and they fall flat on their faces. Like, now they can't deliver those trucks, right? The 45,000.
True.
Absolutely.
Ford is one, right? The F-150 was supposed to be a lot less than it actually is now. And so, maybe that's what Elon has up his sleeve today.
Yeah, there's just so much we need to know today. And we're going to find out within, an hour?
I know. I'm so excited. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. So thank you so much for joining us. And everyone here at the party can still enjoy the party.
Woohoo! And the sun came out.
Regardless of their location, you can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling in venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with corporate streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
So yeah, I think we'll keep it to. All right, we are back from our commercial break, and we're here with Ryan from Lex.art. I want to
Yeah,
talk
thank
a
you for
little bit.
sponsoring today, by the way.
Yes.
We
Yeah,
couldn't have
no
done it without
worries.
you.
So if you're like, wow, this is like a really nice looking live stream, you can thank Lex Art for helping to sponsor this. It's such a great event we have here. It was raining earlier. We have a tent. None of that is free. So I want to give a big hand to Ryan from Lex.art
Yeah, thank you very
for getting
much,
this this whole thing, going. It's really nice.
So, Ryan, could you tell us a bit about Lex.art? Because I've been learning about it from you, and it sounds really cool, but you're probably the best person to explain it to us.
Yeah, first I just want to say this is awesome, guys. I've been a part of the Tesla community since 2013. Happy to support this. Happy to be here. Happy to be with the Cybertruck and all of you guys. So hope you guys enjoy. So this is the first time that anyone is seeing anything with Lex.art. So it's www.lex.art. But basically, we are changing the art market. And what we're doing is taking the art and doing, instead of an indirect investment in the artist, we're doing a direct investment into the artist. So everyone here knows Tesla stock, right? We get in early, and we have an actual investment into Tesla and everything they do, right? In the art market right now, you buy one piece of art, and you hope to God that that's the right piece to go up. What we're changing is an actual investment into the artist. We're bringing capitalism into the art market because you guys have all heard of starving artists. There's plenty of artists out there who deserve to be a part of the capital markets. They deserve to get investment and to really break through. And so we've created this financial system, and you can learn more, again, on the website, and you can sign up. But we are trying to revolutionize the art market to something you more similarly know. So you're buying art, but you're also getting stock in that artist. That pays dividends, right? So if you had Banksy early on, you invest in Banksy and you get one of his paintings very early on, and now he's selling for tens of millions of dollars. If you just have that one piece of painting, that's not necessarily meaning that you're going to get the economic benefit. And then you'd have to sell your piece of art. But under our system, you actually would be investing in Banksy, similar to any other company, right? In the early stages, you would get stock in Banksy that's paying you dividends throughout the entirety of the rise.
So can I translate this to, like, as an investor, it's like if I got to invest in Elon Musk in the early days, and then I got a share of each of the companies that he made later in life.
That's perfect, exactly that. So, right, with everything you do, you're getting in early, you're supporting the founder, supporting the entrepreneur, and you're going to reap the benefits going forward. And you got to be a part of it. You got to develop a relationship with that person. So if you were some of the first people to invest in Elon, and you got to actually invest in Elon, then you would have a share of all of the companies that he's produced.
But of
Now
course,
just swap that for an artist.
And we're talking about artists here, and so I think that we all tend to think that artists are all like long dead. Like, oh yes, the artist that you see
Picasso.
in the museum. Yeah, oh, Picasso, he's dead, right? But of course, there's new artists coming up and stuff like that, and it's not easy to be an artist. I think that your guidance counselor at school probably dissuaded you from getting into art and probably more into accounting or something like that. And one of the big reasons for that is it's hard to kind of make it as an artist, and it's also kind of hard to make money as an artist because there are paintings that are worth millions and millions and millions of dollars, but it's only for the top 1% of artists. There isn't necessarily kind of a middle ground or a middle class artist.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely hard being an artist. We like to think that, okay, you can just make it in a studio alone. But like with anything, every company, it requires capital, it requires resources to really elevate. So our mission at Lex.art is to elevate these living artists and get them the funding that they need and the support that they need to really break through.
Now, we saw Sandy pull up in the Cybertruck earlier. I feel like that is a piece of art. I feel like it's something that's making this profound impact on all of us in terms of design right now. And I feel like it's actually going to change the way we think. How do you feel about that? Like, do you think we're going to actually start to accept that, or is this just an anomaly and we're just going to go back to the way trucks have looked in the past?
Yeah, 100%. I think the Cybertruck is a work of art. I think what Franz has done and what the team has done, absolutely amazing. Everything that Tesla's put out are just works of art. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the Model S and you realize it's been around since 2012, and yet it still looks beautiful today. It's just a classic design. And I feel like it's hard to picture this with the Cybertruck, but I feel like we're going to still feel the same way about it in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why our mission is to elevate artists, right? We need to elevate art. We all want art, more art, proliferate the artists, and a lot of cool things are going to come from that. I mean, we definitely don't want to go the opposite direction. So if we want more art in the world, we have to support it, and that's what our mission is, to elevate these artists.
So if people want more information, I guess you haven't brand launched yet, but so should people go to your website and sign up?
Yeah, so right now the landing page is live. You can go sign up if you want to chat more. There's some complexities that we'd love to talk you through and really just show you what we're building. We'll probably launch in the next 3 to 4 months. So this is just our first, you guys are hearing about it first here, part of the Tesla community, and happy to be telling you all about it.
Ryan, thank you so much for you and your company supporting us today, being part of this today. It's so great. Everyone go check out lex.art. I'm really excited to be working with you in the future because I am a big fan of art, and yet I've never felt that I could actually be a part of this world. And I feel like this is my chance to actually become a part of this.
So happy. Thank you all.
Thanks, man.
Can we put the microphone back down? Yeah, right there.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right.
Wow. All right, so we're just minutes away from hopefully learning what's going to happen at the Tesla Cyber event today.
Yes.
Again, I feel like it could go in a bunch of different ways. It could be kind of a letdown for us Tesla folks who are expecting like tons of data and information, and maybe he's just designing it for the rest of the world and keeping it simple. Or it could be exactly what we want today. We could hear about ranges, we could hear about prices, we could hear about everything. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, I think it's going to be a boat. I think
Did
it's gonna
you just
float.
say it's going to be a boat?
I think, look, why do you have a stainless steel truck? It's to avoid rust. Okay. What causes rust? Water.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to piece this together here. When we were at the unveiling back in 2019, they had Elon's
The Lotus Esprit.
Lotus Esprit from James Bond, where he drives it off a cliff or whatever, and then dives under the water and it turns into a submarine. And I think, let's see.
So wait, you think he told Franz during the design meetings, oh, and one more thing, Franz, I'd like it to be a boat?
I don't know. Maybe that was the idea from the beginning.
All right, let's see a show of hands here. Who agrees with Jesse that the Cybertruck is going to be a boat? And by boat, let's get our definitions right here, folks, okay? I don't mean that it can drive through a puddle. I mean that it can drive into a lake, do a few, 5 minutes in a lake and come back on shore and not be damaged. Okay, so how many people think that's going to happen? Okay.
Okay, we're getting some 5 minutes, people. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And who thinks that Jesse has just had sunstroke? Come on, you won't offend
It's
him.
okay. It's fine. I'm seeing double hands here. They're thinking it's both.
I
huh?
actually think, for those of you watching at home, I think that the crowd agrees with you, Jesse. They think it's going to be a boat.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
Now, what if it's a boat? I mean, that's going to change everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we did see the one down in Texas drove out into the ocean a little bit.
Right.
I don't think it really got up past the wheels.
Nope.
I feel like someone was frantically on the phone with Elon going, "Are you sure I can do this?"
Or they were on the phone and they were going, why are you doing that? Stop doing that.
So if it can be a boat, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think people are going to lose their minds? Do you think they're going to get it?
And we are going to the live stream now.
Welcome. Welcome to the Cybertruck delivery event. So I'm going to do it from the back of the truck here. Hey. So once in a while, once in a long while, a product comes along that is rare. That is once every 5 to 10 years, something really special, a really unusual product comes along. And we'll remember those special moments when, indeed. Special moments. But these things are rare. It's very rare that a product comes along that is seemingly impossible, that people said was impossible, that experts said was impossible. And this is one of those times. We have a car here that experts said was impossible, that experts said would never be made. That it really is the most. I think it's our best product. I think it's the most unique thing on the road. And finally, the future will look like the future. So what we're aiming for here is something that's more truck than truck. Okay. Thanks, bro. That's literally my brother there. So, so what we have here is something that is a better truck than a truck, while also being a better sports car than a sports car, in the same package. So, first of all, let's, they talk about how, trucks are tough. That's one of the defining characteristics of a truck. So, how tough is this truck? Let's find out. So, we actually had to come up with a special, ultra-strong, Tesla-designed steel alloy. So, this alloy, this metal did not exist before. We needed something that you could actually manufacture, but that would have basically no corrosion, that didn't need paint, but you can still make it in volume. And part of the reason that it has this angular shape is you can't actually stamp these body panels. The body panels would break the stamping machine. So, and I should say also, because of the steel exoskeleton, it actually has more torsional rigidity than a sports car. It has more torsional stiffness than a McLaren P1. So that's a big deal. Now you may remember an incident 4 years ago. Didn't quite go as planned. And Franz, maybe we should try it again. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I mean, I think we could probably have a pro pitcher love it if it still work. So anyway, it's the glass is tough, basically. That's what we're saying. So you don't have to worry about like rocks hitting the glass and cracking the glass. This glass is basically rock proof. It also makes the car very quiet. So it's the thing that you'll appreciate when you drive the car is how smooth and quiet it is. It doesn't feel like a normal truck. It's smooth as silk and silent. when you drive it. Yeah, so in terms of toughness. And then things like rollover, because the center of gravity is so low, it doesn't roll over. And if you're ever in an argument with another car, you will win. Yeah, so in movies, you sometimes see the hero or heroine hiding behind the car door while being shot with bullets. That doesn't actually work unless you're driving a Cybertruck. So if Al Capone showed up with a Tommy gun and emptied the entire magazine into the car door, you would still be alive. So, and so people say, like, well, why'd you make it bulletproof? I'm like, why not? Do you want to, how tough is your truck? Because the other trucks, the bullets go through both sides. So you shoot a bullet, it goes through both sides of the car. You just never know. I mean, sometimes you get these, like, late civilization vibes. You never know when the apocalypse could come along at any moment. And here at Tesla, we have the finest in apocalypse technology. I was on the Joe Rogan show, and Joe bet me $1 that his armor-piercing steel-head arrow would go through the car. Now he owes me $1. So. Now, what about utility? So, strength is great, but is this perhaps just a show truck, just a showpiece, or can it do actual work? How does it work as a real everyday truck? Well, here we have the future towing the future. So, if you can fit any cargo in the trunk or in the bed, you can basically move it around. So it's got over a ton of payload capability, but you could really put more than that in it. You can tow over 11,000 pounds, and it's got a super tough composite bed, no liner needed. The bed is 6 foot long, 4 foot wide, and you can fit 4 by 8 pieces of plywood in with the back down. So, for those who are really into the truck world, there's something in the truck world called a truck pull. This is really the key test of how much power does your truck actually have. So you have to pull this 40,000 pound sled. And when we went to the track, we said, well, what's the best that you've seen? I said, well, it'd be the Ford F-350 diesel. It was like, well, let's put our truck up against that. The guy who runs the truck pool said, there's no way. There's no way. It's like, well, let's try it. Let's see what happens. we actually had to slightly turn the car at the end so it didn't hit the wall. So this, you have here a car that is, bullet tough, like that phrase, TM, and can outpull an F-350 diesel. Has a massive towing capacity, massive bed. It's basically an incredibly useful truck. It's not just some grandstanding showpiece like me. It's actually very useful. Now, what about performance? So this, I should say, it has an adaptive air suspension. So no matter what the load is, you can always have it can set the ride height at low, high, anything. It'll automatically adjust the damping according to how much load it's carrying and the road conditions. It has a 17-inch ground clearance. Now, that's a true 17 inches. Typically with a truck, you'll get the differential hanging down low, the rear differential, and that's what you'll high side on a rock. But this has a completely flat bed, so you could drive over basically anything. We actually took the Cybertruck on a Baja rally drive. So this is insane off-road capability. It has locking differentials, rear torque vectoring, and the crazy thing is they'll do this all in comfort. It has steer-by-wire, which is it's one of the things where most people don't know what that means, but it's how modern jets are designed. The steer-by-wire, which gives you variable gain. So if you turn the wheel the steering yoke a small amount in the parking lot, it will turn the wheels a lot. But if you turn it on a highway, it turns the wheels a small amount. So it dynamically adjusts how much the wheels turn according to what your speed is. And this actually makes it very easy to drive. And it has a turning circle less than a Model S. So this thing can practically turn it, rotate on a dime basically. It has incredible low-speed maneuverability. And then there's a lot of advanced details under the skin. It's the first time that a car is moving to a 48-volt low-voltage architecture from 12 volts, which has been around for 100 years. We have Ethernet comms, distributed controllers, allows for 70% less wire in the car. And it's really, the internals are as advanced as the externals. It's a whole new step change in the technology. So let's take it to the racetrack and see how does the Cybertruck perform against a Porsche 911. And I should say this is an actual Porsche. We literally just got it from the dealer, 2023 Porsche 911. But wait, there's more. So the It can tow a Porsche 911 across a quarter mile faster than the Porsche 911 can go by itself. I should say tougher than bullets. Tow pretty much anything. Faster than a 911 while towing a 911. So, and deliveries begin now. Thank you. So. These are the actual owners. We're handing over production Cybertrucks to their actual owners. Thank you for buying Cybertruck. Oh, hi. Hi. Sure. Absolutely. Just open the. I think it's a box. There we go.
You got to be the best driver in town.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as you can see, we've got quite a few to deliver here. So, hi. Thank you.
I haven't slept in 3 days.
Oh, wow, okay. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your car. One right here. All right, hey. Yeah, good to see you.
I'm here. Good to see you.
Yeah. Enjoy your truck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just, yeah. Well, this is a delivery event, you know. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Great. Is this the button for open it? And that's it? I mean, it's going to be amazing to see all these cars driving around. Okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Most welcome. So I just press this button here. All right.
Appreciate you.
Welcome. So, I mean, this is really going to change the look of the roads. I mean, in a parking lot, one of them does not look like the other. So, hey. Good to see you.
I love your shirt.
Hey, how's it going?
Fun?
Hey, yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Is that it? All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming to the Cybertruck delivery event. And you're witness to what? Oh, one more. Okay, sorry. Okay. Go ahead and drive it out, actually. Looks like maybe two. All right, thanks everyone for coming to this delivery event, and appreciate your support. This is really gonna, like I said, change the look of the roads, and finally the future will look like the future, and it's really gonna be something special. Thank you.
What did Elon not just tell us?
We
The
have
price
pricing,
and the
though.
range.
We have pricing.
But we have pricing.
Yeah, come on up. Mountain Man
Let's see what we
Tesla is
got.
quick to the draw
Who's
here.
ready?
He's got the
Who's
pricing.
ready?
So everything he didn't tell us is on the website. It all came out on the Tesla.
And we're going to tell you it right now.
So the rear-wheel drive, so that's
The lowest version.
maybe a single motor, maybe a dual, I don't know. We don't know. 60,990.
60,990. All right, well, let's just get a reaction here from everybody.
One is 250 miles of range, 0 to 60 in 6.5, so a little better than Grandma's Buick. Then the all-wheel drive.
Oh, and just does it give anything about payload or anything for those?
It does not say anything on the rear-wheel drive motor other than available in 2025.
Oh.
So that one's
You're going to wait a while. Okay.
to be continued. Then the all-wheel drive, delivery in 2024, 340 miles range,
Wow.
0 to 60 in 4.1.
Nice.
So that's better than like a Model Y long
Yep.
range.
Yep.
And the price?
112 mile an hour top speed, 600 horsepower, 7,435 pounds of torque, 11,000 pound tow capacity, 79,990.
Right under the $80,000
Right under the 80.
price limit.
Okay.
The federal tax credit
Then
limit.
the Cyber Beast,
Cyber
which I believe is
Beast.
what we saw Mr. Monroe show up earlier in.
Okay.
Delivery in 2024, 320 miles range, 2.6 seconds 0 to 60,
And what was the range again? 320?
320.
Okay.
So it's probably using the same battery pack as
Yep.
the other one. 2.6 seconds 0 to 60, 130 mile an hour top speed, 845 horse, 10,296 foot-pounds of torque, which is like a jet engine. 11,000 pound towing capacity, $99,990.
$100,000.
And I think I'm going to start a GoFundMe account right
Yeah,
now if you
right.
guys would like to donate. Woo!
Wow.
All right, so we have our pricing and we have our ranges.
Yes. Well,
And
thank you.
I am excited
Mountain
to
Man Tesla with
see
that.
the
Thank you.
reaction. I feel like this is a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher than I was hoping for. We were all kind of hoping for a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, there's a lot to process, isn't it, people? I'm really glad that the mid version, which I think a lot of us are going to get or hope to get, is under 80,000. So let's, factor in hopefully the federal tax credit. And if you guys don't know, starting January 1st, the IRS rules have changed a bit. It's going to make it a lot easier to get that tax credit. You're not going to have to wait and file for it on your taxes. From what I've been reading, you're going to get that off from the dealer. Of course, Teslas don't have dealers, but that means that Tesla's basically, I think, going to just take that off the sticker price. And then the other question is often, well, I don't qualify, either I earn too much or too little. From what I'm reading, I'm no accountant, ask your CPAs, but I believe the IRS is going to allow that to come from the dealer, and so they're not going to really means test you. So I think, again, don't hold me to this, but I believe many of us can get that $7,500 tax credit. So that would mean $72,500 for the middle variant of the Cybertruck.
This just in,
Oh yeah?
there is another page that has range extenders.
Oh, like bigger batteries?
Bigger battery packs, apparently.
Okay, what do we got?
It says 440 plus miles. Doesn't show a price. So that is on the Learn More page. So if you don't go to Order Now, if you go to Learn More, it says 440 miles, which makes a guy like me that needs to tow happy to see ya.
Ooh, okay. So a range extender. Now, this is not your typical, electric car range extender, which is usually like a motorcycle engine hooked up to a generator somewhere in the back of the car. This is going to be batteries because this is, of course, Tesla.
Yeah, so let's go to the vehicle weight here with the range extender.
I don't know if this weight is with or without.
Oh, we don't know if
Yeah,
okay.
obviously.
Yeah, so what's the vehicle weight?
6,843 pounds.
Interesting.
It has the cargo space listed at 120.9 cubic feet. So anybody better at math than me that might understand that.
So for the weight, that puts it right around the Rivian R1T level, because
Yes.
Rivian R1T is right at 7,000 pounds. The Ford F-150 Lightning is at 6,015 pounds.
Yep.
So heavier than a Ford.
It has the center display size is 18.5 inches.
Ooh, that's big.
That's a nice big screen.
And I also want to mention that weight puts it into the Hummer tax credit range. So
Right,
that
so you can
means
depreciate it.
That means for businesses, you can buy this truck. You can then deduct the entire cost of the truck in the first year if you were a business because it weighs
Over 6,000
over
pounds.
6,000
Again, we are not
pounds.
CPAs. Go talk to your tax
So
advisors.
that is an exciting piece of news. I mean, I think we were all kind of expecting it. The Model X qualified for this as well.
Right.
So thank you, GM, trying to push through your gas guzzlers years ago. It hopefully is going to come back to bite you. This is pretty exciting.
But Mountain Man, I'm still not getting, like, if you want to get the range extender, does it have any language on there what this costs? It's just telling you that's going to be an option down the road?
I don't know. I mean, if we're starting at 100,000 and then we have to add the range extender,
Right.
we're
Could-
talking.
Okay, so 320, and then it's 440 with the range extender
That's for the Beast truck.
for the Beast truck. Okay.
It was 340 for the 349. What was the mid-range truck?
Oh, the mileage?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought they were the same. I thought it was 320
Okay.
for mileage.
The rear-wheel drive one, I don't think said much. It was
Correct.
pretty vague.
All right, so What do we think? A
250 is the range.
Somberness has kind of fallen on everyone as they realize how much money this truck is going to cost.
So 250 is the range for the rear-wheel drive, the lowest version. 340 for the all-wheel drive. And then the Cyber Beast was also 340?
Yes.
Yeah, also
And
340.
hopefully they offer that range extender, Elon, if you're listening, to the mid package.
Yes.
Right.
Because most of us that are truck guys that have ranches that need to tow, I don't care if I can tow a Porsche and go 0 to 60.
Faster than the Porsche? Yeah.
No, I care that I can tow my RV with my Razor in the back and go up to the desert and blow stuff up. Because that's what we rednecks do.
Yes.
And, you know, if we're going to make a cheesy video, we can't do these videos in the middle of town. You got to get into the middle of nowhere. We need our range. And most of the stuff we do isn't legal in California, so I got to get out. No.
Now, what was the speed on the Beast again, the 0 to 60? Because in that video, weren't we at 0 to 60 in 2.6?
Yes.
2.6 seconds. 0
Wow.
to 60.
I mean, that's just insane.
It is cool.
Like,
But again, I would rather have range over speed.
range over speed, over quickness.
But some people might
Usefulness
want
over
speed over
gimmicks.
range. You never know.
Yeah. My RV is about 12,000 pounds, so.
Wow. This is a lot to process. I mean, I knew we were going to get all this information, but now that it's real, it's no longer conjecture.
Yes.
Now you have to actually like process it in your brain like this is the cost of the vehicle. Wow.
So now tell me about ordering.
Yeah, so 2024.
Are we ordering right now, or what is it just telling us the specs? What are we doing?
It says order with card, due today, $250.
Okay, so we're going to go to commercial break while we order our truck, and we'll be right back.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide with our cutting-edge audio and video. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions, regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling in venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content, whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments. No longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers. In the heart of nature.
All right, and we're back.
Can I just talk about the ramp?
The ramp? There is no ramp.
I didn't see a ramp in the video.
Right?
So there's no ramp?
How am I going to get my cyber quad in there? Where's the cyber quad?
Yeah.
Where's
Elon.
my cyber quad, Elon?
I don't know, the ramp I thought was going to be a feature or an option.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about bidirectional charging.
Bidirectional charging, why are you talking about that? Is this another thing that you want that they don't have?
Yes, it is something I'd like. I don't know, I thought it might be one of the things that was revealed today. Did we find anything out about it?
I think that it might have bidirectional charging.
I need to find out more about bidirectional charging.
It does. So, there's more? All right, let's...
Come on up,
All
we got
right,
more
come
stuff.
on up, yeah.
Mountain Man Tesla's on the beat here for us.
So if you swipe over from the screen we were on,
Yep.
it gives you the range extender on the all-wheel drive with all of its data. It makes it faster, 3.90 to 60 on the dual motor.
Nice.
Which is very respectable. And it gives it a 470 plus mile range.
Yes.
Now we're
400
talking.
Now
we
we're in the
can
right
tow with
range.
470.
So for the dual motor, 470 miles of range.
470 plus.
Plus.
I think that's based on my personal body weight. Like I'm going to go a mile further than maybe you.
Yeah.
But still no price.
On the range extender. Okay.
So how much of the value is in the battery pack is going to be the question.
Right.
I mean, that's going to require a third larger battery probably.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about bidirectional charging. So it says it has it.
It says that it has bidirectional charging.
Why didn't he talk about it then?
This is an interesting question. So markets have not closed yet.
Right.
I think they're just about closing now. I haven't checked my time.
They just closed.
Just closed 2 minutes ago.
we
But
wanna
during the
know?
entire delivery event, the markets were open, which meant that they couldn't say too much.
Yeah, so according to NASDAQ rules, if you're going to talk about anything that could materially move the stock, you're supposed to give them warning. I didn't see any filing that gave that warning, so that's why I was surprised that they could talk about practically any of this stuff. But then again, the video didn't really show anything that we didn't already know, did it? I mean, we didn't know that it could pull a Porsche faster than a Porsche. What else didn't we know?
We didn't know the range,
Right.
the final ranges.
But I mean, all this information we're finding out has pretty much been after the markets closed,
Right.
Especially price, which
Right.
he didn't give during the video. So why didn't he talk about bidirectional charging? That's a huge feature. Is that something he's going to talk about in the days to come?
I would hope so.
Did he think that the average person doesn't care about that? So like, why talk about it?
Well, so let's talk about bidirectional charging, what it means, what it doesn't mean. It can mean a number of different things. First and foremost, we knew that this truck had some form of outlet in the back. We've seen a 240 or 220 volt outlet in the rear of the Cybertruck, and that means that you can power some pretty hefty things. We don't know yet what that amperage rating is going to be for that plug. It is a
It's a 1450 plug.
1450,
So-
which could be 50 amps 220, which is a heck of a lot of power.
That's more than the Ford, by the way. The Ford has, what, 30 amps?
30 amps. That would be fantastic if it could provide that much.
I think if they're going to put a 1450 on there, it's going to have to be able to provide 40 amps.
I would certainly
at
hope
least,
so.
At least a peak.
Yep.
I don't know if it would be able to be a constant 40
Right.
amps.
So that's fantastic. But then the next question is, you have something that can basically generate AC current, and it's probably going to be going, if it's true bidirectional charging, that should mean that it should be able to power your house. Now, Ford has this feature in their truck, right? Kind of. Because you have to spend about $11,000 on a system, on basically an inverter system for your house. It's going to use the DC plugs, the DC ports from the CCS connector of the Ford, and it's going to go out to the charger. The charger's going to be connected to basically $11,000 worth of inverters and whatnot, and that is going to be able to power your house in the event of a power outage. And that's great because a Ford has like 130 kilowatt hours of electricity, so you're going to be able to back up your house for about a week. So if Tesla is going to be able to do this and do it in the same way that Ford does, they're probably either going to rely on an inverter that is in the truck, which could be very interesting, or you're going to have
It
to
has to be
buy
external.
an external system that's going to live in your house and power your house.
Or could it plug into the power walls somehow?
Right. Could it be because the power walls have inverters built into them? Because essentially all they are is a battery,
Right.
an inverter, and a way to basically turn on and off the power between the two, charge it up, and do
I
the
mean,
opposite.
wouldn't this have been the perfect event to show that, like Ford did, where they showed, a blackout, Ford pulls into the driveway, plugs in, and the house lights up? Like,
Well,
that
and
would have been...
Many of us that live in the sticks, we already have generator backups, so we have a plug hanging right out of our box that's a 1450.
Right.
So we can just plug it right into the back of the truck. And we wouldn't want to run our wells and air conditioners and stuff, probably, depending upon the size motor on your well. But, like, for me, it would run everything but my air conditioner.
I was just really surprised that he didn't really play up. He talked about how this is such a utility truck, right? But then he didn't really go into the power aspect of plugging it in for tools and, like you said, your house and so forth. And I feel like that's what most of the country needs to be taught about, because most trucks can't do that.
I'm hoping he was just in a hurry to get here and party with us.
That could be
That's a
it.
good
And
point.
That could be
he's
it.
just
He-
like, hey, let's wrap this up. There's a
He-
party going on at
he
the
heard
Luster
us
Pearl.
calling him, and he was like, okay, I got to get going, guys. How many? By the way, how many trucks did you count him delivering? I thought it was 10. Is that
Looked like 10 to me.
So he's kept to his word about delivering 10 today, and I got the feeling those were kind of normal people. Did you guys get that sense? Like I didn't feel like they were just the upper crust, like.
Yeah, I didn't see Joe Rogan there.
I was expecting Jay Leno.
Right. So I mean, I think that was cool that he got kind of regular people getting their trucks.
I was a little concerned that it looked like people weren't going to abuse it. It was a
Right.
lot of like suburban-looking moms with their kids. I want to see some guy walk on stage wearing plaid and carrying a chainsaw.
I assume security didn't let that happen, but okay,
True.
sure. Yeah.
So are you going to order your truck? Can we do that now?
Well, I mean, I already ordered my truck.
Well, but you might have to order it now.
I have to order it again?
I thought you were doing that during the
Should
commercial
we see
break.
what happens?
Yeah, let's do it. Order now. Let's see. We got to get to the right thing. Vehicles, Cybertruck.
Ooh, sorry, your credit card has been denied.
I know, right? That's not good.
Just a quick announcement. For people who are live with us, there is a Model X that has a license plate, power you up. Your tailgate is up.
Which one do you want to get? Cyber Beast? I'm wearing the hat for Cyber Beast,
sure,
so let's do
okay.
that. All right. Can we...
Is there an order now?
I just want to see if we can order with card.
Has anybody checked their accounts yet to see if their like RN numbers have changed?
Yes.
To
This is for people who are here. Has anyone seen any changes? Has anyone ordered their truck who's here? Raise your hand. Oh, crap. You guys better not beat us in line. Come on. How's it going?
Almost there. We're on the zip code.
Yeah. Let's zoom in on the credit card here. Huh? Just kidding.
So people are saying that their accounts haven't changed yet for the RNs. It doesn't say.
Okay.
I
So yeah,
can't
not
find
too
it.
much has changed in terms of your, account. So I guess if you want to order a Cybertruck, you should do it right after Zach orders his.
Well, I would hope that our original $100 deposit locks our
Confirmed.
spot in line.
Confirmed.
All right, we're confirmed.
We got a Cyber Hedgehog.
We got a Cyber Hedgehog. Nice.
Doing the nice.
I'm going to take a screenshot of that.
Nice.
All right, now you can all order.
Okay, thank you for everyone for waiting. We really appreciate it.
But wait a minute. That brings up a good question, though. We're like number 20 on the list who ordered that night, like seconds after it drove onto the stage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
None of that matters?
No.
What?
So yeah, reservation
I've been
tracker,
holding
all
on to that for 4 years.
You never know. Well, you never know. Who knows how they're
Okay.
going to roll
I
this
mean,
out.
they can't just discard everybody that put the 100 down and make
No,
you do
right?
another 250.
And by the
That
way,
would-
it's a $250 deposit on this one. So yeah, that's kind of strange.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is the price of the base model. Can I get the price again? How much was that again?
69, I believe.
$69,000. That was going to be the top end price, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we talked about inflation before, and we said that the base model was going to cost, in today's dollars,
$47,000.
$47,771 if you accounted for inflation. So we're a little bit over that.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
I'm not too surprised. Well, let's talk about it. Tesla in 2019.
You're not surprised that it went from 39 to 69?
Let's talk about it. Tesla in 2019, they thought that they were going to make a Cybertruck using an exoskeleton.
Okay, hold on. The rear wheel is 49.
Wait, rear wheel is 49.9?
49,890.
49,890.
The dual motor all wheel is 68,990.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank goodness.
Okay.
So it's like we said.
So it went up 10 grand and 20 grand.
It just followed inflation then. He's actually keeping
Give
his
me
word.
that number again. I don't know how we got
So-
this wrong the first time. I'm so sorry. So yeah, rear-wheel drive, 49,890.
Yeah, so he's stuck to inflation.
There's an
pretty much.
asterisk. I want to see what the asterisk is.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. Oh nope, that's with the
Price
that's with
only
the tax
guaranteed
credit.
in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, you got.
That's with the tax credit. So that's what the asterisk was. So, ooh, so with that
that's not
add
purchase
another
price?
70. Yeah, so we're up another 7,500.
Oh, yeah. On purchase price, $60,990.
60,000.
And
Sorry,
$79,990.
woo.
990.
It's a little high.
Well, do we give Elon the pass because there was no federal tax credit at the time?
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about that. That's interesting. So let's say that. So they're claiming that they think that they're going to get the tax credit. So
Not only
means-
that tax credit, but he's counting more than that. Like he's counting state or something as well.
Okay. So, I mean, Tesla's going to be able to take advantage of it. And you're right, at the time in 2019, there was no federal tax credit that was going to be able to apply.
I mean, that does put it in line with the price of like the Ford F-150. I think the bottom level is around 55.
I haven't seen anyone actually
No, I don't think they've
take
delivered on
delivery
that.
of the base
But
model.
you're not going to
but-
get this till 2025 either.
So my
Sure.
dream is that they do the all-wheel version for $79,990, include the range extender, but have it be software locked, so you can buy it for $79,990, get the credit.
That would be
And
great.
then a week later, give them another $15,000 or whatever they want for the battery.
Interesting.
So that we can stick it to the man and get our trucks for $79,000, then pay the rest.
I
on a
love
credit
that
card.
idea.
That is something that Tesla has done in the
They did
past.
that
There
in
is
Canada, I
precedent
know.
for that.
That's a great idea.
And they have done that in Canada.
Elon, if you're listening,
Right.
adopt me.
That would be good. I don't know. I'm still trying to absorb the pricing here.
Yes.
61,000 for the bottom model is just. I wasn't expecting that.
How much of that could just be because of demand is so high, they have no reason to sell it cheaper?
There's
Everybody
two-
in this room is going to pay whatever it costs.
There's 2 million people waiting for the Cybertruck, but you do have to keep in mind they thought that the base model was going to be 39,000.
That is true. A lot of people were like, I can afford that, so I can do this.
If
but
it's only 500,000 that still want it, it's going to take them years to deliver, and then they can lower prices when demand drops. And,
Let's-
and it goes to scale.
And let's think too. There's this adage, right? You lower the price of a vehicle by, was it $5,000, and you double the number of people who can afford it.
Right.
So we've just basically done the opposite. We've increased the price by how much?
We've raised so from inflation, we've raised it $12,000. So I'd say 4 times the people can't afford it. Like it's just become.
So 1/4. That would basically put us at 500,000 people who could conceivably still want the truck.
But I
Now,
mean, to your point,
If
by
this were
20
just your average vehicle, like I'm not saying that I know that for sure. That's just like if we're to follow this adage of whatever the heck that is, the $5,000 and twice the number of people, we've basically reduced by 1/4. So now 500,000 people are thinking of ordering the Cybertruck. It's still pretty damn good.
You know what I'm going to do? You guys stay on stage. I'm going to go out to the crowd. I want to find out what people are thinking, and then I'm going to have you cut to me, and so we can get what people out there are thinking, because I want to know what's on your minds right now about what
Yes.
you just saw. I mean, it's all good for us to talk about stuff, but I feel like you guys you're honing in on things that are important to you. So
All
I'm going
right.
to be out there in the crowd.
Get out there.
All right.
All right. Whew. All right, I'm going to scooch over here. So, I mean, I know that this isn't what everyone was hoping for.
Watching it when he didn't say the range, I was discouraged. When I saw the range extender, it was like a sigh of relief for me.
So let's talk about the range extender. Rivian has the Max battery, which is currently not available, which you can't get. They are going to be rolling it out, and it shouldn't get at you quite so far. I think it would get you probably about 350 miles. I'm sure that I'm off on that.
And I'm looking to go back to that page again.
Sure.
But it doesn't
essentially
say when the range extender will be available.
Right. Would that be an add-on? Are they gonna basically open up your truck and put a range extended battery in it?
I would imagine when you order it.
I would imagine so too.
I think they're smart if they do it as a software locked option. I mean, that gets a lot more people into the market that are counting on that federal rebate.
Yes. And tell me again, what was the range of the range extended dual motor?
It says 470 plus.
470 plus miles with the range extender.
And then it drops the 0 to 60 to 3.9 seconds.
So he slows it down a little bit.
No,
speeds it up,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
The dual, I believe, was 4.2.
Okay, so you're going faster with a bigger battery in there. And let's talk about towing for a little bit. Towing with electric vehicles has been the thing that everyone goes, well, see, you can't do that because the towing, you can't tow it. How about now with 470 miles? Because I think typically we think you take whatever the range of the truck is, you divide it by 2, that gets you the towing range.
I tow all of the time with my Model Y. We tow 30 bales of alfalfa, Polaris Razor. We use it typically for mostly local stuff. When we're doing our big trips to the Nevada desert towing our RV, we just rent a truck. It's just easier than paying the maintenance on owning one.
Sure.
So when I'm on local roads, 45, 50 miles an hour, I get about 60% of my range towing the hay.
Yep.
The Razor's a little better because it's not like a big square object.
Yep.
So 30 bales of alfalfa weighs about 3,000 pounds. My trailer's 7,000, so I think I just voided my warranty publicly by saying that. So we're about 3,700 pounds.
It's an estimation.
Yeah. So about 3,700 pounds of hay, and I get about 55% around town probably.
All right, so now, for those of us who aren't good at math, I'm going to break out the calculator to make sure I don't get my numbers wrong. Do the mental math here on stage. It's not so great. Here we go. Calculator app, 470 divided by, let's just call it 2. That would be 235 miles of towing range, kind of worst case.
Well, I think worst case is worse than this because towing, 30 bales of hay versus a 30-foot RV that weighs 12,000 pounds and is much taller and the drag coefficient is going to be horrible.
But I think that we're in a really interesting spot because I think that basically we're in the 200 plus-ish miles of towing range with the supercharger network.
Yeah.
Now, is Ford going to get the access to the supercharger network before
I don't know.
Tesla can roll this out?
I think the bigger question is the Cybertruck going to charge at a faster rate and have a higher voltage architecture? Because I was in Reno 3 or 4 days ago and I saw the V4 charger.
Yeah.
And all of them have labels that have a much higher amperage and a much higher watt. I mean, they're set up to charge these bigger battery packs faster. So if we can pull in with a larger battery pack and leave in the same amount of time as a Model Y, it's not going to be inconvenient. But if I pull in and I have to spend an hour and a half to charge up that larger battery pack, it's going to be a deal breaker.
It's a good point. And we have Zach out in the crowd talking to the people who are here at the Cyber Afterparty.
All right, so I'm getting some feedback on what they thought, and a lot of people are talking about the range number. They were looking for 500. That was the magic number, and they didn't hear that magic number, and now I feel like they're disappointed.
470.
Well, except we're hearing 470 with this magical range extender, and our question is, what does that mean? Is that more batteries in the battery pack, or is that something that sits in the bed of the truck and like plugs into the port? We don't know what the range
I'm guessing
extender.
double A's that go in the glove box.
Glove box double A's. Okay. But that's our question is, what is this range extender? I don't think we've ever heard Tesla call it that before. So is this a special box with batteries in it?
Well, so it's definitely not a generator, right?
No.
Because that would give it a nearly limitless range.
So my dream Cybertruck would allow me to swing by a dealership, pick up a battery pack that goes into the bed and use it for towing, rent it for a week, and then at the end of the trip, send it back, and then have my 300 miles for the regular.
And we have seen that sub-trunk
so
in
if
the
it was
Cybertruck.
something that would slide in and plug into the 1450 outlet, figure it out, Tesla. You're relanding rockets.
Figure
Those
that
guys
out.
are smart. But that would be my dream truck. Would be sell it to me cheap at a less range, and then on my 2 trips a year, which most people don't do more than 2 trips a year, you let me go in and rent a battery extender.
I like your rent idea. That would be really cool.
Slap
Get
in
it
there,
when you
and
need
then all
it.
those resources needed for that battery aren't being wasted driving to Starbucks, in my 3-mile trips.
Yep.
Slap that thing in there.
Okay, but then why didn't he talk about that? If that's the way, I mean, I'd love
Because they didn't hire me. And because I have no employable skills.
That's another good point. If you're camping, that would be great because then you'd have this extra battery pack with you for powering up all your stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, if that's what it is, and that sounds great.
It won't be. It's too good to be true. They want to sell that big battery pack and, make you drag it around.
All right, so let's say that it's not rented. Let's say that you have to buy a battery pack. Let's say that it is not removable. Let's say that it goes in your truck and you can only get it when you order your truck. Or they ask you, they say, hey, do you want to add the range extender? And you say yes. And they say, that's another X number of dollars.
So my
what do
guess
you think, 20,000?
My guess would be that the battery pack is going to be, like 2 layers of batteries, and when you get the range extender, it's a 3rd layer that they just made a space for. I mean, it could go forward or back, but it's definitely going to be heavier. When he was on Joe Rogan, he said that the weight would be this amount to this amount, and he said that there would be a bigger version coming. So that would mean it's probably not going to be software locked.
I just keep going back to why didn't we get the answers today? Like, if this is what it, like, we just want to know. So when are the answers going to come? Are they going to slowly trickle out? Like, why didn't we get them today? I'm going to ask people that. Why didn't we get the answers today, people? Like, I want to know what questions you guys had about the truck. Tell me, what were you thinking was going to happen today? Did you think you were going to get this information or more information?
I guess I thought I'd get this information. I don't know, or more information, I'd say. Yeah.
So you wanted more information.
Yeah, I kind of love numbers.
So what is it you wanted to know today that you didn't get? We got the price finally, but
Accessories.
we want to know about accessories.
Ooh.
We didn't get
What kind
any.
of accessories do you want to know about?
Can it go on Mars?
Can it drive on Mars?
Ooh. Well,
I think
if it can't float, I don't think it's going to be driving on Mars.
Yeah, you
can
didn't
it?
get your answer about the boat.
No, there's a lot of unanswered questions because they just delivered the trucks. Man, if only there were some trucks that we're going to be visiting today.
I know that we could
to
really
our
look at
event
closely.
here in Austin.
Should we start digging that ditch right now so we can put the truck in some water?
Yeah, is anybody like kiddie pools or anything like that? Do we got anything?
Thank you, man. What did you hear today that you wanted to hear? What is it you didn't hear that you wanted to hear? Like what?
About the accessories, I know they were talking about accessories coming with the Cybertruck. They were going to unveil that. You even saw that whenever they did an unveiling of the lithium plant. You could see the accessories on the back of the.
Yes, remember the lithium plant? We got to see this really cool tool rack on the back, and I was expecting to see that today too.
Yeah, and we didn't hear anything about that today. It felt like it was just kind of skipped over. Like it was just a delivery event. Maybe they're going to have something later on, but it'd be nice to hear more. Hopefully.
And again, I go back to the question of why. Like, here was his opportunity to tell the world all this cool stuff. Do you think he was afraid he was going to overwhelm us?
Yeah, I mean, it is a delivery event, so I imagine it was more geared towards here's the first 10, here's the pricing, and it unveils it to the world. But I think they have a lot more probably to work on, I imagine, if they're not going to talk about the accessories today, or even in the bed of the truck. Like, I wonder why they didn't cover that either, because I want to know more about the utility aspect of it.
So you think it's one of those things where this is enough information to keep us kind of satiated for now, and then as the weeks go on, we're just going to keep getting nice little nuggets of like, oh, here's an accessory, and here's an answer about the range extender and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think for like the average normal consumer, like the Ford truck guy or the Chevy truck guy, this is kind of what they want to know about. What is it that it can do? Okay, it can pull, further than F-350. It's faster than a Porsche 911, and it has this range and towing capacity. And that's probably what your average consumer needs to know. But people like us that are fans, we want to know everything about it because we've been focused on this for the last 4 years. And that's kind of where we feel like, yeah, this is kind of like left out on that. Could have been covered today. It would have been nice, but I expect another event to happen, and I think that's when they might even talk about the next model. Might be just a whole package at that time, hopefully in the next few months.
Cool, thank you. All right, I'm going to be circling around some more, and I'm going to be asking people if they, now that we know the price, now that we know the range and stuff like that, I'm going to be asking them if they're going to change their mind about their order, or whether they're more excited than ever about their order. So I'll be coming around. Please let me know if you'd like to talk to me. If you have some thoughts, I'm going to go find you.
And before we get to you, Zach, I just want to talk a little bit about this event. I feel like this event was a little rushed, wasn't it? I feel like they might not have been necessarily 100% ready for this.
It did kind of feel like they promised this date, so they had to do it whether they were ready or not.
Yes. And
I mean,
I appreciate that because we all probably had plane tickets or plans to get down here, and so staying to that date was important.
and you know, the media pressure and
Sure.
the investors that wanted it to happen. So I think that they're going to be under some pressure to see real production numbers in the next quarter. You know,
In
if
Q1?
Q1 2024 comes out and they ship 100, how are investors going to react to that?
Sure.
So,
I think that this is a positive. I think that so many times Tesla does something and it's not executed to the level that I have in my head. I always have this idea in my head that he's going to pull out on the stage and he's going to pull out a Tommy gun and he's going to smoke the Cybertruck and it's going to be so awesome and wow, unbelievable. And that he's going to tell us all sorts of amazing things, that the range is going to be 500 miles and it's going to cost $20,000. You know, this is my dream. I'm constantly dreaming about that kind of thing. And when it doesn't happen and there's real numbers, it can just be a really discouraging, and I think that so many people get disheartened very quickly.
my concern was the dollar value. I'm not one of the wealthy Tesla guys that are kind of stereotypical. You know, I'm retired on a fixed income. I can't go drop $100,000 on a vehicle, and if I'm going to spend $80,000 or $90,000 on it, it better do it all for me. It's
Sure.
going to have to take the place of something in my life, and it's going to have to meet those needs. And when he first came out and he avoided the price and he avoided the range, I was like, I was really down. And then I saw that range extender, and I'm feeling pretty good about it with that. I would like to see the price on the range extender.
Sure.
But the range extender makes it useful for me having a farm, you know, vacationing, traveling. So, yeah, that was a big plus for me.
Yeah. And, I mean, I think the other thing that we're all kind of forgetting about is the truck itself and what it looks like and how it's going to be to drive. These are things that we don't really tend to consider. But I'm going to head back over to Zach. And
All right,
Zach, why
so-
don't you move over this way just a little
Sure,
bit so the
let's come in
camera
this
can
way a
see
bit.
you.
So what I'm hearing
there,
here is we got
good.
an early Cybertruck reservation. We don't know where in the line he is. He's reserving the middle layer, right, the medium one. But now that was going to be $49,900, and today we learned that it's going to be what did we learn? $79,890, so like right almost at $80,000. Are you bummed about that? Are you still on board?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. I'm ready to trade in.
He's ready. So he's driving a Model Y, and he's going to trade that in. But did you hear everything you wanted to hear today, or is there something else you wanted to hear about?
Honestly, I wanted to know more about the lights, the interior, the exterior, that light beam right on the top. I know you guys in your podcast talked about maybe certain countries can't have it, and I'm curious about North America. Hopefully we get to have that light bar in the top. Better visibility. Honestly, I love my Tesla. They have great visibility with their lights.
And you were also wondering about tank turns, whether the top level will tank turn. Can a tri-motor tank turn, or does it have to have 4 motors?
It could do something like a tank turn.
But not like the Yang Wang,
It could,
Okay,
no.
so
right?
this is where I go from Mountain Mine Tesla to Jarrett the Cop. On your light bar question, it's going to be state by state that whether they would allow lighting up on the roof. Many states, they have to be covered if you have any sort of off-road light that's above, you know, X amount of inches. So I think you're probably going to run into a production issue that'll make it state by state. So.
What could he have said today that would have gotten you not excited? Like, if some price got to, like, what would the price have had to get to for that variant where you would have gone, oh no?
Honestly, I'm open to it. I would have been like, all right, I know X amount of time I need to save, and I'm going to get it.
So you're all in. He's got you hook, line, and sinker. So no matter what he said today, you were going to keep going.
Honestly, every time these car manufacturers release a concept car, looks futuristic, I'm in on it, I really want it, but they never deliver. And just today, Tesla proved that their concepts do go all the way to delivery. And I want the future to look something like that. I want us to have this polarizing design, and hopefully other manufacturers start adopting this futuristic Blade Runner look.
Nice. All right, so he is not bummed at all about what he saw today. That's great. Good
All
for
right.
you, man. That's awesome. Good for you.
Oh, and we're getting video feed from the factory. Oh my goodness, this is some kind of thing in the back of the Cybertruck.
Microwave TV dinner, possibly.
This is looking pretty interesting. Definitely looks like some kind of camper in the back. Now, do we think that this is a Tesla camper, or is this somebody else's? Because how would they have access to a Cybertruck unless they're Tesla?
Unless they got a hold of some people that were getting them and said, hey, hook me up with one of those and I'll let you show it off in the parking lot.
I know quite a few people who would be interested in having earlier access to the Cybertruck. So yeah, seeing that footage, that's pretty interesting. When we're talking about accessories, that might be something that we're talking about. We're going to go back over to Zach.
Awesome. I got here Daniel from Henson Shaving, and thank you for sponsoring today's event. You're an awesome sponsor. You know this already, but you are Jesse's favorite shaver, his only shaver now, that he will not stop talking about. And I know he's not well shaven now, but that's just because he's a no shave November. I think in a day he's going to be clean shaven, Jesse. But anyway, you had some interesting points, Daniel. Talk to me about what you were talking about with Tesla had a kind of an opportunity here. They kind of blew it.
I don't think they blew it. I just think that there was an opportunity here for them to flex their manufacturing prowess. Tesla is really high on cash right now, and most of inflation is due to interest rates, I've heard on my TikTok feed. So what I'm looking at here is they had a real opportunity to show that the raw cost of goods sold here didn't go up relative to the amount that they increased the price, depending on where that lands. So their last 2 years have been about manufacturing things well at scale. And I think they really missed a finish him capability move here where they could have said to all the other manufacturers, well, they're all raising their prices because of inflation, really, which is just debt pressure on their books for interest costs, which are driving prices up. Tesla's got clean books, and they could have held the line on their manufacturing and made this at a reasonable cost because they don't need the cash back right now. They've got nowhere to put it. And they could have taken a really long ROI period here and taken a thin margin at scale, which is our model. And the idea was they could have pulled off a model that nobody else could have competed with. If you go down the feature road, you're kind of cool until someone else matches you for features, and you're kind of playing the feature game. If they were to play the manufacturing cost keeping down game and raw quality material game, they could have been alone. Not to say there's anyone who's even close to them, but they could have been in their own right all alone. It could have been a game changer. I think they had a huge opportunity to keep their costs below inflationary pressures, and they missed it.
Thank you, Daniel.
So I want to cut over to some more factory footage that we're getting, which is up behind me. We've got the Cybertruck with the graffiti on it, which is pretty cool. And this looks like it's right out front of the Gigafactory.
I wouldn't know. I was thrown out when I tried to get in.
And looks like there's also the matte black one over there. So yeah, that's the Baja truck. It drove 1,280 miles all the way across the Baja Peninsula. So that's part of the, I think it's Baja 1000. And there's that light bar on the roof. So there definitely exists in the world one light bar at least, probably two.
Another big reason why I want the range is because I have a lot of friends who race the Baja, and we've already got a race team together to enter a Cybertruck in the Baja 500.
All right.
So we need, it's 500 kilometers, but we figure in off-road conditions, we're going to need close to 500 miles of range to complete that course on one charge. So we want to enter the Baja. We've got, race team, and we're going to get sponsorships together and stuff. So when we eventually get it, we're going to enter in the Baja.
Nice.
So that'll be coming to my YouTube channel.
That's exciting. Zach, do we have somebody else?
We do. We have a really cool in-depth thoughts here. I'm not going to even
right.
try and reproduce them. So Jeremy, tell me what you were just talking about.
Okay, so it seems to me that Tesla has done a very tactful thing by making the price a little bit high, okay? Now, personally, I'd like to just make a big shout out to Richard Dawkins. I think you're insanely awesome, and I want to build on your work. But here it is. So the memetics of this, the optics of this, are extremely important. Okay, if you put a truck out that's too cheap, you create a memetic concept in the mind of the consumer that would have a zipper effect. It would destroy the economy, and that is contrary to Tesla's mission. You cannot succeed by creating a truck so low that no one else can create or compete, because that would be basically causing your own failure. The mission is not Tesla. The mission is adoption. And to have large-scale adoption throughout the entire culture, you have to function within an appropriate price range of the culture. Otherwise, you're basically just being a despot, and you're gonna fail.
That's interesting. I think that is interesting. So you're basically saying instead of pricing it as low as possible and everyone thinking that, oh, it's a crappy cheap truck, now it's a thing of desire for everyone. Everyone is thinking like, oh, I do want that, but it is not cheap.
Cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about so the memetics of how much does a truck cost?
Yep.
Okay, and this is a keystone event.
It's making it valuable.
Exactly. So here's the thing. Yes, it's making it valuable, but it's also recognizing the struggles of economic change. Okay, so if you think about memetics in terms of biological change, so think of a meme like an animal. If you've got a stable economy, a stable ecosystem, and you bring in a feral idea, a feral meme into that ecosystem, what you're going to do is cause disruption to the ecosystem. A good example is the cane toad in Australia. They're like, oh, well, we'll solve this problem. This will take care of that problem right away. But the truth is they destroyed their ecological balance. The same thing goes for economies, and the same thing goes for memetics. So what I'm suggesting is that although there is a demand, there's a lot of interest in having the truck be affordable, because that's within our American bubble or our individual bubble. It doesn't always behoove the company to do the thing that the individual or the small group or whatever wants. You have to think large scale, and that's sort of the first principles angle.
So does this mean that basically if they did this, they undercut Ford and Rivian and GM, that basically they would be wiping them off the map, and they don't want to do that yet?
And you have to have compassion for your competition. If you lose compassion for your competition, you have done a great disservice. You have to have competition for the people and respect for your adversaries. And in doing so, you can create something that doesn't actually nurture conflict, you nurture resolution.
So you're saying basically that Tesla kept a high price for the truck to not put Ford and Rivian out of business?
I would like to go out on a limb and say that I think that is the most noble of paths.
And
even
they just
if
so
they
happen
don't
to
see it.
also get great margins if that's the case.
I think it could be to protect margins at a time when they're scaling up as well, because you see Ford and Rivian and everybody struggling to make $1. I mean, Ford's at what, a negative 60 or something?
It's bad.
Margin.
Sorry, I keep
It's
giving back.
bad. And if while they're going to their economy of scale with the Cybertruck and the costs are high, by starting off with a higher price, they can still have a positive profit margin.
Right.
And it'll look good for the investors.
Well, and I do think that they generally stick to pretty fair prices at Tesla. They bring down the prices when they can. They raise them back up. That's always moving around.
And the 4680 cell density is not where it needs to be yet.
Okay.
So, the cost is going to come down as they improve the chemistry on the batteries.
True.
It's not about cost, it's about
not
value.
my wheelhouse knowledge-wise, but I know that's still an issue, that the 4680 isn't where it was promised to be yet. So as that gets better, price is going to come down, range is going to get better.
It's not about dollar value, it's about value. And here's the thing. So values are shaped by the memetics of the culture and the body. So I'm developing a system. It's called the Welton Framework. It's on X. I'm embedding it. But basically, there are three aspects to our views. There's the technological. I call it the tech Welt, the Umwelt, which is the body, and then the memetic Membelt. And if you only focus on the Membelt, you don't focus on the thing
I'm
operating.
going to cut you off just because we're getting more info. This comes from Adrenaline Junkie. Guys, the Cybertruck webpage has more details about the light bar. It can illuminate up to 525 yards, and base camp fits 2 adults and pumps up in minutes, spare tire, and more. All right, so we're getting more information on the Cybertruck webpage.
A 525-yard light bar is ridiculous.
It's not how long it is.
No, I mean...
That's how far the light
well,
reaches.
never mind.
Yes.
No, that is a very for LED lighting to throw 500 yards is. I off-road in the desert.
Yes.
And it is, you can't get lights that shine that bright that far. That's remarkable.
So let's talk about that for a second. So
we're getting some questions here from people saying, like, why didn't Elon talk about this during the video? And we just had some interesting point, which was maybe, I don't know if we all know this yet. We might have been following on X, but Elon had a meeting with New York Times yesterday where he said a few things that we can't repeat here. We was pretty upset with advertisers, right? And maybe the fallout of that is that his head is not in the Cybertruck space right now. Maybe he's in X space, X.com space, and I don't know. Is that why he didn't talk about all these really cool things that he should have been talking about?
This is the using his words, the biggest product announcement of the last few years. So.
And I doubt Elon is the guy that put the thing together. They probably handed him a clicker and said, "Get on stage and talk." I mean, I'm sure somebody organized that event, wouldn't you think?
But why are these things coming out piecemeal afterwards? Why aren't we getting all of this in a really well-produced
Well, it's
video
all on the
presentation?
website.
To keep us talking about it?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he's just passing.
I would have been thrown off stage an hour ago had this not happened.
That's Memetics.
Yeah, he is the meme lord. That is true. Yeah.
I wanted to hear more about Beast Mode. Selling the high-end Cybertruck, kicks butt in Baja, all the cool accessories it has.
There's
Hopefully
so
that's
many
gonna come
things
out.
that they've been working on, and we barely got to see anything.
Right. I mean, what was it about?
This was Cybertruck. This was Cybertruck release. That's what this is about. So all those other pieces, again, Elon's a meme lord. He's one of the best I've ever seen. And so he's compartmentalizing things, and he's killing it. He's doing a great job.
So you're saying we're going to keep getting these memes in the days to come?
Why would you burn out all of your? Why? That's just hubris. Don't burn out too fast. Keep it a stable, slow burn. I mean.
Right. So even in this media cycle, if he'd given us too much, we wouldn't have even been able to absorb it. And then tomorrow we would just be on for what else is there?
We would have just lost it in the news cycle. The truth is he knows what he has. He's not going to give it away.
Really good point. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that we're all super Tesla nerds and we want to get every last drip of information, but I think you're absolutely right. I think that Elon knows that he didn't need to give us much at all today.
I appreciate you guys so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Thank you.
All right. Pretty soon I'm going to have another guest up on stage here. But, I mean, so far this has been, pretty exciting. I think that a lot of people, we're gonna take some comments here in just a second. Down on, I'm going to be reading off. So, all-wheel drive with an estimated 340-mile range, 0 to 60 in 3.9 seconds.
Jim Curtis. Hey, how you doing, Jim?
I mean, that's not bad. I think that, again, everyone's expecting the $39,000 price. We already talked about how that was going to be unrealistic with inflation. So,
and the original all-wheel drive was a 300-mile estimate. So we did blow that out of the water.
We blew that right out of the freaking water, which is great. And, I mean, what was the 0 to 60? What was it?
3.9.
3.6, pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that these numbers don't translate to what it's going to feel like to own one of these trucks, or what it's going to be like to see one of these trucks on the road. And I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. We've been fortunate enough to be down here in Austin and see some Cybertrucks out on the road. And, I've been looking at pictures of Cybertruck for about 4 years now. And I'll tell you right now, I thought that I would have been used to seeing it. I knew that as soon as I saw it, I went, oh my God, it's different.
Was that your first time seeing it in person? That was my first time seeing it in person.
I saw it at the unveiling, but,
That was for me, that was.
So seeing it in real life is just completely different to me with my own two eyes. And it's true of the Model 3 as well. When the Model 3 was coming out, I was going nuts. I had Model 3 wallpaper on my computer and on my phone and on my work computer and on I had a calendar, all sorts of things of the promo pictures of the Model 3. They didn't change the design, but when I saw it in real life for the first time, I said, this looks different to me. Something about that design is different. We're just going to pop over to Zach real quick.
Yeah, so I'm talking to Jim, and we were talking about the range extender. Jim has some ideas about what the range extender might be.
Yeah, I think the range extender is just a battery pack laying in the bed. Plug it into the 220 on the corner of the bed, and it just allows you up to 470 miles of range. I think it's going to be ideal for people that are towing with their their Cybertruck. So.
Do you think you'll also be able to put it into your trailer? Maybe it would have a longer cord or something so that you could, if you were pulling a trailer, you could put it in the trailer itself?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it's just going to have a cord, and it's just as long as it's a thick enough gauge wire to plug into the back of the Cybertruck, it should work fine, I think.
I had never really thought of that as an option, but I feel like that would be really cool because it would solve a lot of problems if you could just either rent it from Tesla or, I don't know, I mean, I guess the thing is a lot of the time you wouldn't be using it, right? If you bought it, it would just sit in the garage or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most people are not going to want that extra range. I mean, if we talk to people that own Teslas, most of them don't use most of the range anyway on a daily basis. They only need it for those long trips where they're hauling stuff.
All right, so if that's what it is, I'm pretty excited about it.
Awesome. All right, well, we're going to go to commercial, but before we do, I want to shout out Mountain Man Tesla here with the quick draw on all of the website facts. I would still be fumbling with my phone if it weren't for him.
And I need to thank my wife for driving 2,000 miles to come here with me and sleeping in the back of the car with me. It was a miserable trip, so she suffered to let me come.
All right, we're going to have a short break. We'll see you real soon.
When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
All right, we're back. And for those of you who are like, oh my gosh, you're coming home from the Cybertruck event and you want to go to the after party, we are here at the Luster Pearl East in Austin. That's Luster Pearl East, not
there's
West.
two Luster Pearls. Make sure you go to the east one.
Yes, the eastern one is where we are currently
on Linden
located.
Street in Austin.
Right down Cesar Chavez So, yeah.
Can I just talk about that ad that just ran from our buddies over at Lighthorse?
Yes.
Doesn't that look badass?
Yeah, if only we had a couple of them
We
over
do
at our
have
event.
some of them here,
Yes.
so come on down and check them out in person. I think this is one of the first times you've been able to check them out live. It's so cool. There's so much cool stuff going on right here. The weather is great tonight, so come on down, party. Let's talk about Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Let's talk about everything Tesla.
The rain has completely cleared away, and there's some stuff that we have.
Yeah,
sitting
so there's
over
a
there.
special camera to our right, which is a special like 360 camera that's all set up.
It's
And
gonna orbit
I wonder what's going to
something?
go under it.
I don't know. We could possibly go under it. Something that we would want to take a really good look at.
Yeah, there's so many things I want to take a closer look at now.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what could possibly.
And also, there's people I want to talk to who might have been over at the cyber event who would know this stuff. People like Sandy Monroe. I would like to talk to him.
Be good to get these people on the stage and start talking to them. But of course, they have to come from the Gigafactory. So we're just waiting. We're just waiting for stuff to be coming.
You know, so this happens to me a lot with Tesla events where you get this just rush and excitement. You got to hear Elon speak. You get to kind of feel like we all have felt for so long that this has actually just been said by him in real life, so it's now real. It's not just living in my head. And so then, I don't know, there's a little bit of a letdown from it where you're like, right? And now I think it is a really good point that Elon didn't really have to do much today at all. He just needed 10 Cybertrucks. He needed to deliver them, show the world that they're real, get real people in real trucks. And again, the Tesla nerd in me wanted more, right? I wanted to see every last bit of footage, but he doesn't have to do that today. He just has to trickle out the information to keep this news for the rest of time.
Sure. And I guess it just leaves us all sitting here wondering and conjecturing, is this Cybertruck, release going to be the same as the Model 3, where it felt like no Model 3s were coming out and there was such production issues? And are there going to be those same production issues for the Cybertruck?
I don't think so. I mean, I've been watching Joe Tegmeyer, and by the way, I think Joe's going to be here tonight as well.
Nice.
I think he was over at the event, and he's coming back, so I
Can't
can't
wait
wait
to
to
see
talk to
him.
him. Joe has an amazing channel, by the way. Go check out Joe Tegmeyer on YouTube, where you get to see drone footage of Giga Texas practically, twice a week. And so one of the things you get to see is not only the construction. I think a lot of people think, okay, well, this is just construction, so I'm not interested. What you get to see is things that are outside of the building, even sometimes things that are inside the building. And one of the things I got to see the other day with you, my first trip to Giga Texas in person.
Yes.
We got to see a lot of the castings.
Yeah.
So there were Cybertruck castings stacked up high.
Yep.
If you're only making 5 of these, you don't need stacked up high hundreds of Giga castings. That would, in fact, just get in your way. The fact that they had that many, I think, is a really good sign.
Interesting. So you really think that these stacks are going to basically be turned into trucks that people are going to be driving around very soon?
I think so. I mean, I think that Elon and Tesla have learned so much from each iteration, each car that's come out. There's so much institutional learning that took place when the Model 3 came out that we didn't see happen with the Model Y, right? We never really heard about a huge Model Y ramp problem.
Sure.
Because they figured so much out. Now, I know that Cybertruck's different, it's made differently and stuff, but I feel like they've learned so much about what not to do and what to do. And the fact that we're seeing so many of these beautiful looking trucks now, like without any issues, without any gap issues, that I feel like they figured it out. I'm not saying they can make them at a super fast rate, but I feel like they aren't going to have the same problem of ramping that we've seen before.
Another point is the release candidates. I think that a lot of people draw the line at release candidates and then the final production units, and they want to say that the release candidates don't really tell us anything about the final production units. Well, I totally agree in terms of the features and what it's going to look like and the fit and finish and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't tell us very much because it might change in the production unit. I think that the production speed of the pre-production units is kind of indicative of where we're going to be right now.
Right.
If not, we're probably a little bit ahead of where that's going to be. But by which I mean they're probably going to be able to pump out way more than the number of release candidates that we've seen. We've seen a lot of release candidates for this truck. We saw way more than I think we ever did for the Model 3. Nobody knew what the Model 3 was going to look like until basically the delivery event. We had no clue what it was going to look like. How could that possibly have been? Because they kept it a secret.
Right.
And they probably actually didn't make all that many. we've seen a lot of release candidates out on the roads driving around. So I think that tells you something about their production. It could be a lot better than everyone's kind of making it out to be.
I got some questions from the crowd, which were about crash testing. And the cool thing is at Giga Texas, they have a crash testing facility right there.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure they've crash tested these. In fact, we've seen some discarded, models that look like they've been crash tested. I can't wait to see what the safety rating is. Again, to that point of that Elon doesn't need to give us all the information today. He can meme out at any point on X that like, hey, maybe he's got the safest truck. Like that would be amazing.
Sure.
And so I feel like, yeah, we're going to just keep getting really cool bits of information that come out, and he really just didn't want to give us too much today.
Right. No, I think that you're probably right.
Also, Elon really tamped down our expectations in Q3 on the Q3 earnings call. And I think the expectation that he was giving us was that he's not going to be able to ramp this as fast as we all hope, right? Because if we're at number 2 million on the list, we want him to be able to make 2 million this year. And we just saw you're probably not getting your truck until 2025 in many cases, right? Oh, and by the way, if you guys are getting hungry, there are food trucks. They are right around the corner over to our right here, to your left. So go check them out. Plenty of food for everybody.
And it's right over by the interesting camera rig that we have.
Yeah, go
set
check
up
out the
for
interesting
no
360 camera.
particular reason at all. Who knows why we set up that big orbiting camera rig?
I wonder what fits under there.
I don't know.
And I wonder why it's so tall.
Yeah. This event, by the way, of course, I want to thank our sponsors, Lex.art and XPEL, Henson Shaving, and Lighthorse. This event would not be possible without them, so a
They are
big
the
shout out to
coolest
them.
folks, by the way. If you get a chance to go up to them, they're all here tonight. Go up to them, say thank you and hello, and find out more.
Ask them about their products. They'll tell you, which is really nice.
Because, I mean, this event was put together in less than a month, and
Yep.
it's amazing.
Yep. Less than a month ago, we were just talking, and we were like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we could have an event where everybody could come meet, talk about the Cybertruck, drink and enjoy, and here we are.
And whoever ordered the great weather, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we got some comments here. Mike Jones says I lost the comment. It's a cool truck that's bulletproof. That's enough to justify a price premium, I think. Not too complicated.
That is a really good point. You know what? Let's take a step back and talk about that. The bulletproofness of the truck, everyone's acting like it's a gimmick. It can take a 45 caliber handgun round and also SMG round. That's not nothing. If you want to pay for that level of bulletproof, like if you go and you buy a pickup truck or an SUV and you want a bulletproof truck, you are going to be spending $8,000, $10,000, $80,000 in some cases.
What's an SMG round?
Submachine gun.
Oh, okay. So this is like the level that you would get if you were paying for like a security vehicle.
Yes. Now, they didn't show it stopping a rifle round because it probably can't, but it's probably going to help.
I think this is a really good point. Everyone in the Tesla community already knew about the bulletproof stuff, but I think if you were the average person watching this and you didn't know about that, that was a game changer right there.
Sure. It's a bulletproof truck. It's also, the windows were baseball proof.
Yeah, so talk to me about that, because I was expecting to get like a metal ball thrown by Franz. He backed off and did a baseball, and he didn't throw it very hard. I mean, I just want to be fair.
So, check X, Elon just confirmed the range extender bat. Is it a bat?
Battery?
Oh, battery.
Okay.
Okay, so Elon's confirmed it. It was on the website. I don't think we needed his confirmation, but let's talk about the range extender for a minute. So 470 miles on the dual motor range.
So that brings
vehicle.
you up from 340 to 470, so 130 miles more range.
It's not anything to shake a stick at. That's a fantastic range. It blows all of their competition out of the water in terms of pure range, and that is going to make a huge difference for towing.
Do you think they would rent it? Like you go to a Tesla service center and rent it for a week?
It really depends. I mean, they call it a range extender, right? They didn't call it a bigger battery. So if we're thinking about language here, a range extender is something that you can extend the range with. A bigger battery is a bigger battery.
Right.
So could it be something that you can pull out of the truck? And maybe that's why we don't see a price.
I'm already onto that. I'm already assuming it's that.
That it's a
I don't-
rental.
No, I'm not assuming it's a rental, but I'm assuming that it's a block of battery that you can move.
If it's a block of battery that you can move, I don't know.
Let's go to this comment. Beck990 says, Elon posted about range extender. It's an optional pack that fits in
There it
about
is.
1/3 of the truck bed. Still room for plenty of cargo. It's meant for very long trips or towing heavy things up mountains.
Okay, so there we have it. Optional pack fits in the 1/3 of the bed, so it takes up 1/3 of the bed space.
So going back to the rental question.
So now we know.
Yes.
Now you know that
Now
this
you know.
that this is a battery that's going to be in the bed. That's the range extender.
Can we talk about the weight of it?
Okay, it's going to be a lot.
130 miles of range. Yeah, it's going to weigh more than you can. I don't think even two people could probably easily lift it because we're probably talking like 600 pounds.
Right. So is this going to be in the front of the bed or the back of the bed? I'm going to guess the front of the bed.
But is it the kind of thing you put in there, you mount it, and it doesn't really get taken out very often?
Yeah.
Because won't you need to take it out before you need to return your truck back to a normal work truck, like daily driver truck?
It's a good question. So they're putting the battery in the bed of the truck.
So I mean, this, I don't know, I'm just conjecturing here, conjecture time, but I'm just conjecturing this would be a really good thing to have at a Tesla service station.
Sure.
Where they have the equipment to put it in, you rent it for a week. Because, like, why would you want to own it if you don't need the range all the time?
Right, so it would be taking up space in your bed. It would make your truck heavier, which is going to somehow, wear your tires a little bit faster, all sorts of stuff that you don't want. And plus, it's a whole bunch of batteries that you're going to have to, pay for?
Right.
So what if you could rent it?
I love that Jim has a great idea. What if the mobile ranger can just drive it to your house and bring it and put it in your bed?
I don't know how they lift it. You need, it would have to be on a
some
crane.
Tesla bots.
Tesla bots. It'd have to be on a crane. But I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, come on
Jehu,
up.
come on up.
Jehu's got some ideas about the battery.
All right, so I don't know what I'm talking about here, but I just did some quick calculations. And in order to get 130 miles, it would have to be a battery about...
Yeah, how much would it weigh?
Well, about 26 kilowatt hours. If that's, of course, considering that the Cybertruck has an efficiency of about 200 watt hours per mile. Now, I don't know how off I'm there, but...
You think it's going to have that good an efficiency?
I mean,
200?
Yeah.
A Model 3 is like 230.
Is that too low?
That's way low.
Yeah, it's way low.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then the battery has to be bigger than that. Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we're talking probably
30 kilowatt hours, right?
So,
Okay, so
let's
how
say-
heavy is that?
That's
so
3
that
power
would
walls.
be, well,
Yeah, that's 3 power walls.
That's
right?
a lot.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
big.
So we're
I mean-
talking about 300, 400 pounds of batteries.
At least.
At least.
Right?
And in order to go on the bed, yeah, you could have it small, Power walls are what, 14? Or what are they power?
Yeah, 13.5 kilowatt hours.
So
3 of them.
it's a big bed. You
I mean,
could put
I
it in
watched the
there.
guys install them, and like two
It
big
takes
guys,
two big guys.
need to move a power wall, right?
You would need almost like a cherry picker, like
Yeah.
an engine hoist to be able to put it up there.
So that's kind of my point. Is like if you buy this thing, right? Then when you get it home, you can't get it out. It's in your bed for good.
Yes, unless you have a little tool that you can
Right.
pick it out, put it up. No, the other thing is that you could store it in your garage, and then it could be your power wall.
Okay.
It
so you
could
get
be
a
3
special
power walls.
crane in your garage. You need a hoist.
It could be 3 power walls. It
Then you
doesn't have
need-
to be a specialized battery.
So it could be, if it could be 3, it could be 5. It could be 7. It could be 12.
It's the infinite range extender.
Now, the other thing is, do we know what like someone else had said that it might just be something that you plug in there, and I was thinking, do we know what plug it has on the bed?
We don't know what plug, but we just heard that it's 1/3 of the bed.
We knew that there was going to be a maintenance hatch in the front half of the bed, right? We've seen this before. We didn't know what it was. We're like, is that storage? And they're like, no, it's a maintenance hatch.
okay.
And it's like, well, I think we know what the maintenance hatch is for.
So if it's just like a NEMA 1450, then it would be capable of 11 kilowatt power,
It's
right?
got to be DC. It's got to be direct.
yeah.
You're just plugging it onto the battery.
Well, not necessarily. You could do back, right? Because here's the thing. It doesn't have to, 11 kilowatts is nothing. You can't push a car, right? But it would be enough to supplement the
like
usage.
trickle charge the battery?
Yes. Yeah. Because it doesn't have to power the truck. It just has to put back in 11 kilowatt.
Okay, except,
as you're using
and
it.
here's the only hole in your argument. It increases the 0 to 60, or it decreases the 0 to 60 time, makes the truck faster.
Then that would tell me that it is a high power
because
connection.
adding more
instead of-
weight to a truck and it somehow gets faster, the only way that happens is if it's pumping more amps.
Unless the factor there, like it's traction, right? Like, so adding more weight would.
Adding more traction? I don't
'Cause
know
maybe
if
it's not
that's how
power.
physics works.
Well, we don't know what's the limiting factor there. It might not be power. It might be traction.
You think it's just the track?
It's too light.
All right, maybe. But I think that there's enough factors. There's the maintenance hatch, which I think is going to be the range extender battery hatch, where you're going to stick the range extender on, and then the fact that it gets faster. Those two things to me sound like you're going to take it to Tesla service. They're going to have a hoist. They're going to lower this battery in. Some guy's going to plug it in with some Anderson connector, some beefy DC connection to the battery pack, and it's just going to be parallel.
Can I just conjecture something that popped into my head?
Okay.
What if certain superchargers have the extender available, and it's some kind of robot thing that lowers it into the bed of your truck?
So it's kind of like the original idea of Tesla,
of swapping batteries.
where they would do the battery swap.
Yeah, it's almost like a Neo battery swap, but it's a more limited battery swap.
And it's a little bit. Do you think that it's easier if you're taking something out of the bed of a truck as opposed to having to take the battery pack out of the bottom of a car?
Yeah, especially if it's like 2,000
It's got to be,
pounds.
right? Yeah, 'cause you don't have to now dig underground, drive the car over something and align stuff. You're like, I mean, it could just be two dudes with a hoist and like some bolts, you know?
Yeah. Well, and by the way, I'm sorry to say this, but like again, he did this already, right? Like where they engineered
They
a
did.
replaceable battery.
Yes.
They even had a station that would do it, and then
It just wasn't a battery extender. That was the only difference.
But it never made it to market, right?
True.
I mean, every single Tesla Model S had the technology.
Yes.
It was never refined.
They didn't need
was
it
never
because
used.
the supercharger
and
never
it was deployed. So this could be one of those things.
Yes.
And
right?
it does answer the question for towing that a lot of people have, which is, how am I supposed to tow with this truck? Now, that would get you, so we were saying maybe a range of like 230 miles.
Towing.
Towing?
Yeah. Towing. Yeah.
Because that's like,
least
if
300.
you took 470 and divided by 2, so you could conceivably get a range that was something like that. But
It's usable. It's not as annoying as 150.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
230 is getting into the range where that's totally doable.
It's not
I think that that's like kind of standard supercharger travel that we're all getting kind of used to, where you're like in the 200-ish mile range, and it's like that's a nice bathroom range, right? Where you go for a drive, and if you're staying hydrated during your trip, every 2 hours you're going to probably need to make a pit stop anyway. Not such a big deal to have to do that. Now let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
All right. What if this is a variable voltage pack? What if the voltage of the? I don't think this works, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. What if the voltage of the pack is normally 400 volts? So you could supercharge normally. Then you go to the special place, they add this on, and instead of it being in parallel, it's in series.
And it makes your pack 800?
It makes your pack 800, so therefore...
Okay, so it's... Sure.
It's totally doable. Yeah, I mean...
You think so?
Especially, it would
Because
work
then-
right now that we're in this transitional period.
Because
it would
then
be
what
an
you
easy
could
way to
do
it.
would be head to the version 4 supercharger, charge up at a 800 volt charging speed, which is going to be faster. And because the battery is actually larger and is now 800 volts, it could actually accept it. And so then you could, that would allow you to charge faster. I mean, of course, the battery pack could just be 800 volts, and then you add in parallel another battery.
But that would require, well, in order to charge in like the current chargers, 400 architecture, right?
Right.
You would require to have like a DC to DC, like the Porsche or whatever,
Right.
and that's really an efficient way of doing that. So you would think that the Tesla
'Cause this-
engineers would be smarter than that and just do that.
Because
That's
this
really
is a big
easy.
question, though, because like you're saying, so the Porsche Taycan right now has a 400 volt battery pack. It can pull into certain DC fast chargers, 800 volt fast chargers, and charge at high rates of speed.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it has an 800 volt pack. And
That's
then,
what I said. No?
Oh, no, you said 400.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
I
okay.
meant it has an 800 volt pack. It can pull into some 800 volt chargers and get that full speed.
Yeah.
But if it pulls into a 400 volt charger, it has to go through a DC-DC converter, which is way slower.
Yeah,
so now we're talking about the Cybertruck. Most of the superchargers, the version 3 and version 2 superchargers that we see out in the world normally, they are 400 volts.
Yeah.
And so the Cybertruck would have to pull into that.
Yeah.
And it would need a DC to DC converter in order to get the full DC, like to get as much power as it could. But normally a DC-DC converter isn't going to be rated for the hundreds of amps that
So
it
the thing with the
normally is
DC
gonna
to DC, it's basically a charger. It's basically with the thing that we plug
Yeah.
in there. So it's a giant box. And in order to be 400 kilowatt, I mean, it has to be that big. That's why
Yes.
those things are that big. So that's why you can't have just an onboard piece of equipment that you only use just when you're going to charge in certain chargers. It just doesn't make sense, right?
Now let me ask you this other question. So let's say that we have our supercharger pack and it's 800 volts. If I take a samurai sword and I slice that pack in half in just the right spot, don't I have two 400 volt packs?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's usually just the series count of batteries. So
Yeah.
right now the standard was 96. Now I think Tesla's with the Plaid is like 108 or something like that. So you just have two of those and it'll be 200 cells, 220.
Now, if I had a big old clunky switch and I could go clonk, and now all of a sudden they're separate packs.
Contactors.
I could charge it either at two supercharging stations or just split the power from one.
Yeah, you would just disconnect and reconnect.
And now I don't need the DC
The
to DC
Teslas
converter.
have this already. They have contactors. So
Right.
when you plug in your charger at home, it's
And you
an
hear
AC.
it go clunk, that's the
it
contactor.
disconnects that
Yeah.
battery from the plug, and it
Yeah.
connects it through a DC to DC, which is the onboard charger.
That's interesting.
And then when you plug it into a supercharger, it just reroutes it. So we all that technology is existing in the vehicles already.
Right.
And so that is not actually hard to do, to have two battery packs. and
Okay,
then-
so going back to the range extender, we're just thinking of it in terms of extending the range of the truck, but what about when we power our homes, which he didn't talk about today?
Yes, but is a feature that they said they're going to do.
Exactly. So now this range extender is also a home range extender in the sense that you would be able to have more days,
True.
with power outage.
Yeah.
And so that could be another whole piece of this that he doesn't want to get into right now. Now I'm starting to understand. The Cybertruck is bigger than I even thought.
And let's talk about the bidirectional charging. I mean, we talked about it just a little bit. So
he
it's-
was against it because it said it wasn't feasible. It wasn't.
people wouldn't want to do it
Don't
because
wanna
it
do
would
Use up a cycle of your battery, right?
Also, like, what happens if you're like, oh, I need to power my house, but I also have to go to the store. And then it becomes.
Well, let me ask you this. So we've got 3 versions of the Cybertruck, right? If I want the beast mode, I probably have to have a lot of nickel in those batteries, right? It's probably a different architecture than if I want the lowest variant. Maybe those are LFP, and if those are LFP, I can cycle them more, right?
Yes, traditionally those have way more
So if
life
I can
cycles.
cycle them more, maybe that's the choice for people who don't really want a performance truck but want to be able to, power their house.
So the dual motor. So you're saying there'd be a difference between the dual and beast mode,
Yeah.
and the single motor.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I mean, the batteries would weight around the same, but
Yeah.
they would have less capacity, but it would have a longer lifespan. And you could definitely plug in. Although, didn't they say that the two-way bidirectional thing is only on the top models? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's still
I
that
don't know. There's so
enough
many
info.
questions there.
There's of course, there's so
Too many
questions.
unanswered questions. By the way, I was only off by $15,000 in the price, right?
All right. Hey, good for you.
So I was closer, but not right on. Yeah.
What
so
number did you say?
Yeah, what was your
I
prediction?
said they would start at around 75 and then would go all the way to 120 or 115 or something.
Okay, so it's even better than what you thought.
Right.
Yeah. I was
That's
$15 less, so
Yeah.
they're more expensive than they announced, but not as expensive as I thought it was going to be.
Nice.
And maybe, see, that's the thing. Like, he does have a card up his sleeve, right? Because maybe manufacturing is not as expensive as everyone else, Rivian and Ford have to deal with. And so now he's like, yeah, but it doesn't make sense to just slash the prices. We'll leave that as we can create more.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that tell all these people that you can buy a truck when we can deliver, right? It's also, I mean, you don't want to piss off a bunch of people because they can't get it. I mean, you've been waiting how long for that truck?
I know, 4 years. Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah.
And that's a long time to wait.
That's a long time to wait.
That's a long time to wait. Ask her. She waited 4 years for her
I know.
car.
It gets to the point where you almost don't want to think about it, because like it's not fun to wait that long.
Yes. Yeah. And also, yeah.
Well, thank you, Jehu. This
Okay.
is great.
So
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to
We'll probably have you up here again when the next battery question comes up. Thank you so much, Jehu Garcia, everybody.
Thank you.
So I hear that XPEL is here
Yep.
in the house. I'd love to talk to them.
Yes.
Yeah. So wherever XPEL is, come on up. We'd love to talk to you. They're one of the sponsors for tonight. And if you want to see an XPEL car and you're here tonight, they are out front on Tesla Row, as I'm calling it. All of those beautiful cars, many of them are wrapped by XPEL. So while we're waiting for XPEL, I want to get back to your ideas about the bidirectional and about the range extender. Because I do think that the range extender was only available on the upper models. So maybe that puts my idea about the LFP batteries.
Yeah, well.
Or maybe they haven't even worked all this out yet. Like maybe this is just kind of in the works.
It does sort of feel that way. It sort of feels like, you know, there are a lot of questions, and maybe Tesla didn't necessarily know all the answers. You know, they probably picked the date and time before they necessarily ironed out all those details.
All right. Good to see you, Marco.
Grab a, oh, sorry.
Yes, I come with this.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Be sure to grab a mic over there.
Yes. Any one of them?
Got my XPEL
Should I do it
hat
like
on.
this? That's pretty cool.
Are we good?
What do you guys think?
Thank you,
It
Marco,
looks
for
great. I
coming.
didn't get the cowboy edition. Well,
That's
next
all right.
time.
And thank you for being our sponsors today.
It's great to be here.
So tell me about this. I saw some beautiful cars out front that are wrapped by you guys, and I've heard nothing but good things about you guys. Tell me about what you guys do.
Yeah, so we operate a corporately owned XPEL shop. So we do window tinting, paint protection film, pretty much anything automotive-wise, ceramic coating. The cars in front are protected with XPEL Stealth PPF, so it gives that stealth, like ninja look, murdered out look. So yeah.
And I saw like a honeycomb over the on one of the cars. You had like a honeycomb over the headlights. Is that something you did too?
I don't.
Is that on?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't take a look at that at all.
Okay.
But
so, how long does it take to do stuff like this to cars? Is it like
So
drop it off for a day or week?
So a complete PPF wrap takes, I would say, 4 to 5 days.
Okay.
Because some of the jobs require dismantling of different panels because you want to have every edge wrapped and you want every panel completely covered. So it definitely takes time. So.
That's cool. This is the kind of thing where, like, I've seen the YouTubers like, you can do it yourself, and I'm like, I don't want to.
I don't want
I mean,
to.
you most definitely can, but it's not ideal. You want to get ideally you want to work in a dust-free environment where the contaminants and airborne stuff is not like in an open air environment. So you want it controlled so that your dirt and anything like that.
It sounds like you're
is
calling out
minimized.
our garage.
What's that?
It sounds like you're calling out our garage with the table saw and the welder in it.
Oh my God, that is the worst thing. That is the worst condition to do any type of window tint or paint protection film because it's just once it's in the film, good luck trying to get it out.
You just got little crap
Yes.
everywhere.
Yep.
And what about out in my driveway?
Say it again.
How about out in my driveway? You know?
Oh no, no.
Oh no, I love it. He's like, no.
Oh, okay.
You would
So
have to
it's
pray
not-
to the PPF gods that there's not windy or raining when you're doing that outdoors.
There's not
for
any
sure.
dust or debris that's
You need
gonna
a
get
controlled
caught on it.
environment.
You definitely
Okay.
need a controlled environment. 75 degrees is probably the ideal for PPF.
All right,
And-
here's the big question, though.
Yes.
Cybertruck.
Yes.
Are we going to be able to
no.
wrap this thing?
Okay, so it's stainless steel, correct?
Yes.
So I have experience with putting PPF on my appliances, so my fridge and my washer and dryer, which is stainless steel, but we haven't tested it on a Cybertruck, so if anyone...
So when Sandy pulls up,
Let's-
we'll distract him, and you just get to work, and we'll see if it holds up.
Oh my God, I need to call Angel and have her send me some PPF so I can do it real quick.
Do you think that's going to be a big thing? Do you think people are going to want to? Because right now you can get different colored cars.
Right.
You can kind of stand out that way. Cybertrucks, it's like, hey, there's my Cyber. No, that's my Cybertruck.
What's your license plate?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's a good question. I can't speak to that because I don't know how the longevity is of PPF sticking to stainless steel. So I know that on my washer and dryer and fridge that it's fine, but my washer and dryer and fridge are not on the road,
Right.
like getting vibration from the
Wind and all
from
that, yeah.
Good to know.
road. So I don't know.
This would be cool to find out.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. And then we also have black PPF too. So I I can't answer. I don't know.
So, I mean, we saw a black matte
Yes.
Cybertruck. What do you think that was? Do you think it was painted? Like, do you have any idea?
Did Elon show that?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have missed it.
We saw, I think Franz was driving around Malibu with a blacked out Cybertruck. It definitely looked like it was a wrap to me.
Then it was either PPF or vinyl.
Okay.
For sure. But there is a difference between PPF and vinyl. Vinyl is anywhere from 2 to 4 mil thick versus PPF is 8 to 10 mil.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's a lot. So it's a significant amount thicker, so that it can take more abuse from the road.
That's
versus
interesting.
vinyl. If it were to get a good rock damage, you definitely have to replace it.
Interesting.
And vinyl doesn't have self-healing properties like PPF does.
That's interesting because, I mean, with the Cybertruck, I think a lot of people are like, I'm not going to wrap it. I'm just going to let whatever happens to it happen to it. But the rest of our cars, they need protection.
I mean, yeah, if you take a look outside, there's a lot of Teslas that are wrapped with different colors and obviously PPF as well. So it's definitely a need for the Cybertruck, different customization options for sure, versus clear or just, like you said, as it stands, they're all going to be the same color.
Now, if you get like minor scratches in a coating, can you do anything about it or like replace that section? Or
Yes,
anything?
you can with PPF. Correct. Yes, you can.
Oh, that's great.
PPF also has self-healing capabilities. So if like fine scratches, a
can
rock
just buff
hits
them
it.
out or something?
No, you just put it in the sun and it self-heals.
Oh, that's
it's like
cool.
alien technology.
That's my kind of technology.
There you go.
It'll take care of itself.
Yes.
Nice.
Yep. For sure.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for telling me about it. Thank you so much for sponsoring
It's
us
good seeing
today.
you guys.
We couldn't have done it without you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Expel.
Thank you. I got a hat for someone else that wants it.
All right, well, let's hear it for Expel, one of our sponsors tonight. Couldn't do it without them.
And hey, if you're watching online, stick around because we're going to have Sandy Monroe here, and we're also going to maybe have, I don't know, a truck that was released recently, I think.
Yeah, I think
maybe.
it's stainless steel. Yeah.
I don't know. So we're gonna definitely stay tuned, but we're gonna go to commercial. We'll be right back.
A good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
All right, and we're back, and we're joined by Joe Barletta from
Smart Charge America.
I hope it's on. Everybody hear me?
Yeah.
It's good to see you guys.
Good to have you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so Joe, why don't you tell everybody what you do, because it's pretty darn interesting.
Well, I install electric car charging stations all over the nation, so it's basically what we do. So I'm the charging guy.
That's awesome.
Awesome. So now we're going to pick your brain about charging.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
And before we do, I just want to say that we're getting kind of all the Tesla VIPs in now. So some of your favorite YouTubers that you're probably watching on their channels wondering who the heck Zach and Jesse are from the Now You Know channel. Yeah, don't worry. There's more people coming. We're going to probably have Sandy talking to us in just a little bit. But yeah, we're talking to Joe Barletta from Smart Charge America.
Yeah, so Jesse and I were just conjecturing a whole lot about Cybertruck, and if there is this new range extender battery, which we now think is a third of the bed, and it goes in the back.
And bidirectional charging.
Right. So talk to us about bidirectional charging. Is this, I mean, we hear that the Cybertruck can do it.
Yes.
I guess Elon's pushback in the past had been, well, people aren't going to want to do it because it means you have to cycle your battery. But am I right that LFP batteries probably means that we don't worry about that as much?
A lot more with the chemistry, but yeah, I guess the cat's out of the bag, so now I can talk about it. But yeah, we're doing bidirectional charging, capabilities for those homes who currently have power walls because of the gateway setup, but you can only do the bidirectional charger with the universal charger, the newly one that they released about 3 months ago.
Oh, the Gen 3? Is that
yes,
the Gen 3?
Gen 3 universal charger.
Okay.
Yep. That's it.
So how much juice can you get? Like, is this just going to feed maybe one circuit? Or
so the max on that is 48 amps continuous. So yeah, it's 11.5 is the max that you'll be able to do it. So that's why you saw the Powerwall 3 come out with they moved it up from 7 to 11. So basically, nothing's changed, but now just the Cybertruck can do that with the universal wall connector. So.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let me just wrap my head around this for a second. So I get the Gen 3 charger, wall charger.
Yes.
And I get a Powerwall 3, and I get a Cybertruck.
Not necessarily the Powerwall 3. So you can have existing Powerwall setup.
Okay.
And then what we would do is if you have the Gen 3 regular wall connector, we can come out, swap that out, and put the universal wall connector. Same difference.
Okay.
But now that basically charging station, it has the capability to do that. Now, the key is the neutral. That's the key.
Okay.
Your panel has a neutral.
The truck doesn't.
The truck does not. And so there's a unique device that we have to put inside the integration between your panel and the charger that allows that neutral to kind of do its magic, and boom, there you go. You have the power share feature for all things Tesla Cybertruck.
I'm so glad that you're explaining that the neutral is a problem, because Jesse and I have been building this solar trailer, and we're like, what do we do about the neutral?
And we go, but I don't need a neutral.
How do you get the neutral?
What about ground? I'm so confused. So we
we weren't crazy. It's a difficult problem to solve.
It's typical, yeah.
Okay.
And so you have a lot of the Ford, their home integration system. A lot of the problems with that were dealing with the neutral and dealing with kind of the Bluetooth technology between the truck and the charging system and how they're able to communicate one another. And so a lot of software update issues that were causing problems and interferences where when you need that system to work, it needs to work. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to do your Ford integration system with your F-150 Lightning, but
well, because we didn't want to spend $11,000. But okay, so now we know how this is going to work. That's pretty freaking great. So you're saying I need a Powerwall. I only need one Powerwall. Because here's the cool part: you have one Powerwall, right? And you're like, okay, this will keep my home on for maybe a day, or it depends on how much you use, of course. But now I can plug in my big old truck and maybe charge up my one Powerwall. So this question that Elon posed, he's solved the answer to. He said, well, I want to run my house, but I also have to go get groceries to feed my family during this power outage. Now I can leave the house for several hours, charge up. I can go somewhere where there is power, charge my car, bring it home, charge the Powerwall back up, even if I didn't have solar. I could be doing this, even if it's pitch black out, even if Mount Vesuvius has just erupted again and there's no sunlight, I could still be charging my house back up using my truck. That's huge. Because now there's no longer this question of like, no, don't unplug the truck. That's powering the whole house. You can unplug it and the Powerwall is going to be like, don't worry, I got you.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
Damn. You heard it here first, folks.
Wow. So, and this is the kind of thing your company can do?
Yep. Yeah. We're currently in some pilot programs with Tesla, but those will soon come to play, and then we'll be able to work out and make sure. But they figured it all out, so it's really special.
Wow.
And Zach, I have to give you credit. You've been saying this for years now.
What have I been saying?
Use the Powerwall's
He doesn't
inverter.
give me credit very often. So wait, hang on.
Use the Powerwall's inverter to take battery power out of your truck, which of course has a DC voltage. It's not giving you AC, and invert it into the AC current that you need to run your house.
Right.
Yeah, so from what we know, we see that Cybertruck, it does have the bidirectional inverter on it.
Really?
It's actually on it, yeah.
Oh,
so we don't even need the Powerwall?
No, basically the reason why Tesla wants you to do it with the Powerwall is because the gateway, that brain is there. And because that gateway is there, that's what it uses.
And the gateway is going to disconnect you from the grid.
That's
so
correct.
it's all of these steps that when you have to kind of start from scratch, like as a DIYer, we were looking into doing this, and it was like, okay, so then not only do we need an inverter to take the power from a battery pack and convert it, into something that I could use in a typical house, I have to not backfeed the grid, because that's super dangerous for anyone working on the lines. They think the power is out, and they're like cutting wires, and all of a sudden, my truck is going to zap them from hundreds, maybe even like 50 miles away.
Yeah, we don't want that.
You don't want that. So that's why you have the gateway in there.
That's right.
That's really cool.
That's right.
So how much power? So basically, this is quite a few circuits in your house. I mean, it's not just like your lights. You could probably do a bunch of circuits.
You can choose to back up your entire main distribution panel, or you can choose to create sort of a critical load sub-panel. Whereas when something does fail, you can keep all your critical load stuff like your internet and vice versa. You can put all of that on there, and then it'll just feed that particular panel while the rest is. So depending on your draw, normally what we've seen is when a house goes out of power, you're like, hey, let's queue off, let's bring down our load, and let's let this ride for as long as we possibly can. So you're not just going to like willy-nilly just be spending.
Let me dry my hair real quick.
Yeah, you're going to be
Turn up the heat.
conscientious of that to lower that load so it can stretch as long as possible. So now with the Cybertruck, now it's going to be able to stretch like, I think some of the stuff's like for an extra 3 days. So that's
wow.
good.
Wow, that's
nice.
awesome.
And this is instantaneous too. It's not like with the generator where you have to go fire it up or whatever. Like this is the power goes out, and a lot of times with my Powerwalls, I don't notice it. I assume it'll be similar.
Very similar. Yep.
And this means that you can buy fewer Powerwalls. And if you didn't want to have 4 or 5 Powerwalls backing up your house, either to increase the power or to increase the longevity of your system while it's down, while the power is down, you're basically able to extend that using the truck that you wanted to really buy anyway.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it, like, if Tesla does this, will it cannibalize Powerwall sales and all that? No, I think it's complementary too. Like
there's been such a demand for Powerwalls.
Huge.
People have been waiting for like in some cases over a year for their power walls.
We're installing about 50 power walls per month, like kind of all over the nation. We could be doing more, but it's a slow, gradual, because of the amount of regulatory stuff you have to move through, the utility design criteria, the permitting process, the municipalities. So we have a lot in the pipeline, but we're slowly rolling it out to about 50 power walls a month.
Is it production that's the limiting factor, or is it government like permits?
Government permits.
Wow, that's sad to hear.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear that.
And surprisingly enough, you could see a lot of the municipalities, they're catching on, and they see, okay, electric car charging is a thing, and so you're starting to see them slowly creep up on the price of those permits.
Really, just to kind of cha-ching,
unfortunately.
like get some money from it? Wow.
I'm just telling you the facts.
I know, no, you're not responsible for it. Wow, that's kind of sad. All right, so with this range extender, we haven't gotten a price from Tesla on yet. Do you have any thoughts on it, like what it's going to cost?
No, I mean, I think Jesse was talking about it earlier. I think the battery is just naturally going to be there, and then you buy the car under $80,000, and then $15,000 if you want more power. Just click a button, boom, I charge your account, and we're all the wiser. So I think either the batteries are going to be included on there, and they just do an over-the-air software update, just like you could do Power Boost and other things you can purchase, FSD, online, or...
Well, I mean, from what we saw, and it was from a comment on our YouTube live stream, so I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. We're gonna have to kind of go back and go through all of this forensically, but it sounds like it's going to be in the bed.
Okay.
It's going to take up a third of the bed, according to Elon.
Gotcha.
A battery that basically is going to live there.
Yeah, and my conjecture was that maybe this could be something that Tesla rents to you, that you pick up at either service centers or maybe even at certain superchargers. Not that you would physically lift it in yourself; it'd be too heavy. But maybe they would have some kind of, forklifty thing or something. I don't know.
I mean, we used to rent out our chat mode, adapters for people that are going on long hauls and stuff. So I would imagine there may be a good business case for people that buy these range extenders, and then they just rent them out to whoever wants to do them. I mean, that might be a good arbitrage opportunity.
That could be it too.
Yeah.
Wow. Now I'm just wrapping my head around what you've just been talking about, the fact that we're now in a world where Teslas are bi-directional charging.
Yes.
And just a few hours ago, we were not really in that world yet.
And it wasn't being discussed, and we weren't thinking about it. Because when we're talking about bidirectional charging, right now all we've been talking about is backing up your house in the case of a power outage. But just like the power walls make lots of people lots of money, how do they do that? You buy low, you sell high, and of course I'm talking about energy prices. In places where energy prices vary throughout the day, Powerwall users have been making money by basically buying power when it's cheap, selling it when it's more expensive. This is how many markets work, except we've never been able to hold on to energy. We usually just created it and almost instantaneously had to use it somewhere else. So this is a big deal. Now we're able to actually do this with a humongous battery in the Cybertruck. It's probably going to be on the order of 150, 130 kilowatt hours, and with the range extender, could be well more than that. Now, there is going to be kind of a throughput problem. It's not going to be able to just drain the entire battery instantly, but it is going to be able to do this for a long period of time, and that's going to allow you to kind of treat your power system a little bit differently. If you have solar, it means that you could gather all of your solar energy and try and use all of it before you start trading it to the grid, because in a lot of places, either net metering doesn't exist, like it's not a part of the law, so you can't even sell the power back to the grid and make a decent amount of money. So, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities that end up happening when you have a large reserve of your own power. It's really giving you a lot of power. And that might be another reason why this is such a, I don't want to say expensive truck, but another reason why they're able to increase the price is how much is the installation of a power wall, single?
Typically, if we're just coming out to the house and we have to do the permitting and utility design criteria, disconnect and meter pull, meter stab back in, generally, for two, I would average somewhere around $4,500. And then for every additional one, generally we can keep it around $1,500. If you have existing power walls you want to add to, no problem, it's $1,500. We'll come out there.
So $4,500 for a new power wall is still less than what Ford was asking for their system. So you're adding a whole bunch of functionality and probably a whole bunch of smarts that Tesla can start turning on, where you're going to be able to play with your power.
Well, can we just talk about the money making? Like,
yeah,
we have Powerwalls, and so we're signed up for their summer program and the winter program in New England, and we get paid quite well when there's a storm and they want some of our power for our neighbors. We're talking like hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars a season. Like, so yeah, you could be your own little power generator.
Recoup the cost on your investment for your Cybertruck faster.
Exactly.
There you go.
This is exciting stuff. I feel like most of us have no frame of reference to talk about it because we've never before been able to think of ourselves as our own power generators. I mean, maybe we've wrapped our heads around putting solar on the roof or something, but now having batteries, and now that our truck is a battery, we're like, because you get double use out of your truck. It's a truck, and you can drive around in it, and when it's sitting in your driveway, it's now a battery.
Well, remember, if you're out in the wild and you run out of charge on your Rivian, I can come with the Cybertruck, and I can plug you in, and I can charge you stuff.
Yeah.
And now you can play the band and maybe do the band in the back of the Cybertruck.
Yep.
So can't wait to see that episode. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So many cool things. And
kind of triple use of that energy.
Triple
Yeah,
use.
you can take it wherever you want, and I wouldn't say it's an unlimited tap of power. Again, depending on how much energy we're going to get, or how much power we're going to get out of that 1450 plug. But assuming we could get even 30 amps, it's a fantastic energy source for really big stuff. I almost wonder if if you have a cabin, let's say, I think that some people have a second house or a cottage or something. This could enable you to have a cabin that's completely off grid. You show up, you plug it in, and it goes to a panel that's in the cabin, and that's your power source for the week. It could very well happen. I'm not saying that it's necessarily legal or permitted, but
I mean, the first few installs that we'll do the bidirectional stuff with, it will most likely be the ones with either solar or just Powerwalls there because of the gateway and the communication's already there. There's some additional hardware we'll have to have, just like we talked about before. But yeah, I mean, as long as your cabin's got Powerwalls, we can rock and roll. If it doesn't have Powerwalls, then I'm going to have to treat that installation like I'm going to your house to install Powerwalls. I have to do all the things in the back.
Right.
But adding the electronics and the boxes for the Cybertruck and for that Powerwall, we're still trying to work on, there's like 3 different configurations that we may be able to do the setup with. So we're still trying to work on one of them may involve the taking out of the meter and putting it back on, but maybe the other 2 don't. And so we're really trying to focus on okay, which one is the better, but every house is wired different, every house is built different. So each scenario that we go into, we're going to have to take, hey, look, this is the best way we have to go about this, just to bring down the cost of being able to get this technology out into customers' hands. Like that's our whole purpose. Like, let's make it happen.
You've been working with Tesla for a long time.
Yeah, since 2012, so over a decade now. So, yep.
If anyone's interested, you have a YouTube channel. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, YouTube channel. I mean, you guys inspired it. I mean, seeing you guys doing what you do. We have a podcast called Charge Life, and so it's basically where we geek out and we talk about all things EV charging. That's it. Electrify America, Tesla charging, EVgo, like anything that surrounds that charging community, we want to be the first to be able to put that in. So you can imagine that I got a pretty good episode coming up tomorrow when we talk about all this stuff. But we'll go into a lot more detail in it. It's just a space where we can go and just geek out on stuff. But yeah, I mean, the company Smart Charge America is sponsored. They are the main sponsor for the Charge Life podcast. But I felt like it was essential for me to just kind of get everything that's up here, just get it out to you guys as much as we possibly can. Because I think it's important. What we've seen when we do the installations for people that buy these electric cars, we see they don't speak volts and amps and kilowatts. They understand range per hour. But when you start talking and you start introducing them slowly but surely, there's this light bulb, no pun intended, that lights up, and they start to understand, oh, no, I get it. No, it makes sense. And that right there, that's what we're hoping to bring with our Charge Life podcast. So definitely appreciate the plug.
So much good information on there. Yeah, if you guys are geeking out over this stuff, definitely go over there.
Yeah, smartchargeamerica.com. I mean, you guys can find us anywhere. We're online. We're in 30 cities across the U.S. right now. We're hoping to be in the top 50 EV-friendly cities by this time next year. So
that's awesome. And as you get your Cybertruck and you need to hook it up to your house, this is the guy to do it. Joe, thank you so much.
A lot of work to do. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Jesse, Zach,
you're going to be
always
very
a pleasure,
busy. All right, so I hear that we have some comments. More
Yeah,
from,
we got
from
some
people. Let's see,
comments. Let's see.
All right, so we got Paradigm Shift 7. It says, I can understand that most people are not going to be going on 300-plus mile trips on the daily.
That's a really good point. I want to talk about my car. I bought a mid-range Model 3 way back in 2018, and it currently has a range of about 230 miles of range, which is...
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's fine. It is not a big deal. I think that it is... It doesn't make you feel super great in terms of range anxiety, but the supercharger network, and I've been saying this forever, and you're so sick of me saying this, but the supercharger network is so great, I could probably have a range of about 100 miles and still be able to do a lot of what I need to do.
Okay, but let me ask you this, though, because a lot of these folks are not going to get their Cybertrucks until 2025.
Yep.
2025 is this magical year that we've heard from almost every other manufacturer when they're going to start delivering NACS, which is the North American Charging Standard, or the Tesla plug, to their vehicles.
Yep.
So is 2025 going to be the kind of equalizing year where basically the Tesla plug is everywhere? We can all use superchargers, even if you're a Ford F-150 Lightning, even if you're a Rivian, even if you're a Silverado EV. So is it going to matter anymore that Tesla has supercharging, since all these brands are going to have supercharging?
I think it's a really good question, but it does... No, it is a very good question. It depends on how the integration is going to work, and we do not know how that integration is going to work. We did hear from Ford that basically they were trying very hard to make sure that you did not need to download a special Tesla app in order to use the Ford.
Right, they wanted to keep you on the Ford Pass app.
Because obviously, as soon as you download the Tesla app on your phone to have to supercharge your Ford, that is just a gateway for Tesla to basically advertise directly to you and be like, you'd have charged faster if you used a Tesla. So I think that that's... I don't know. I think that Tesla can do a lot of things to kind of disincentivize non-Teslas from charging at the chargers.
But I think from that comment, what we're hearing is like, who cares if it's 300 miles? I don't need 300 miles most of the time.
Breaking news, if you look at the source code of the website, Configure Tool, the price of the extended battery is in code, but simply hidden for now. It states it's estimated at $16,000. So the extended range battery, or the extended battery, excuse me, would be $16,000. This is from the source code, and this is
and
from
it's
Ryan.
estimated at. Okay, so that's great. It gives us kind of a number that we can wrap our heads around.
So the most expensive Cybertruck that you could buy would be $116,000-ish.
Interesting. I guess
some people thought that that's what the top end was going to cost.
This is so interesting because now that I have that price in my head, and now that I know that if it does indeed sit in the back of the truck, and if I don't need it most of the time, yeah, could I rent it to you? Like, could I be like, hey, Jesse, you want to rent my extender for 2 weeks? And, you know, like, become a little small business.
It could be. It also could be that Tesla has to install it for you, and that, you know, maybe they'll uninstall it for you too. It's an interesting question. I think that there are going to be some... Look, let's just be honest. There are some people who need to tow a lot, okay? There are lots and lots of businesses that rely on towing. Car haulers that, you know, are driving between, you know, New York and Florida every, you know, twice a year, driving, you know, grandma's car up and down. And I think that it's not out of the question that those people especially need the extended range.
Right.
I think that for towing for the average person, if you're going on a long trip, yes, the range extender is going to be a very nice to have. But I think that if you get, say, the dual motor, and it has a range of 340 miles, you have that, you're down to about 200. A little bit less, but I think that that is completely doable. I think that that is completely doable with the supercharger network. Now, there are definitely exceptions to that, but I think that for a lot of people, if you're going to some campsite that is not in the middle of nowhere, it's going to be doable.
I think the other thing is, a lot of these superchargers are going to have to get better at trailers. A lot of them right now you can't eat. You have to dehook a trailer, very time consuming.
And we've experienced this multiple times.
Right. Even with simple trailers, which are easy and quick to do, it still adds a lot of time to your trip.
Right.
If Tesla were to add more easy towable trailer pull-ins, it would make a huge difference, because then you just pull in, you charge, you get your drink, and you go.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So,
Ellie. So in just a minute here, we're going to have Ellie in Space join us on stage.
Woohoo!
So I'm excited to talk to her. I'm excited to...
I think I see her coming up. And she was so lucky to get to go to the event, so I can't wait to pick her brain and find out what happened at the event.
So, yeah, we're all set. All right, good.
Yeah, this is so great. So coming to the stage right now, a big warm welcome, everybody, for Ellie in Space.
Welcome, welcome. Hi.
Welcome. Here you go, Ellie.
This is not your home studio.
No.
But
You
it's
get to see our legs and everything.
And your boots.
I know, right?
And your very cowboy attire.
Are we all in boots?
Oh, yeah. Well, we are in Texas. So
Yes.
We're in your home turf.
You are in my home turf. This is actually literally one of the reasons I moved here.
Yeah?
Was because it is the global
So you could wear
headquarters.
cowboy hats and...
Well, that too. But
Supposed to be closer to Giga Texas?
yes, to be closer to Giga Texas and in a place where I could drive to Boca Chica easily, but happy here in Austin.
All right. So you got to go to the event today.
Yeah, tell us all about it.
Did get to go to the event. Well, I almost didn't get in, which was surprising. I was a +1, and I got there, and they're like, we're not taking any more +1s. We're at capacity.
Oh, no.
Oh.
So I was like, well, that...
Do you know who I am?
No, I didn't say that. But I waited for 35 minutes, and I guess they had it in the very, end of the production line. So it was very cramped. And
It's cramped in the Gigafactory?
where they put us, yes, it was actually very hot too. This was a little bit overheating, but so I'm very glad that they let us in. But it seemed like there was actually maybe only 500 people that were allowed to.
Really? So it
to
was
be there.
500. That's kind of
Yeah.
the number we heard, but I thought it was like going to be bigger.
Right. So I was like, hey, can you do a head count and see if maybe by the time 1:45 rolls around, we can get in. So very thankful that they let me in because can you imagine?
I know, right?
Wow.
I actually flew home from Vegas late last night. I bought this whole outfit in the Vegas airport. Wouldn't expect that.
Wow, I didn't know you could get such an outfit.
I know,
That's
well,
great.
it is
Good
Vegas.
to know.
I know, it is Las Vegas. So very glad that I got in. It's just awesome to be a part of so many of the Tesla events. I was at Cyber Rodeo, many of the shareholder meetings, and I wish it would have lasted a little longer, but
Yeah, it flew by for us.
it flew by. Yeah, it did, and it was a little delayed too. It's like, when is this thing starting? A lot of people were sweating in there, but it was really cool to see people take delivery live and drive away. So it was awesome.
Did it feel like those were regular folks, or did it feel like they were like investors or somebody who were getting the trucks?
Hard to tell, particularly because I was in a spot where I couldn't even see Elon.
Oh.
So like the entire keynote speech, I didn't see anything, which kind of sucked, but hey, I was there, right? But one thing that I think was really awesome, and they haven't done this before, is letting us take pictures and video of the production line. You know, usually when you go on a tour, they want you to put your phones away, and so as a content creator, I mean, you know, what a treat to be able to document that, and just, I think that there were a lot more being produced than we thought.
Really?
I think so.
Can I quote you on that?
Well,
No, but so it really felt like there was a lot of activity, and that there was...
yes, and the line was still moving, and people were still working while we were there.
Wow.
So
I love that about Elon. He's like, it's Thursday, keep working.
right, and I guess some people that work on the production line were granted, you know, entry because of their hard work. So it was definitely a very special moment, and yeah, I was a little worried at first because I was like, at the end, okay, price?
Right.
What's going on?
So did anyone there tell you, or?
So I refreshed, Jessica Kerr, shout out to her, I went on X and refreshed the page, and she said that they were put up the price and specs. So thankfully, because that would have been quite a cliffhanger.
Now, remember when the 2.1 million people reserved the truck to begin with?
Right.
Just to be safe, we went and ordered another one. But like, do you think you had to do that? Like, I was very confused because now it's a $250 deposit. It used to be $100.
Right.
I'm just wondering, like, was there any word there at the event of like, are they honoring the first orders, or do you have to go and redo your order?
Not that I heard.
Interesting.
I don't know, but how many do you have on order now?
a lot.
A lot. And what a treat it was to have Sandy bring one here.
I know.
In person. I got to sit in the driver's seat. Didn't get to drive it around yet, but I guess he had to return it,
Yes, I heard that too.
which is such a bummer. And you guys have been doing this for what, hours now you've been out here?
Yeah, no, it's been a beautiful day, beautiful crowd. Everyone's super excited. But I feel like when we saw the video, the announcement video, kind of, it just seemed a little bit of a letdown.
Okay.
I just guess. I mean, it was really exciting to see it pull the Porsche.
Yes.
Right. And a
And
few
get,
other.
and get shot at.
Get shot at,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But then, right, we were kind of waiting for like, I don't know. I just felt like more. But a lot of people pointed out, like, Elon doesn't need to tell us more right now. This is
Right.
already exciting enough, and there's going to be much more to come.
Right. I did see, I was also a little let down. There was a sign for a demo drive route at Giga Texas, but we were not offered demo rides. So maybe that's, I don't know what that was for.
Interesting.
Maybe it's for filming purposes, but I was like, are we going to get to drive in it? Because, you know, in the past, I mean, you've been in one.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, we both have.
So
I know.
what's
I know.
going on?
I know, it's a delivery
I don't know where to
event.
look. Oh, okay, there's multiple cameras here. But I just want to say thank you to you guys for putting on such an amazing stream. This is, I've been watching it in the room, and it looks very well done.
This is all to corporate streams and Noah and his crew and our amazing
our
sponsors.
amazing
Yeah,
sponsors,
we're just two dudes sitting down, but they
Yeah.
do all this magic. Look at all these amazing cameras, by the way. Like when I went out in the crowd, I just was like, can I get a camera? And there's a camera like following me on a rope. Like
exactly.
Wow.
Wow,
It's really
that's
cool.
incredible.
Yeah.
Now, may I turn the tables on you and ask you guys some questions?
Sure.
Absolutely.
You know that I have a reporter background, almost 10 years in TV news. What surprised you?
I was surprised by how short the event was. Like, I really thought, here's his moment to shine, right? He's talked about this being the biggest event of the year, the biggest product event, and it just felt a little underwhelming, I guess. I mean, maybe because I already know so much about the Cybertruck, and I know it's bulletproof, and I know it's fast, but so maybe this was just geared at the average person who doesn't know much about it. But to me, I was just like, I don't know, I want to know about bidirectional charging, and I want to know about the frunk, and I want to know
Right.
about the power cords and the
This
tailgate and the
extended range thing.
Right. What
What's
is that?
going on?
Like, we're only learning it basically
Right.
piecemeal now online.
Right, right.
How about you, Jess?
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the brevity of it, and also, I mean, I think that they really didn't want to do too many live demonstrations. I think that in 2019 at the unveiling, they were like, let's do everything, you know, and they did everything besides shoot it at that event.
Well, they did do the baseballs live, right?
Well, yes, they
Yeah,
did.
but it's not a steel
it's a
ball.
Baseball.
It's a baseball.
What was that? I mean, I'm sorry, but what's going on?
I mean,
so
and
that
it
surprised
wasn't a
people.
home run hit. Sorry, Franz. I can throw a baseball harder than that, and so could Franz.
You guys were watching it live here. I mean, were you like, okay, well,
I kind of thought he'd start with a baseball and then come out with like a steel ball.
Right.
So when
And look, a steel ball. Why are we shooting cannonballs
Mm-hmm.
at anything? Like, I get that, but like maybe a rock,
But
something like within the context of
Yeah.
human life. Besides a baseball, like a baseball is great. Everyone knows what a baseball is. A steel ball is ridiculous. Not a lot of people hold ball bearings that size, you know, cannonballs. So I totally see why you don't have to go that route, but a baseball is just a little bit wimpy, a little bit soft. I feel like a rock, you know.
well, and it would have been a great redemption moment. Let's have a redo. Let's
yeah,
have a
but
take two.
I feel like it's regular window glass.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
A joke.
We're hearing from the crowd. Maybe it was a joke.
A joke.
Well, I don't know.
I think you're probably right.
yeah.
But it is kind of. It would. No. I guess.
So after seeing all of the, you know, videos that they showed us, so what was your favorite about
I mean, the crowd appeal was the Porsche.
Right.
You know, seeing it cross the finish line with a
Yes.
Porsche attached to it was
Well,
pretty awesome.
Because I mean, last time we saw Tesla do this, it wasn't even Tesla, right? It was a different entity. It was Car Wow or something. They did it with the Model X and an Alfa Romeo. And an Alfa Romeo is fast, but it's no Porsche 911. And so yeah, seeing a Porsche 911 be faster in a trailer being towed by a Cybertruck is
2.6 seconds.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah,
that's just
gonna-
insane fast.
It's
yeah,
incredible.
especially for a bulletproof truck. I wonder how many bank robbers right now are going like,
So that Cyber Beast, you know, you need almost 100K, maybe more if you want to get that extension.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it's expensive, but
It's expensive, but talk about margins, baby.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, they have one of the most desirable things on the planet right now.
Right.
As I've been driving around Austin and I see them, I can't take my eyes off of them. The only time I can is when I'm putting my phone on it. And then I'm like looking between my phone and the real thing, and I'm going like, my phone isn't capturing the...
No.
I've stopped taking pictures of it because my phone doesn't really capture what it looks like in real life. It elicits such a reaction from people, such a visceral reaction when you see it in person. You just kind of demand to know, like, you demand to see reality's manager. You're just like, excuse me, how is this existing in real life in front of my eyes right now?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't look like it should exist.
Yeah.
It looks like it's fake. It looks like
CGI,
it's CGI. So many people have been tweeting out CGI IRL with all of these pictures that they take of the Cybertruck because that's what they mean.
Yeah. It's pleasing to the
Yeah,
eye. Like,
it
there's
is.
something about it, you just can't take your eye off it.
Some
Like,
people, I heard them,
Some
you
people
know,
hate it, and
go,
that's
Or
great.
it's too small.
I
They're,
think
you know,
it's awesome that some people absolutely detest the design. I think it's perfect because that creates such a buzz around it. Because as soon as you hear someone who hates it, you're going to want to kind of defend it, or you're going to have a conversation. It's a conversation starter within vehicles that are going to be driving around near it.
Well, and I have to say, I saw the black wrap in person,
Yeah.
and I mean, I might go for that. I
Oh.
love that, you know, they are providing that option, and just in 5 years from now, how common do you think this will really be?
Yeah, that's going to be the only, I don't want to say sad part, but I mean, I remember, you know, the first few weeks with my Model 3, and it was back in 2018. There were Model 3s around, but, you know, you definitely get a lot more looks than you do now, where it's like, oh, another Model 3, or, oh, another white Model Y.
Especially here in Austin,
Yes,
there's
of course.
a lot.
I think that the Cybertruck is going to have a good 2 years, depending on production schedule. It's going to have like a good 2 years of being extremely special and popular. And I think that $100,000 for people who like being looked at. Let's face it. Why do you buy a fancy looking car? Why do you buy a Porsche and stuff like that? It's because look at me, and usually you have a little button that makes a very loud noise. Look at me, look at me, look at me. You don't have to do this with this truck. So like, even if people don't look at the amazing lines of your Porsche, now you have a Cybertruck which demands attention. No one can look away from me on the road. And I think that for lots of people, it's going to be like, look at me, and also, boing, goodbye. That's going to be the way that they're going to want to show up and the way that they're going to want to depart.
It's your hello, goodbye vehicle, huh?
Yeah.
Now, if one of those first deliveries were to try and resell it, how much do you think that if they could?
I was thinking about
Tonight, right now?
Right now.
Ooh.
Well, because remember there was that auction.
Comment and let us know what your predictions would be.
We have $13,
$13,
$13,
14, 14, 14, we got 14, we got 15.
20, 20, 20. What do we got?
Yeah, I don't know. What would you guys pay tonight for a Cybertruck if there was one right there? And
Beast
you could just,
mode, right now. Who's plonking down the cash? I'm not seeing a lot of hands.
Well, so you know there was that auction at the Peterson Museum, right? And I think it
Okay.
went for $400,000, right?
For the first one.
The first one. And I
Okay.
know that wasn't the most well-built one and stuff, but I was surprised. I thought it would go for like $1 million or $2 million.
Yeah, I'm actually, that sounds low.
It sounds super low, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's surprising to me.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it is a truck.
Yeah.
And it is beautiful and it is amazing, but it will depreciate in value very quickly from $400,000. So I can see why you wouldn't want to pay $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't have $1 million, but if I did, I don't know if I would spend it on a truck that I could buy for $100,000.
Well, especially since you know it's not a limited edition, there's going to be millions of them.
Right, right. Well, and that's my question is like when it gets to the point of Starbucks where they're on every corner, like,
Yes.
how are we going to feel about it then? You know? People
I
won't
don't-
be whipping their phones out anymore and breaking
No,
their
exactly.
neck.
Like when will, like 2 years maybe?
Right,
like,
right.
Will they stop being, oh yeah, I'm not going to bother? Right. And then will people have to do special things to their trucks to get more attention, like get them wrapped and,
Right.
you know, he'll be welding things on them. You know,
Yes.
so.
Exactly. We're going to take a short commercial break, so be sure to join us and stay tuned. We're going to have Sandy Monroe and lots of other fun Tesla tubers who were at the event. They're coming over to the after party now. And hey, if you're in Austin and you want to enjoy an after party with lots of really fun, amazing people, come on down. We're at the Luster Pearl East. That's the East one. We are very excited to see you.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
A good shave is a precise shave, but just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
All right, we're back. Oh, Jesse's over there.
Yeah, I decided to be over here. So, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. I'm so excited. Why are you all over here? It's going to be a little bit, just to let you know. So if you want another drink, if you want some more food, take your time. You don't have to stand here all night. We're not selling the latest iPhone. It's just a Cybertruck. Come on. Yeah, we're thinking about maybe 45 minutes until something comes. I don't know.
Do you think people are excited about Cybertruck? Is that why?
I don't know. Maybe after kind of the initial sticker shock, maybe we're coming back to thinking about, hey, I want to see a Cybertruck in my driveway, huh? No?
I mean, there was one here earlier, so.
Yeah, and I guess there's that space over there for another one to come.
Yeah, this is quite a nice space over here.
I guess the big question is
who
who would be in that next Cybertruck?
I don't know.
I might know.
Oh.
I might know.
Ellie might know who's coming in the Cybertruck. Interesting.
Zip.
If we pull enough of these off of you, will you tell us?
They are fun. I'm so sorry. I'm littering your stage.
Well, Jesse, since there's nothing going on over there, come back over here and let's talk some more about Cybertruck.
Let's talk some more.
So we just got an interesting question from the audience, which was, why did Tesla not tell us more about this, in the months that passed? Why are they not telling us more about it now? Because I think we're all just Tesla nerds and we want to know everything. Why isn't Elon telling us everything?
Well, I think we had the same questions after the Tesla Semi event.
Well, you know what's interesting? Elon owns another little company. I forget what it's called. Something to do with space. You would know because you cover them.
SpaceX.
And on SpaceX, they seem to give us more information than you can possibly hold in your head. It seems like all the time, if there's new information about a rocket engine, how much thrust, we get it, right? And it's so much information. Like you're telling us all the time about stuff that I'm like, I can't even fathom all of this information. Why is it different, do you think, between SpaceX and Tesla, where Tesla, it's like mum's the word?
I know.
Okay.
I can't buy a rocket. I can't buy a rocket. I too poor. I can't buy a rocket. So I think that's why, right? Like, no big deal. I mean, who's buying the rockets, or at least the rides on the rockets?
Right.
They already know all this stuff, right? So me, the average consumer, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I know about the rockets, right? What do you think?
I think you might be right. I honestly don't know the answer. I think I was worried that they weren't going to give us the price today, so I'm glad that we got that. But it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. Unlike SpaceX, we see a lot of what they're doing because it's publicly accessible pretty much. And so what's going on behind closed doors at Giga Texas, we don't really know.
Well, and another thing is, SpaceX is a privately owned company.
Right.
So you'd think, you'd know less because it's a private company, but it's like, no, in fact, you get to know more because it's not public. When a company is public, they have to make sure that they go through all the right steps to share information. And so Elon has to be very careful when he's tweeting to make sure that he doesn't share too much information. Otherwise, you end up with a funding secured tweet and the SEC breathing
But we
down
also
his
get
neck.
this interesting thing where we feel like we're getting information, right? Because Joe Tegmeyer and others are covering the drones, and you get to see, a Cybertruck just pulled out of the factory. What does that mean? And so we're all trying to ask these deep questions, but in fact, we're not really getting to know much at all.
Right. Speaking of Cybertrucks in front of the factory, when I got there today, they had pulled them inside because of the weather. Then, when I was leaving, they had 4 of them on display. The matte black one of them. Have you guys seen it already? The one with the Baja, and then the camping one.
The camper one.
You've seen it?
Yeah, we had some cameras on the ground, and we got to see the camper.
Oh, good. I was going to say, I can show it to you.
So there's a camper and a light bar,
right?
Both of which I think are going to be accessories that Tesla's going to sell.
Right. And they talked about that. I actually interviewed Drew Baglino back at the Tesla lithium refinery groundbreaking, and he said that they would be making accessories, didn't specify what, but when Cybertruck rolled up with that beautiful rack, everyone was like, what's going on with the rack? Can we get the rack? So doesn't surprise me. And you know that there are going to be other companies that have their own accessories as well.
Well, I think that's another thing we wanted to hear about tonight was, are there Tesla accessories? And I just thought we'd hear at least a couple of them, light bar or whatever, and then we didn't hear about it. But we don't, I guess Elon doesn't need to tell us about it today.
I have a question for you guys, actually. I had one of my subscribers reach out to me just maybe 30 minutes ago. He said he's trying to order a Cybertruck and use my referral code, and it is not working.
Oh.
So is that because they don't want to give that discount?
Interesting.
That is interesting.
So I want to know if you guys
Maybe they weren't
know
thinking
anything
about it.
that.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe they just, part of me feels like an intern was told to turn this on last night. You know,
Right,
like, I don't know, like if they've even gotten the website fully working.
But
that's
also,
a really good point.
maybe they didn't need you to tell them about the Cybertruck. No offense. I mean, I don't think they probably needed me to tell them about the Cybertruck either. I feel like it's in the zeitgeist. It's so popular.
Right, totally. So it would be good to know, like, are they not offering any sort of...
Unless it's going to be the final purchase.
Yeah.
But it's like, how many times do I have to order this Cybertruck before I actually take delivery of it? Is it going to be in $250 installments over the next 2 years?
Yeah. When do you guys actually think you'll see your baby?
I don't know. I've, you know, when you've waited 4 years for something, part of you wants to have like, oh, it's coming this date, you know, and have that in your mind. But then part of you is like, I've been thinking that the whole time. Like I thought 2021, 2022. So I would hope January, but I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. We think we're number 20 in line, but you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that get moved up above you, like employees and stuff like that, and they deserve to get theirs first. So.
And I think also it's going to be a lot like the Model 3 delivery ramp, where people were so excited the day of the delivery event. They thought that their Model 3 was going to be just weeks off. And then it was quite a while before they actually took delivery of their Model 3s. But Tesla was ramping up that production. I hope it's not, you know, as bad a production hell as Tesla was in 2018, 2019, 2017. But, you know, it very well could be. This is a brand new style truck.
Totally. Well, and it just makes me wonder, you know, we heard that, we saw that comment of we dug our own grave with this, right? That, you know, kind of made a lot of headlines. And it just makes you wonder what's actually going on behind closed doors. Like, is it as put together and, you know, like, how, what is the production hell currently?
Sure.
I'd love to know.
And also, where's my Cyber Quad?
Well, yeah.
It's great that I can get the one for my child, but, you know, where's the, I want this big boy Cyber Quad.
Did you see or hear anything about the ramp that comes off the back of the truck? Remember when we first saw it in 2019, we saw this metal ramp that goes...
To get my Cyber Quad onto my truck.
I didn't see that.
It wasn't talked about or anything,
Not
right?
talked about, and definitely like not on display that I saw at least.
Right.
And there were a couple on display. There was one that they crashed, and they put that on display. They put the one that was shot at on display. So they had some really cool displays out there.
Oh, that's cool.
But they also didn't give us much time. It was like by the time I got out there, you know, I had 15 minutes until the last shuttle. So
Wow.
Wow.
yeah, it was short.
Yeah.
That's such a funny event. Like,
yeah.
you didn't really feel...
The weird thing too is like I feel like compared to Cyber Rodeo, this has got to be like the second biggest event, right? Like
Feels like it.
I don't know. So it's like Cyber Rodeo. I mean, they went all out. They had free tattoos. Like they were just like they were going out. And so I was expecting it, you know, shareholder meeting. Okay, I get it. Like
Sure.
you know, this is kind of more business, but I was expecting a little bit more. I don't know.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
over the top.
I'm not trying to complain,
Right.
but just sharing my honest
No,
experience.
But I
exactly.
mean, it's not complaint. It's what I think would be best for Tesla.
Right.
I don't need unfettered access over the thing, but just tell me about the things that you're telling me about on your website. Why am I reading this in text when
Right.
you could show me what the extended battery looks like? Or
Right.
just say, we might have an extended battery.
But then
if
it's
Elon
like-
says that on stage, I'm excited.
And then you know it's like still estimated. So are they just not ready yet?
Right. I mean, if you do it at the event with Elon, then you control the message.
Right.
But if you have these things kind of trickle out afterwards, and then the story gets kind of misinterpreted and blah blah blah,
Right.
then
If you,
don't
if you
control
let
the
two
message.
doofuses like Zach and Jesse
Right.
start, you know, running with these ideas, it's
Right,
like
because for the first hour we didn't know what the battery extender was, so we're just
Right.
like, I don't know, is it a bigger battery? Like,
Well,
Yeah.
then you get a little bit of breaking news experience.
right?
Sure.
I mean, which is fun, but yeah, it just seems better for Tesla if they control the whole news narrative,
Right.
And tell you, for instance, about the bidirectional charging,
Right.
which you didn't mention. I feel like that's a huge story for this truck, right? But he didn't talk about it. So even though it will come out over the days to come.
Right.
And it's a huge value add for the truck.
Right.
I mean, to know that basically if you already have a Powerwall, that the Powerwall is going to be your inverter, your gateway to your house, to your home, and potentially even to the grid going through the Powerwall, that's really neat. And you know, there's no information about it. We basically had to hear about it third hand, and so, I mean, it's a valuable part of the truck.
When Ford came out with it for the F-150, the Lightning, it was a big news. Like a lot of news articles were written about, like, oh my God, you can back up your house with this truck. Like it became a story.
Right. And listen, I know that the Ford thing was a little bit on the BS side because you had to buy an $11,000 inverter. And with this one, you're going to have to buy like a $4,500 Powerwall. Am I right on price on that?
Well, so the Powerwall is more expensive than that. I don't know if you'll have to have the Powerwall because as
Sure,
Joe
you could
was
have the
telling us,
gateway.
you can get the gateway. So I mean, there's still going to be some extras you'll have to have.
Sure, but to me, it's a little bit more exciting. The truck is a little bit more exciting, at least even just visually, it's more exciting than the Ford.
Well, and you guys saw it here when Sandy drove it over, and you got to go inside, I'm guessing, too?
Just a little bit, yeah.
What'd you think of the inside?
It's just, to me, having the vaulted ceiling
Yeah.
is such a different experience for a vehicle because normally you get a flat roof.
Right.
And so even though I'm sure it's not in inches that big a deal, just visually it makes you feel like you're in this palace. At least that's why you were in it, right?
I was, and 17 inches of clearance that's adjustable. I mean, that's...
Right. No other truck has that, right?
Right.
So I mean there's just so many cool things about this truck that I don't think that video really captured. Because one of the number one things I heard as I went through the crowd was we wanted to know more about the interior.
Right.
And like that was their chance to kind of give us some of that as well. But it
yeah.
wasn't really in the video that I saw.
And especially this was not a out of the clear blue sky kind of event, right? We all had I'm not going to say preconceived notions about the Cybertruck, but we were all told Cybertruck was going to seat 6. I don't think it's going to seat 6, right?
Well, and they didn't let us inside any of them at the event. So
Right.
Sandy, thank goodness for him.
Sure. And, you know, we had a release candidate here. I think it was a release candidate. And so, right, like, there's just a lot of things that we thought this truck would do, like having the ramp, like having the 6 seats. And so I totally get it, having to like go on stage and be like, actually, we're not going to have this and we're not going to have that. That's no
Right.
fun. I get that.
Right.
But giving a full tour of it, giving a full explanation of what it is, telling us the prices, since it's not like you weren't going to tell us the prices, it's kind of interesting. Part of me wonders if they couldn't do that because of some kind of SEC thing where they couldn't release any information while the markets were still open. But then also, why hold it at this time of day?
Right.
Why is
not
it
an hour
why is it
later?
right now? Why isn't it at night? Why aren't they having a big old party? Why are we having the big old party?
Well,
it wouldn't have been so hot at the Giga Texas factory if it had been tonight, right?
it was. I'm not kidding. Like I'm sorry I keep saying that, but it was so hot in
Yeah,
there.
they're melting aluminum in there.
People were sweating. You know what? What was I gonna say?
Well, good. That makes me feel a little better
like-
about not getting a ticket.
Honestly, no chairs, super hot. I was like,
But they did serve you water, didn't they?
they sure did.
Was there
Beggars
pumping
can't be
DJ
choosers.
music while you were there?
They were playing music, and like I said, I mean, it was really great to be able to take video.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be releasing a video on my channel, Ellie in Space,
Nice.
of the production line, and I interviewed a couple people there, Dr. Know-It-All, Sawyer Merritt, some people that hadn't met before. So so make sure to tune into my coverage.
Awesome. Yeah. Ellie in Space. Make sure you do subscribe.
And hey, I think we're running on almost 4 months of.
Yeah, you're on our show every week now. It's so
Yeah.
great that you give us all of what's going on SpaceX every week.
Which, it's crazy. This November, we had a Starship launch, and now this.
What did you think about Starship Launch, by the way? Made out of the same material as Cybertruck.
Right.
Or vice versa.
Right. Right. It was awesome. It was definitely way more promising than the first one, especially just that initial launch with
How did it feel when it turned around and started coming back to base? Like when the booster.
Went for the flip. It didn't necessarily make it.
Well, it didn't make it back, but I mean,
It's
when
hard for me to see at that point from where I was. Yeah. But it was, I'm telling you, and I tell everyone, if you can make a trip down to Starbase, go. Especially because they are starting to put up some fences and some walls and starting to kind of close up access a little bit. So,
where's the best place? Is the beach the best place to go? Like, where's the best place?
well, so yes, Isla Blanca Park is where, hundreds of people go. You don't have any service there, but you are about 5 miles from the pad. So it's very close. It's kind of this nice communal feel, but if you're a content creator, you might want to have service. So I was able to go on Margaritaville, the roof again, which the Musk family was there the first time. They weren't there this time. But they're not doing that for everyone. So I think if you go to the Holiday Inn, you can pay $50 and get on the roof. So, but even if you get a hotel room that's facing and you have a balcony, it's still a really great view. It just kind of depends on what kind of experience you want.
And it was loud.
Oh, it was super loud. Yeah, and you know what? I really can't wait until we have a Starship launch at night because that blue is going to look incredible. I mean, even during the day, because I've seen SLS and I've seen Falcon 9s, and it's just so incredibly bright, so loud, like deafening loud. Apparently some people you guys get trolls too online. They're like, you shouldn't have been screaming and cheering during the launch. What do you mean I'm human, dude? Everyone was. So
I was busy weeping, by the way. I was just
I was crying.
tears were running
Yeah,
down my face.
yeah.
So good on you for actually being excited. I mean, I was excited, but I was just like, I was crying.
Yeah, well, I have actually cried. They're emotional. Have you?
Yeah.
I forgot. Have you guys seen a launch?
Not in person, no.
What are you doing?
I know, right?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Like literally, what are you doing?
We have to go.
Is it like, come on?
I know. That's why we're getting the solar trailer so we can go down for that.
How is that going?
It's good. Yeah, it's getting really
Okay.
close.
Looks a lot nicer on the inside than
Okay.
inside.
Well, yeah, it was a little under construction,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you guys got to go. And I would say definitely go to a Starship launch if you can. The problem with the Starship launches is that, as we know, the date can be
They get
such a
pushed,
moving
right.
target, and even if you're there, it can get scrubbed last second. It's the most frustrating thing. But you just have to, if you're a Rocket fan, you that's part of the deal.
Yep.
So I was surprised actually that it went, because for some reason I was expecting a last second. Kind of like there was with the first one. But
And we might have another one within weeks, right?
that's what they say. But
You don't think so?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible, especially if they have a capped number of launches they can do next year. Of course, they want to get another one under their belt. They want to get as much data as possible. So they said maybe next month, which is what, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow.
Right.
So
All right.
maybe.
Be ready.
Maybe, but
Now, so they have a bunch of version 1 Starships left over.
I think he said 3.
Are those
3 or 4.
Does he actually want to launch those, or has he already moved past those?
Good question. I'm not sure if those are in the queue as something that they could just,
Or are they just
use
going
in
to weld
December.
them into Cybertrucks?
Well, probably not that.
A lot of weirdly round Cybertrucks.
Yeah, but
flatten it.
it's definitely worth seeing. It's an incredible experience, and people come from all around the world. I have to say something too about this event. We're here at the Luster Pearl. So many people flew in just to be at this after party.
I know.
I mean, that's incredible. You're talking plane tickets, hotel, rental
Yeah.
car. They didn't even get into the event, and that's how powerful the Tesla community is.
Yes.
It really is incredible. And the SpaceX community is powerful too, but I think the Tesla community is even deeper.
Wow.
Well, we
I
get to
really
get to
do.
drive the cars every day. We get to feel what it's like to launch in a rocket
Right.
every day.
Well, there you
Whenever
go. That's
want.
true. That's
the push
true.
of a pedal. And hey, if you are in Austin or if you're around and you can make it, we're gonna be here till pretty late. So if you want to join us, we're at the Luster Pearl East. Feel free to join us. We had an Eventbrite with tickets, but we didn't pay. We didn't ask for any money. So I don't know. We can probably get you in. Right now, we are definitely under capacity. So There's
come on
plenty of
down.
room. Lots of people are standing, waiting for something. I don't know what they're
it's-
waiting for over
I
there.
love that crowd mentality. Some people went over there, and then everyone followed.
I think
and
like 4 people had to go to the bathroom, and then all of a sudden we're left with a crowd sitting over there. So it's pretty funny.
that's because everyone wants to see the Cybertruck.
Exactly, and
It's,
it is coming at some point.
Very invisible-looking Cybertruck over there at the moment, but
yeah, no, it should be here very soon, I think. So
Yes.
that's going to be
What
exciting.
time is it right now?
It is
30?
It's pink o'clock.
It is
Oh,
pink o'clock?
What time is it?
It is.
Oh, and I think I see
5:30.
somebody I recognize.
5:30.
Who is that I recognize right there?
Oh, the teardown titan himself, Sandy Monroe.
Looks like
Welcome
Sandy's
to the
making his way through the
party.
crowd.
Sandy's in the
As Jehu
house.
says, Sandy's in the
Woo!
house. Yep.
Nice.
He's so nice. I love Sandy.
Sandy's got to be tired.
Yeah.
He's been doing a lot.
Yeah.
Somebody let Sandy know we can pull a seat up here for him.
I mean,
Wow.
you guys have got to be tired too.
Yeah, but you see, I got to sit down
Yeah.
all day.
I will say.
You're standing, you're walking around, you're
Oh,
getting
my
shuffled from here to
back
there.
hurts.
In a hot,
Like,
hot
for real, my
factory.
back hurts. But
yeah, and
it
as you
was
can
worth it.
as you can see, we're showing you some shots of Sandy making his way through the crowd over here. So that's great. He was here earlier in a Cybertruck. They let him drive it, by the way.
Yes.
How cool! How badass is that?
Yes.
The Tesla lets you drive a
That was
Cybertruck,
really cool.
And he loves it.
and he loves it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to drive it.
Especially since he gave them a whole list of things to do better. Remember during Model 3, and he's like,
Right.
Elon,
Right.
here's some things to fix.
Right.
We're gonna have to ask him his list for the.
I was going to say,
Cybertruck.
do we know any of his list?
Let's ask him.
We'll see.
Sandy. Psst.
All right.
Psst.
Yeah.
Paging Sandy
All right, so
Monroe.
Let's see. Hey Faye says, yes, someone said steel origami when they saw the Cybertruck. I swooned. Nice.
Thanks for commenting, you guys.
I
Feel
know.
free to comment and engage with us because we
Oh.
have the technology to see your
And
comments.
hey, hit the like button.
That's
Hit
right.
the like button because you know what? This is gonna get
Someone
a whole
buy
lot
Sandy
more
a
exciting
cold
in just a
beer.
few minutes. Because I don't know that the crowd is over there for some reason. I don't know why. So
And if you want to
you're
comment,
not gonna want to miss it.
If you want to comment, by the way, make sure that you subscribe to whatever channel you're on right now. If you
Mhm.
aren't, because that'll let you comment. I think it'll take you a minute before you can on some of the channels, but just go subscribe. Really important.
Well, let's check this out. Tons of Cybertruck accessories on the website now. Should we see what they are?
Yes,
All right.
please.
Get out your phones, everyone.
Okay, let's see what we can get.
Okay.
I want a light bar, please,
And
for Christmas.
Sawyer said that it'll still have that tax credit available.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
That's what he said.
And
Okay.
it's heavy
if I
enough for
interpreted it
for the Hummer
correctly.
tax credit as well
Okay.
for
Yeah,
businesses.
yeah.
And I think it's going to be pretty popular.
Accessories. Loading on the Tesla website, allegedly.
We definitely saw some kind of a camper.
Oh.
It said that it
Okay.
inflated.
Do
Oh,
I
yeah,
go
what's
under
that?
vehicles or do I
Okay,
go under?
so we have Cybertruck color paint film, $6,500.
Ooh.
So there's your wrap.
Nice.
Cybertruck spare tire and tool kit, $1,250.
Okay.
We have Cybertruck floor mats. We have an all-weather interior liner for $295. Or you can have some Cybertruck carpet interior mats, $155. For your interior, available early 2024, not too far away, Cybertruck underseat storage bin for $250. There's also going to be a Cybertruck glass roof sunshade, $115. Going once, going twice.
I know, right? These are great stocking stuffers.
Cybertruck center console tray, $40. Cybertruck vault cargo bins, $225.
Interesting.
And then we have this Cybertruck base camp, almost $3,000. Let's see what this. Let's learn a little bit more about this base camp.
Yeah.
You can purchase it in the Tesla app. Description: bring your campsite with you on the road, featuring an ultra-light geodesic airframe design. The Cybertruck base camp tent can be inflated in minutes using a manual pump without the need for any structural pulls. A tactical gray kaleidoscope patterned nylon interior keeps you safe from the elements, while screen windows allow for airflow to keep you comfortable. Relax on an ultra soft mattress, okay. While taking in a view of the stars, use the truck's bed outlet to keep your devices charged even while you're off grid. A weather-resistant outer shell with an extendable awning offers added protection. The fully collapsible, self-contained pack is mounted above the truck bed, but below the, how do you say this? Tonneau cover. Conserving bed storage space and range while on the road. Engage in tent mode, tent mode on your vehicle's touchscreen for an enhanced camping experience. So.
But so it looks metallic, but it's basically a canvasy kind of like material.
Right, and this was the one that was on display actually at the event.
Oh, okay. Did it look roomy?
At least it looked like that. It did look pretty nice. Why are people yelling?
Jesse's going to go check it
Jesse
out.
is going to go investigate.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness!
It sounds
I think
like
we
a
have a Cybertruck over here, folks.
Sounds like a Cybertruck. Oh, there it is. Let's go check it out.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh man!
Wow.
Look at this thing.
Beautiful.
Is it centered under the 360 cam,
Wow.
Jesse?
Not quite, but it's pretty good.
Now, who is this in the driver's seat?
I don't know.
Is this someone who took delivery?
I don't know. It's an awfully...
Because I don't recognize that
it's
face.
not Sandy, because Sandy's standing right here.
Howdy. Hi again.
Hi again. It's been a high. All day long it's been a high.
Yeah.
Oh, it's leaving. Uh-oh. I'm just kidding.
Cheer if you want it to come back. Yeah. Don't go, Cybertruck. We love you.
I think we're just turning it around, so don't worry, folks.
Okay.
We just want the best view for all of you guys who showed up. I know, no tank turn, huh?
So, Sandy, will you tell us what it's like to drive since you've been driving it?
Yeah, I got a chance to drive it for about 2 hours. I would tell you that when you're in a tight situation like that, you should be able to turn on a dime because it's got rear wheel and front wheel steering, and with the basically drive-by-wire system, it's really a dream to drive. It's uber quiet, and this looks like the same view I just saw. I could be wrong, but this doesn't look like the back end. Oh, I see. They're going to run over Eric. Okay, let's get out of here. You've already had problems with getting your legs broken. So let's move back here.
Now, where were you able to drive it?
I drove it from the Gigafactory to here, and then we went up. And I will tell you, one thing that's truly scary is driving this into a parking garage. I thought I was going to pee my
Elaborate, please.
pee my pants. Well, it's usually like something happens and you get really warm, but at the end of the day, that was scary because you can't. Okay, so first off, you've got a tremendous view. Anybody that gets a chance to sit in this thing, this has got the most panoramic view ever, unless you're driving a motorcycle or a convertible. It's really, really good. When you are driving into like the up ramp of
Check.
If you're driving up the up ramp of a parking garage, wow! All of a sudden, where the hell is my corners? I don't know. And because it can turn really tight when it's moving slowly, it scares the crap out of you. It did for me. All I need is a little time. I think that's what it is. I needed a little more time because I've never driven anything that has front and rear wheel steering in a car, and I've never driven anything that has the kind of finesse that this car has. But I will tell you, it's quiet as a tomb. When you drive it, there's no noise. we drove by cement mixers and characters that, revving their diesel engines and whatnot. But this is super duper quiet. I can't begin to tell you what a thrill it was to drive. It's probably the apex of the day. And being as I was at the the Tesla release and everything, that was pretty good. But driving this is superior. Hey, let's stand in front of the truck. Oh, stand in front of the truck. How about that? Wow. Okay. All right.
You meet again.
Hey, didn't I just? Oh, no, give me a mic too. Now I've got my own mic. There we go. There's no telling what's going to happen now. Yeah. Hey. Oh, yeah. They're yelling.
Oh my
This
gosh,
lady.
getting heckled here. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh,
huh?
okay. Well, there you are. I'm not exactly sure what she said, but she seems angry. So
Uh-oh.
that must be you, not me.
I'm gonna get
You what?
quality tech.
Really? Well, then.
Thank you for
why
coming.
Why are you not here? Hang on a second.
Hello.
Thank you. Okay. All right, that's great. Okay, so now we've had conversation with the quality tech people. Does anybody else have a question or a comment? Yeah, I think that's the best thing. We were just talking a second ago about the driving experience. I really liked it. I think that Tesla has a kick-ass product, and I've driven everything. I even drove a 911, but never against one of these. And for those who were not in the crowd, the 500 that were implemented or were down in the thing, you got to see the video. It's a picture of a Tesla Cybertruck racing a 911.
Yeah.
But you know what's really cool? The Cybertruck was towing a 911 at the same time and beat it.
And still won.
And still won.
Well, Sandy,
Yes.
I want to know, are you able to share any constructive feedback that you might have for Tesla?
Constructive. The only thing that I'd really like to see is I'd like to see a view when I'm going into if I'm going into what do you call it?
Parking garage?
Parking garage. That did scare the crap out of me.
That's really interesting.
It would be great if I could see what's going on with the front of the car, because it was really tight. And although this is,
I think there might
What's
actually
that?
be a front camera.
there is a front camera. Actually, there's two corners in the
I
front.
see it. It's right here.
From quality standpoint, okay, so, all right, so let's talk about quality. The one that I had was pre-production, okay? So I saw that there was a gap differential between here, where the doors come together, and here, okay? This one here, I haven't had a chance to check yet, but I did bring my magic finger with me.
Let's see. Oh, he's going for his secondary finger. He's going for the micrometer finger. There we
Okay,
go.
so here's the deal. These gaps are pretty much the same, and they're consistent all the way down. So from a gap standpoint, what?
Cell battery.
They did not give me the opportunity to pull a battery pack.
I'm front line of cell battery.
So here's the deal. I am very impressed with Tesla's dry cell battery technique. And so far, I've only seen one honest person tell me anything about, what do you call them? Solid state batteries. Most everybody is full of shit. It doesn't work. Okay, except for one company, Saku. Saku makes a real dry cell battery. That's the only one. And now you're going to tell us a little bit about the dry cell battery, which Tesla is not calling a solid state battery, but is as close as anything I've seen to it without having that label applied to it.
Dissection and pull battery have a legalization and dealing with the cell battery.
They have a what?
I think it's cell battery.
Well, what?
We dissect and make the pull test to make sure the cells are okay to go into a can.
Okay, well, that's good. But you know what? What I'm really interested in is how did they put the anode together? Because there's no glue, there's no liquid, and I'm telling you what, right now, this car has 100% 4680 dry cell batteries, and the anode and cathode is there for sure, but it's dry, which means that you get rid of 40% of the battery assembly line because I don't have to extract the nasty shit that happens when you add electrolytes. So that's the big deal with Tesla.
The separators.
Yeah, the separators are there, but the retraction equipment is gone. The extraction of nasty chemicals. And wait, hang on a second.
When are you gonna take one apart?
Nobody can hear you.
When are you gonna take one apart?
As soon as Tesla can give me one. Yeah. Is there anybody here who has a Cybertruck that's going to be close but can't afford it? Because I cannot. Oh, hang on a second. This is my favorite cat lady on the runway. So if you have a Cybertruck, I can't afford, or I can't do a big giant amount of money because but I can accept a early VIN number.
Was there a question?
What?
Was there a question?
There was. The question is, do you have one for me, sweetie?
Oh. I'm number 1,000,000th bajillionth.
1,000,000 bajillion. Could you mark that down, Eric? Yeah.
Tri-motor.
Tri-motor.
Tri-motor. July 2021 is when I ordered it.
Oh.
You're going to get it way sooner than me.
Sorry.
but
Sorry,
I can't
sweetie.
afford it.
Yes.
Nice meeting you.
April 2020. Yeah, sorry, I can't. I'm looking for some real. Yeah. Oh, wow. What's. Yeah, anybody here from day one? Woo! Anybody that can't afford this truck or doesn't want the truck from day one? Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, so long. I'm done now. What?
Hey, Sandy.
No, actually, what we were doing was we were selling bottle openers because this truck's a lot more expensive. And everybody said, "Oh, screw you! I don't want a bottle opener. Too expensive." So now we have a lot of bottle openers. Maybe what we'll have is a sale. I'm not sure.
Hey, Sandy, I wanted to take a look at the truck for a second.
Yeah.
There's something on this one in particular that I think is pretty interesting. And it's right here, and it says that this is a Foundation series. And now the Foundation series, of course, is a book series by Isaac Asimov. But so of course
I
that's
have
like
no idea, but it
how'd they
says
do that?
stainless steel.
That's stainless steel.
Yeah. So
is that laser?
It could be. It could be blemish as well. So it's SSR. Oh, you got to move back.
Sorry.
SSRI.
I think it's Foundation series, but it's of course
Stainless
in the
steel. I
Tesla
don't know.
font. so
No
it's right
idea
here.
what that is. Thank you for humiliating me in front of a
I mean, how
1,000
many
people.
cars are made out of stainless steel, right?
None.
Uh,
There are none made out of steel.
I'm not
What?
trying to humiliate you, but what about the DeLorean?
Take a picture with which? I got a whole videos. I drove it for 2 hours.
Yeah,
I
don't
got
worry,
tons.
he's sick of it.
No, I'm not sick of it. I want it, but this guy's taking pictures. Oh, let people take pictures.
Yes, well, this is not our truck,
Okay,
so we are
this-
being very polite.
Oh, yes, it does. It's like people coming in and staring into your bedroom window. It matters. It absolutely matters, yes. Yeah. So, I don't know. I never used the brake. How about that? I mean, it's got regen braking and drive-by wire. It brake by, yeah. So there's Brembo brakes on this, but most people who have Brembo brakes, like on their Model S and things like that, they never use them. Brakes never wear out. But why do you think that the media hates Tesla? Anybody got an idea why they hate Tesla? Because they never advertise. They don't sell anything extra. There's no maintenance. You know how many? Okay, so see this thing, this finger? See it's got a burn mark on it? That's because I changed the oil in my wife's tractor. Yeah. The thing is that when you buy something like this, the quality is built in, no question about it. That's probably why they held back on a lot of the reviews. But I tell you, at the end of the day, what you're looking at here is something that does not need repair. Okay? It doesn't need repair. It doesn't get hot. I'm an engine engineer. Okay? Your engine creates 43 to 45% efficiency. 43 to 45. How much do you think it is for an electric motor? 97. So why in the world would I ever have to change anything? I don't have to change the oil. I don't have to change the brakes. You can change the HEPA filter. Oh, pop the hood. We're going to show you how to. Yeah. Can we lift this up a bit?
It's locked. We're being informed that it is locked.
What?
It's locked.
Okay, so here's the deal. So HEPA filters, if you've got kids that get sick and whatnot, there's a HEPA filter in here. Normally, they're miserable. You got to take the instrument panel off in order to get to them. But here you do. It lifts up. You pull off a panel. You slide it out. You put the panel back on. Boom, you're in business. I'm telling you flat. This thing is fabulous. Yeah. What?
Does it have FSD 12?
What's the what?
Full self-driving version beta 12.
Okay, I did not have full self-driving, and a reason for that was because I was driving a pre-production vehicle. So there were a few things. They said it, and I guess that's true, but I don't. Elon doesn't text me for these kinds of things. It's hard to believe, but yeah. I beg your pardon? 11,000 pounds. Oh, you mean like what do you call it? Trailer? Yeah, a gooseneck. I don't know about that, but I know that it'll pull 11,000 pounds. And I watched it beat an F-350 diesel, which came in second, and from towing standpoint. And they were towing like an astronomical. I don't remember the numbers, but they will be in. They will be like we took video and whatnot. But it's a phenomenal amount of towing capability. But 11,000 pounds, and if you get the extended range. Oh, okay. I have an NDA, and I just about crossed the run. So I will answer as much as I can as to what I saw at today's presentation, and they didn't tell everybody about that. So anyway, let's move on. What's that? Actually, we did not lower anything, so I don't know. But I will tell you that everybody was comfortable when I was, wow. Let me rephrase that. They were comfortable from climate standpoint. I don't know about my driving, but camp in a vault, that's what I intend to do. Okay, so one of the things that they did was they showed off some of the stuff that's aftermarket, and a guy has come up with, or somebody has come up with this tent that comes up here, goes over the whole unit, okay, and then you enter from the back. So there's places to store stuff underneath this rack, and then you've got a bed, and the whole thing is expanded using air pump. So I don't know. I didn't even look for that, to tell you. It has air conditioning because it's got a quad. Yeah, I know, but in this part, I don't know. I can tell you right now that when I get mine, I will go and shoot Bambi. I don't really give a damn. I don't care if it's Bambi, his mom, or his dad. Actually, his dad might be a good idea, too. But at the end of the day, I will be taking something like this, and I will be sleeping back here. Okay? Whether it comes through or not, I don't know.
Oh.
That was you. It's all you. What? Yeah. As long as you don't set it off again.
I believe we're going to be keeping this one locked,
What?
unfortunately.
Elon's here. I'm surrendering my. Did you? There is no ramp in the tailgate, okay? I can tell you that for sure because I tried. There is no ramp in the tailgate. It's too heavy. But here's the deal. For those who can see, let me see if I can. There you go.
Here we go. We got the frunk, everybody.
Okay, so there you go. So you can see what this is, and quite frankly, this is good. It's about 5.5 feet of cargo. When you add this, it's about maybe six or whatever, 6 and a bit feet. So you can put in 4x8 plywood. You can do all kinds of stuff. You certainly can haul what? No, but you know what's nice? What's really nice is this has a clock spring, okay? And this is really nice because watch this. Bear in mind, I'm 75 years old. Is that cool or what? I really like that. I mean, having that clock spring in there makes a big-ass difference because what happens here is when it goes down, it coils up, and then when you want to close it, you can lift it, and you've got that spring action working against the weight to clock it in place. No, I did not see any battery stuff, but I know there is one. That's about as far as I can go. Any other questions? You know what? I'm going down here. These guys here, these guys look kinder to me than you guys. Any questions here? Hi, how are you? You can't hear us? Oh my God. Well, the speaker is way down there. We need more speakers. Where's Anwar Beck? He's our speaker guy. There he is. Oh. Sign your truck? What are you shitting me? You might. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll buy your truck. Holy shit! You're kidding. Is this? Oh. Okay, so let's go to the signing while I try and talk this guy into letting me buy his truck. Wowzers. Well, I tell you what. Let's do this. Can you do me a favor? What I'd like to do is show you where Philip. Hi, Philip.
Sandy, how are you? How's it going?
Yeah, it's been exciting so far. So let's open your. Why is it working sometime? Okay, what? No, it will not float. Okay. Okay, so let's open this up.
Hey, Sandy.
Did you know about your HEPA filter?
I'm gonna swap you out. There you go.
Hello. Oh, wow. This is much louder. I've been just yelling at these guys. Nobody heard me down there. Okay, so actually, if you get in and open it from the inside. Oh, never mind. Okay, so hold this. Hold your breath. What do you mean, what am I doing?
So everyone, this is where the HEPA filter is stored. It's just 4 bolts right behind this.
You're going to need a crowbar. Anyway, this panel right here, you can pull off. If you're King Kong, you could get this, but I can't. Okay, good, yeah. Okay.
Give it a good tug.
Okay.
It's plastic, right?
Okay,
Give it a good
you got
tug.
it. Okay. If you can get one side, you can get them both.
There you go.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. Okay, so here you are. And now here's your HEPA filter. Here's your HEPA filter right in here. Yeah. Yeah. It takes 2 men and a boy to make this happen, but at the end of the day, oh look, they gave you a license plate holder as well. This is your lucky. So, okay, ladies, what do you do with this area right here? What? Lay down. No, it's not big enough to lay down. Jump the fence, sweetie. I'd like to see you. No, you cannot do that. I can't make that happen, but I can tell you, you won't lay down. But you can put at least 3 shotguns in there with ammo, okay? So what we've got here is the ultimate. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is the ultimate hunting machine. This is the ultimate for quad. This is the ultimate for if you got 2 or 3 motorcycles that you need to bring in. And by the way, Tesla does have. There's no such thing as a ramp inside the tailgate. However, Tesla is going to be selling tailgates, ramps for the tailgate, and you'll be able to get it in that way. But I tell you what, this is. Wait a minute. There's something else I need to see. Open that back up again. Press the button. Oh yeah. Well, that's where I was. See the green light? I can't see anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's what I'm here for. Okay, so how many people here drink beer? Anybody? Okay. So you're out in the middle of the woods, and you want to drink beer, but you don't want to get rained on. Yeah, let's throw the shotguns on the floor. See this? I can now drink without getting wet. And for those who do outdoor kind of stuff, it's a good idea. There you go. Okay, now we can lower it. What's that? Oh, yeah, this guy can. Where is the owner of this vehicle? Okay. Black hat on the phone. They would like to see a raise and lower the vehicle. I'll show you if you know how to do it. Oh, it's your. Oh, never mind. Can you raise and lower the vehicle? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. Let's do that. And okay, so the owner has graciously allowed us to raise and lower the. Don't put your hand in there; it'll bite it off. Okay, so this is probably in kneel mode, or I don't know what they call it, but this is probably in the lowest mode because that's what you do when you get into the vehicle. But now it's going to raise up probably somewhere around 10 inches, 10 or 12 inches. And that's for your off-roading kind of stuff. By the way, you got to have the doors closed. What? That guy right there. That guy right. I'll take care of that. Okay. Hang on a second. People want to talk to you, Philip. Can you swing by here? You are now a star. And you know what that means? It means I can go get a drink. Hang on to that. Okay, come on right up here.
The car is a star.
You own the star. You own the spot. Okay.
No, I got a random phone call from a guy named Franz von Holzhausen, and he said, hey, can you be in Austin on Thursday? And if you can, you'll get one of the first 20 vehicles. That was on Tuesday.
Thanks so much for coming. This is so exciting.
Yeah, I had to pay for it Wednesday. Yeah, yesterday.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Tri-motor. And there's a laser engraved 3-headed Cerberus on the back that designates the tri-motor. A really cool logo. Sorry? The tonneau cover goes down. The back window, I don't believe it does. Yeah. It may. I'm not sure. This back window? Yeah, go for it.
Wait 1 second. I'm trying to
do it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Thank you. All right, we're going to find out, does the glass go down?
Really?
I don't think so. I can't tell. I can't tell if the back glass goes down. There's a seam that I can fit my finger in just a little bit, but I don't know if the back glass goes down. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with the back glass does not go down. Observing it here. I'm going to go with no.
I got a thumbs up from the owner. Everybody heard that?
the owner go?
Hi, everybody. I am 5'10" feet tall. Hello. And I'm just going to lay in the back of this to see how I fit. I don't know if you can see my feet here. Woo! Dangling. Ooh, that's tight.
I can do that. No problem. There's a
Hold on.
Cybertruck here. Are you fucking kidding me?
All right, Jessica's laying in the back just to see how deep it is. She's 5'10". She's laying at a diagonal right now just to see camping accessories and whatnot. Her head is hitting. So her feet are just before the edge there, and her head is hitting at 5'10". So, yep. All right, there we go. Camping accessories for sure. All right, where'd the owner go? I need to give the mic back.
Actually, they've had an explosion of number of people visiting there since I did a video last week and with this event, so they've been going, what the hell?
All right.
Thank you.
Go jump in the Cybertruck.
Jesse. I'm John.
Nice to meet you.
Hey,
Daniel, nice to meet you too.
I look forward to your weekly videos.
Thank you so much.
I'm so glad you guys made it down here. Oh, me too. I was like, are they going to bring the mobile studio? Or?
I'm glad that we did. It'll be faster that way.
Do we want to jump back in? I don't think anybody has the floor right now.
Okay.
We're just going to B-roll. So, Dr. Nodal, Scott, Hans are ready if you want them, or you can curate whatever you want to do.
I'll do with Joe. Yeah.
Sure, sure.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Hey, dude. Do you feel like speaking?
Yeah, do you want to do you, me, and Dr. Nodal? We'll just do a little talking about the truck stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
The castings were laying around.
I know.
I was like, I've seen those.
All right, guys, come on forward here. I got with me two people you probably all know. I got Joe Tegmeyer.
Hi, everybody.
Everyone should go subscribe to his channel. We got Dr. Know-It-All. So if you have a question,
How are you?
I got a Dr. Know-It-All.
Doctors know, like, just a little bit. Hopefully this is loud enough. Is it on? I don't know if this is on. Can you hear me? Okay. Try that one. Check. Nope. What's yours? I'm going to kill it. Yeah, we'll share. We're good. I think we're good now. Oh, that's better. Yeah, much better. All right, cool.
All right, so we just learned a lot from Sandy.
A lot.
The cool thing I was just noticing, just pointed out, is this foundation series.
Yes. So that's.
We all know that is that one of Elon's favorite book series?
Oh yeah, Asimov. So how many people have read Foundation? How many people have seen the TV series? I know I just was wondering how many people had. Yes, read the book. No, it didn't. No, except for like a couple of the names. That was about it. So yeah. Anyway, but it's very cool. Foundation. So yeah. Yeah. And did people see the doors yet? Because I don't know if Sandy showed like these are pretty cool. Yeah, I mean it's just like. And I believe if you have the keys, I think they will self-present like with your phone. But yeah, for now it just pops open. So if you press the, I don't know. Good question. Yeah, it does it on both sides, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, the back one's the back one. I think you got to push it a little harder. There you go. But yeah, it just presents. Cool. Oh, we got another one. It'll look so different from this one. I guarantee you. It'll have a whole different number on the front. All right. That's awesome. So, by the way, when you touch this, it's like, I don't know, anybody like Rolex, like high-end watches, it's got that really, really hard edge. The edges are like, they're not sharp. They won't cut you, but they're like, they're really, really hard edged. So, whoa. Okay. Don't hit anybody. Let's not have the first Cybertruck accident today, please. I heard we already had Cybertruck tickets, though. Yeah, somebody got towed, somebody got ticketed. Really? Yeah, well, come on. I mean, it does 130 miles an hour. Why not? Today or recently? It was recently. I don't know about today, but yeah. Oh, that looks really cool backing up, by the way. All right.
So, Joe, how does it feel? You fly over these all the time.
Yeah.
Now you get to see them up close. What's it feel like?
Well, I've actually seen them up close before. So, but it's really neat from my perspective to see them in the factory, going through the production line of the various stages and how they actually build each of the panels. And you were mentioning how the panels look and they're very sharp edged and all that. But I was looking at how they actually affix them to the castings, and they have like a sub piece of metal that's affixed to the stainless steel, and then it's added onto that. So that was really cool to be able to see that. But I don't know. And the other thing for me is just seeing all of the stuff that has been brought to the factory in the factory working now, which is pretty cool.
How do you think the ramp's going to go? Because like with the Model 3 ramp, you know, it was a shit show, but Model Y was much smoother, and now I feel like they've learned so much. I know this truck is so different than the 3 and the Y, but do you feel like they've learned so much that this is going to be a smoother ramp?
I think that the Cybertruck is obviously a different animal when it comes to the actual being able to produce it. And I think part of the complexity for it is the production line itself. Now, we saw a lot of that in work today.
Yeah, you were there today.
Right, I was.
What did you feel about being on the ground, seeing it in person?
Like I said, it was just amazing to me to be able to see all of the equipment, the parts, the platforms, everything put in. I was also really happy to see how much of the factory we were able to see, because we went from about midpoint of the factory all the way to the south wall, and all of the production lines, at least on the first floor. There's a lot more on the second and third floors. But I think it was just amazing to see how all that is working. The amount of automation, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to do that with this or not, but it seemed like they had a lot of really great automation on it. As far as what they need to do, I was looking at the factory layout, and it looks like there's still a lot of room for more assembly of equipment, more testing, and to maybe make those lines more complete. So I think, going to your question about the ramp, I think they're battling getting the production line, and then they're battling making the car. Two different things, and I think that the ramp is going to be maybe slower than everybody would like, but I think they're going to be able to start, hitting their stride maybe the first quarter of next year, and then building from there.
Gotcha.
I could actually throw in just real quick. I think one thing is that Tesla's managed expectations a little better. With the Model 3, they were like, yeah, you'll get it soon, and now they're saying it's going to be slow. The second thing is just, it's not insider baseball or anything really, but I was asking one of the people on the line, and he said, he's like, I can't give you a number. I can't tell you how many come across, obviously. But he was like, when it's flowing really well. But then because it's ramping, a part will be missing, or a sequence will get out, and then it'll, so the whole thing will shut down, and then they're like scrambling. So it's, it's like this right now. But he says it's working really well so far.
When we see all of the giga castings that are starting to stack up, is that a good sign? Does that mean that we can kind of almost judge the ramp by that, or do you think that has nothing to do with it?
I think to some degree, yes, because obviously you're going to need a front and rear casting to make the vehicle, so you're going to be looking at what castings are showing up. Right now, it looks to me, and from what I've kind of been hearing, is that they go in groups of rears for a while and then fronts for a while. And I think that has more to do with what's going into the casting machine structure, with the setting up of the gigapresses, and also there's a huge ventilation system that they're adding in there, partly because of a furnace, but also because of the oil that they use to help make sure that the castings can be removed from the gigapress, and it's caused kind of some environmental issues, so they've been adding this huge ventilation system. You can see it on the roof with the ducted fans, and you also see where the windows were with a kind of a grate to let the air come through. So they're working through that as well. So they need to get, I think probably the first quarter that'll be resolved, and they'll have both of the gigapresses fully operational, and then we should start seeing an increase in the castings. And for me, looking at indicators, that will be something I'm looking for.
Now, how about crash testing? Because a lot of people, we haven't really got any official crash test numbers, but we know they have a crash test facility at Giga Texas.
Right.
I think they've been crashing some of them, right? You've seen some.
Right. There were actually 3 crash tests. Sorry, was it 2 crash tests and 1 bullet hole one? So anyway.
Up at the front.
Yeah.
There's 8 more over by the.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, so they were out there, and the front crash test was, again, I spoke to one of the engineers who was there, and he was showing me that they've colored parts and everything for the crash tests, so that they can see exactly what happens as the crash happens, and they have cameras underneath it, high-speed cameras, all sorts of stuff. he was telling me that their simulators, that the software that they've created to simulate their crash tests is so accurate that he was like, it was 1-to-1. Yeah, he was like, it's 1-to-1, there's no difference when we do it. So he's like, basically, we can run 1 million crash tests in simulation before we even do a real one because we know it's going to be just like that. And he was showing me how the motor, which is very heavy, you know, it's on a sled, and obviously it just goes down and it just hits the ground as the front end gets crumpled. So it's really impressive stuff. Now, I did ask him about other people, and he said, you probably don't want to be in the other car if you get in an accident with the Cybertruck. He's like, it's probably going to win, so yeah.
That's interesting, because I mean, I feel like if this can match some of the other cars and be the safest pickup truck, that would be just a huge benefit. Yeah.
Yeah, just the fact that it doesn't roll over. They show that side rollover thing, so yeah, that's very impressive.
So what were some of your thoughts today? You were at the event. Were you at the event as well? Did you
Yes, I was.
So what were your thoughts at the event in terms of the just the whole delivery of it? Like to us here, I think it felt very quick. Is that how it felt to you guys as well?
I think it was truly a delivery event. There was a lot of people wondering, are we going to get test drives? Are we going to see demos? Are we going to do whatever? But it turned out it was pretty much a delivery event as it was explained. And from that standpoint, I think it was outstanding, and the presentation was good. They did it in the end of line for the Cybertruck, which is really neat to see, because I don't know if anybody has actually seen that part of the factory before inside. Certainly not from inside. But I think for what it was billed as and what they did, I thought it was fine. And I think maybe some people were hoping for more, but I think it was really much on line with that. So I don't know what you have.
Yeah, I think the part that you didn't get to see was we got in a little after 1, maybe 1:10, and so we spent 50 minutes walking through the factory first. So unfortunately, the most interesting part of the entire tour was the part that you guys didn't get to see. Which was all the factory stuff.
But I did film the entire thing as a walkthrough all the way through.
Yeah, so we're going to we will be releasing that stuff. In fact, hopefully Scott and Hans and I will be up there in a little bit to talk about a small section of that.
Oh, great.
Just a bit, yeah.
That'd be great.
We were just trying to get the piece of the video out. But as far as the actual event was concerned, it was a little disappointing because it was just kind of like this, but there were 10 rows deep, and you couldn't see anything. So we like, you could barely see Elon's head sticking up over the crowd, and so it was fine. The energy was great. It did feel fast, but it was a delivery event. It was as it was billed.
What did you guys think about the pricing? We found out like right after the event was over, kind of on the website. We got the prices for the 3 models. Right. Was it what you expected? Anything not expected?
I think because we'd gotten a leak that the expensive one was going to be $100,000. It was like that was expected. And then I don't know. I think my wife and I were really happy with the 2-motor one for $80, which means you get the $7,500 cash credit, which is a big deal, which makes it about $72,500. So I was like, yeah, that sounds like a pretty good deal to me. I think the single-motor version, if they ever make it, is going to be a little underwhelming. But they're also like 2025, and we'll see, someday.
Right.
So yeah.
And what about the battery extender? Do you think that? So I mean, this was kind of. The news came in weird here where we're like, what is the battery extender?
Well, we didn't hear anything about it, so yeah. But a little birdie was talking to another little birdie there. I don't want to say individual names, but somebody who would know. And he said that it sounds like it might actually lay in the bed.
That's what we heard.
Right.
Yeah, it'd take up a third of the bed.
Yeah, and so
and
then
it's
you just take it out if you don't want it.
$16,000, right? We don't know what it looks like yet. But that it's going to add, 340 to 470, so 130 miles of range.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's for somebody like us that's not going to tow things very often. Obviously, it would not be the right thing to buy. But if you're using it as a work truck and you're towing things around all the time, it seems like a no-brainer that you'd want to get that.
Well, it seemed to me like it may be a stopgap engineering solution, because maybe they were hoping the energy density of the 4680s would be greater, maybe 20-30% more than it is right now. So if you look at that size and what I just heard here now, that seems almost consistent with that. So, as they continue to develop the 4680s, maybe somewhere in the future they'll be able to have a higher range just built into the truck.
Do you think though?
Just real quick, that's the battery extender.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. So
okay.
Thank you for finding it.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so that's the battery extender.
Okay.
Do you think that
it kind of looks like a mini fridge on its side?
Right. Do you think that that's the kind of thing that Tesla will rent, or do you think you'll have to buy it? Because the thing is, it's going to weigh a lot, right? It's going to weigh. It's going to be at least 30 kilowatts hours of battery. It's probably going to weigh 500-600 pounds at least. So if you put it in, it's probably going to stay in for a while. if they rented it, I'm throwing this idea out. I don't know, but then you just rent it for a couple weeks while you're going on a long trip or something like that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
It sounds possible, but it also sounds a little bit like battery swapping when that didn't really work either. So I'm just going off the cuff here because I didn't even really know about it until I got here. But we'll see. But it might be a good short-term business opportunity at the sales centers. You go down there and get it installed, do it for your week, and come back. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that might
like
be a
here's a
reasonable
weird conjecture.
idea.
I was just thinking,
No,
what if they had these at some superchargers,
Right.
And you could just pull up and add it for the week or something.
Or
I don't
even
know.
like an auto mechanic shop where they
Right.
would have a crane to lift it,
Right.
Because it is going to be heavy.
Yeah, definitely.
So you just take it and plop it in there, and you use it for a couple of weeks, and then they take it back out, and you
Right.
pay to rent per. Yeah,
But
that'd
it
actually
does
be
seem
reasonable.
very un-Tesla like you were saying.
Right.
Like usually everything's all together. There's no plugging, So it seems weird that this is like an afterthought almost.
It feels a little bit like the Apple virtual reality headset that they're coming out with the battery pack down here. It's like, oh, we'll just put the battery here. It's like, it does feel a little weird, but it will get them up to close to 500 miles. So there you go.
No, I mean, that seems to be, everyone's kept saying that's the magic number they wanted if they're in the towing world, right? Because if you're not in the towing world, like you said, 500 is not necessary. We all know that by now. But with towing, maybe that's now you're down to 250, and so that seems to be. But, I will say, with supercharging network, I don't even know if you need 250. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the whole supercharger network in it itself is an underappreciated strength that Tesla has, and that could definitely be leveraged on that. I was thinking when you were talking about both the extender pack and the superchargers is how often are people truly going to need that extender pack? And that may be part of that calculation as well. They could say, if maybe 1 out of every 15 trips you may need that, then the superchargers can, bridge that gap.
Right.
So.
All right, well, I hear that some
Yeah,
other
it
truck
sounds
is
like the other truck's coming.
So we'll make way for that. This is exciting. Oh, it has that headlight that you can spot from anywhere.
Oh, is it going to back in?
Oh, it might be backing in
all
this
right.
time.
We get to see that rear steering.
Yeah, so if you're watching from home, you might be seeing some footage now of a second Cybertruck, or maybe our third, actually, of the day, who's coming in. And hopefully it's going to park under our 360 camera, so we're going to get some great shots for you. Looks like we're moving some cars out of the way or something.
I know. Well, it's big. There you go.
And if you're in the Austin area and you want to come on down, we're going to be here for quite some time. We're at the Luster Pearl East on Linden Street in Austin, so come on down if you want to see a Cybertruck.
I don't know, this is another idle thought here, but yesterday, Brian from My Tesla Weekend was interviewing me out at Giga, Texas, and I guess some of his followers were asking, is the Cybertruck have capability for left or right-hand drive
interesting.
steering?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, and I told Brian that as well, and I also don't know if it's drive-by-wire or if it's just mechanical steering. But today, when we were looking at that Cybertruck that was in the lobby, I was looking at the firewall because it was available. They have a cutout that's the same shape on both sides.
Oh.
So that seems like that may be an opportunity.
Yeah. And I can add to that. That's actually what we're going to talk about is the drive-by-wire.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, steer-by-wire is definitely
So now,
a thing.
legally, right, you have to have a mechanical backup at the moment for
I don't
NHTSA?
believe so.
Oh, really?
Yes, so we're going to actually talk about that. He
Oh,
said
great.
there's multiple levels of redundancy
Oh,
in there.
wow.
So, yeah,
I mean,
really
this would
interesting.
really point to robotaxi, wouldn't
yeah,
it?
Exactly, exactly. And it
Sorry for
enables us
stealing
to-
your thunder there.
No, it's okay. No, we're going to talk about it. We'll get it. We have some video, so yeah, it'll be good. I don't know
that's
where the
great.
truck is. It's like
Maybe he's having too much fun driving around.
it's like I'm not going to come back.
It'll be interesting to see who's driving this truck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was the one we just saw a few minutes ago. That was one of the actual delivery ones, like the 10 delivery ones. That's pretty
crazy.
cool.
Maybe
And
it'll be
really good
Elon.
to hear that he just got a call from Franz on Tuesday and said, can you make it down here on Thursday to Austin? And
Yeah,
if so,
and oh, by the way, come up with $100,000
Right, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. It's like, ooh, okay.
Do we know what the specs are of the vehicles that were delivered? Were they tri-motor, dual motor, or?
I don't know.
Orbiting camera.
Try. We're hearing
Yeah, we
try
heard
from
that
the
all of them
audience.
were tri-motors. So
Okay.
yeah, that's why I was like,
Yeah.
Ain't cheap. All right.
Very cool.
Let's see if they get it there.
Did our Cybertruck leave us?
He's having way too much fun tonight.
I know. I wouldn't want to stop anywhere tonight.
I know.
What do you think it's going to be like to own a Cybertruck for the first few weeks and months? It seems like you're just going to get mobbed everywhere.
Oh, you definitely are. It's going to be a
Dude.
thing.
All right.
Franz is okay, ladies and
No, don't tell it. Yeah. Ooh. Seriously?
Welcome the art creator himself, chief designer Franz van Holhausen.
Franz, thank you so much for joining us today. This is a momentous day, and we all want to thank you so much for designing this thing.
I didn't know I was going to get on a mic, but it's amazing. Thank you, I guess, for coming out and just believing in us and supporting us and working on this project. It's super exciting to finally see it on the road. It's been, something we've been working on for a long time, and it's going to change the landscape. It's an awesome machine. If anybody's been working on it, you know how badass this thing is. And yeah, hopefully we'll transform the landscape a little bit.
If you have a minute, I would love to ask you some questions.
All right, one minute.
Okay, here we go.
Go.
So when you were designing this truck, there had to be at one point where you drew this truck and Elon was like, yes. Were you happy or were you a little afraid when that happened?
No, I mean, when I came up with the design,
Sure.
When I came up with the design, we made it into a model before we even showed it to Elon, and it was, instantaneous. Yes, this is what we're doing. So
that's fantastic.
I mean, you have to, Elon believed in this project from day one. There was a lot of people that didn't. This is super polarizing, and it's tough to, it's so radically different. And Tesla could do anything, and could have done a normal looking pickup truck and killed it, of course. But this is also an opportunity to really change change the paradigm a little bit and bring the future forward. And thanks to Elon for really believing in this and what we do, and trying to make special products. We care about the products. He cares incredibly about the product and wants to get the best thing to the people. So,
Franz, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a wonderful night. Well, I mean, that was something. We got Franz here. I didn't want to bug him too much. He's had a very long, busy day at the end of a very long, busy while developing this truck. And I can't believe I'm standing next to one. This is, honestly, it's a little emotional. I think a lot of people around here, this is like something that we've been waiting for 4 years. And that is so exciting.
Isn't it, though?
It is.
I mean, it is a little emotional.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I think we're all going through this letdown moment where we've been building up and building up and building up, and now it's here.
It's here.
Oh man, let's hear it one more time for Franz and the whole team at Tesla, because this thing is amazing.
Yes. Let's just take a moment to take it in, huh?
Yeah.
Just take it all in. What I'm so excited about is that in the span of the next year, in the next 2 years, this is going to be driving around every American city. And there are going to be people who have not heard about this truck or haven't heard about Tesla. And they're going to see this driving on the road. And their reaction is going to vary. It is going to vary from, oh my God, that is the coolest thing, to we are being invaded by aliens, to that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And I hate it, right? But it is going to elicit a reaction, is it not? And I think that is probably the most important thing. No one can look at this truck and go like, whatever. Yes, exactly. Whatever, who cares? I don't need to know more about that thing. This screams, it demands attention, doesn't it? And it's got quite a few little tricks up its sleeve. First bulletproof truck you can buy. First truck you can up armor with like a little bit of welding experience, which is pretty cool. And it's gonna be amazing, isn't it? Who is so excited right now? I am so excited.
Yes.
Hey, everyone here,
Yes.
thank you so much for coming. This is just a dream come true. We put together this whole event in about 30 days. So 30 days ago, we were like, what if we had a party and we invited a whole bunch of people and maybe
what if a
there would be
Cybertruck came?
What if that would be crazy? And maybe we could get Franz? I don't know. And so we were able to pull this together. I want to
What
thank
if Sandy would come?
I really want to thank our sponsors, Lex.art, Light Horse, Henson Shaving, and Expel. Thank you so much for helping to support this, for keeping us out of the rain. We would have been drenched. All of our camera gear would have been ruined. And thank you so much to Corporate Streams for putting this together. Everything that you see here, from this orbiting camera to the Steadicam, all came from them. So thank you so much for being here. And this is so exciting. Also, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing would happen without this community. We would not be here without this community. This community is the best. Thank you. And so, yeah, I hope we're all going to have a really fun time. Has everyone had enough to drink? Are we all having a good time? No? Well, I think you've seen your fill of the Cybertruck. Maybe it's time to
yeah, so we're going to go to
think and drink
commercial,
about it.
and then we're going to have Sandy join us up on the stage. We're going to have some fun with Sandy. So we'll see you guys in a minute over there.
See you right over there.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure. With zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse. A tale of power told in electric whispers.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
And we're back. Hi,
check.
everybody. We are over on the stage if you want to join us, but you can keep gawking at the Cybertruck. I will not blame you.
We're with our buddy Farzad Mazbahi. Check him out. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me? I can hear me. Hello.
If you can hear you, that's a good
I think
sign.
I can hear me.
Or maybe it's in your head.
Are you guys okay? You've been here for like 1,000 hours.
I think so.
Do you need any water?
I've been having visions
Were you
of
traveling?
Cybertrucks.
Like you were going to the Gigafactory.
Yeah,
You
how
did
was
more
it?
work than I
It
was.
was awesome, man. It was really cool.
I heard it was hot.
It was hot. It was a little warm in there. Yeah, it's been raining. It's a little humid in there, but it was awesome. It really did feel like a very quick event. You know, we got in, we saw a bunch of Cybertrucks. I was actually really surprised by how many Cybertrucks there were. Like when you walk through the line, and I was listening to John as I was driving in. He was saying that was a really cool part of the thing was all the different Cybertrucks that they were building behind the scenes. And that was really cool to see because you got to see a lot of intricate details as far as what their processes are. All this, all the stuff behind the trim and stuff you can see. And then outside, they also had the two trucks that they used to shoot it. Like the shot it with the gun, and then the crash tested one. So you got to see all that stuff as well, like all the different pieces. So. And I put up a couple of videos of that on my channel for people to see if you're interested. So it's just really cool. It just went by really fast, man. It went by really fast. And now it's here. It's like, okay, there's a triangle right there. I can see the pointy thing right there.
Yep.
And it's sick. And then Franz shows up. He's like, hey, what's up? I got 1 minute. How you guys doing? Thank you, Franz.
We're getting asked to turn up the volume just a little bit in here.
In the house?
In the house, yes.
All right.
Turn up the house.
Nice.
Bring down the house, yeah. But it was really cool, and thank you guys so much for putting this together. I think you guys can give these guys a round of applause, seriously, because these guys have been here all day.
Thank you.
I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal, and the coolest thing about this community is that there's so much togetherness and so much selflessness, and the fact that you guys are willing to do this for as long as you have. Everybody who's here checking this out, supporting Tesla and everything is like I feel very honored to be part of this group,
Totally.
So it's so cool, man.
It really is. I feel honored. I feel so emotional today. I feel like I'm keeping it together because I'm on stage, but I would normally be crying right now. This is such an awesome
Should we do
day.
like a cry out right now?
Can we do a cry?
Yeah,
just a big
should we
hug? No, really. I mean, I think just seeing this many trucks in person is different than seeing one truck, because now it's like, this is real. They're actually making these. Like, this is legit.
Yeah, and I think that for a while now, people out in the world they've gotten used to seeing Model 3s. Maybe they know what they are or whatever, but it's going to be pretty hard to ignore the Cybertruck and to just be like, whatever,
What'd you guys think of the price when they announced it?
It took a little while to absorb it because
that hit. That hit, right?
We were talking earlier that Elon first announced it at $39,900 for the lowest one. If with inflation, that'd be $47,700. but it wasn't 47.7. But I can see that if you take off the $7,500 tax credit, you do get close to that.
Yes.
So that's fair.
Right.
But then we don't think that's going to come out for a while, right? So now we're talking the high-end truck at 100. But I get it. If people want it bad enough, they're going to pay 100. I think it is the middle version, which most people have been talking about as kind of the dream version for them. Yeah. And so that's the big question, is bring it in under 80,000. Is that magical enough to get that $7,500 tax credit? And does that, so we're talking, what, 72.5? Something like that, yeah. Is that a good number? Right. I don't know.
What's really interesting is how they're doing the extended range version.
Yeah.
So instead of, and I was listening to you guys' conversation, or y'all's conversation, God forbid we're in Texas, my God, you guys, what am I doing to myself? But the big thing that they've been talking about is, hey, we're heading into 2026, 2027. As EV demand grows, there's going to be a potential shortage of batteries. And the last thing they want to do is put batteries in vehicles that are not going to be used. And so the extended range strategy, I think it's a very clear sign that says, hey, there's probably going to be a little bit of a problem from a shortage perspective, but then it also highlights that the targets they had for 4680 were not met. And I think that's another legitimate one as well. But I think it's twofold. I think there's two things going on there. What's going to be interesting to see with that extended range version, I think, is the uptake. Like, I'm curious to see, you're going to have the dual motor, 340 plus miles, the range extended gets you to 470. It's 16 grand, right? But if you're able to get dual motor at 80 with a $7,500 tax credit, that's 72.5 with 16, that's 88, right?
Look at this math whiz over here.
Yeah,
Dang.
it's just numbers, bro. Come on, keep up. But I think the uptake of that is going to be a signal that says, are people seriously considering an electric truck as a hauler, as something that's actually going to pull stuff, Because that's been the biggest sort of knock against electric vehicles is like, hey, if I want to go 500 miles and use it that one time to tow 11,000 pounds, I'm not going to be able to do it. That theoretically gives you the option to do it, and I'm curious to see how many people are actually willing to take that option.
I don't even know if you need to do it, though. I mean, everyone does use 500 miles as the magic number because if you divide it in half, that's 250, blah, blah, blah. But do you really need that much if you have a supercharger network? I don't know the answer, to be honest.
I think it's really a question of, like, what are you hauling? How long are you hauling it? I can imagine a professional car hauler could say, the total cost of ownership of this truck is going to save me a whole bunch of money, plus I really want this truck. And getting the extended range not only gets me a faster truck, which is cool as hell, it's also going to mean less supercharger stops on the way down to Florida, lugging grandma's car down to Florida. So I can see how, for that sort of aspect where you're going to be towing long range all the time, totally makes sense to have an extended range. If they didn't have an extended range, you can't get the truck. Now you can. It's 16 grand more, but you're probably using it professionally.
Yeah, and I think it's two separate things. It's like the ability to do it is one thing, and then the affordability of it is like a separate thing. And right now we're not there, right? It's obvious that we're not there. You can't have like an affordable EV with a lot of range, and like 500 plus.
And we don't have any Tesla trucks on the road. We don't have any electric trucks that can use the supercharger network at the moment. I feel like somebody who gets that dual motor and starts towing with it is going to find that there are enough superchargers. It might be a pain because you're going to have to stop more frequently, but it's doable. So when the family wants to go to Yosemite or whatever, they're going to be able to make it. Yeah. It's just a question of like, how much longer is that trip going to take, and is it worth $16,000 to get the extended range to make that trip a little bit faster?
Yeah, I think the other thing too to think about is like, is this truck a traditional buyer's truck, or is it going to create its own market, right? Because if you think about the traditional truck market and how they think about, so one of my really good friends in Texas, his name's Travis, and he has an F-250, and ever since I showed him the Cybertruck, he's like, this thing's a piece of shit. What the, it's like, he's just going on it. Like, my F-250 will kick its ass. I can't wait to show him the videos from today, you know what I'm saying? But the one thing, and this is how, like, I don't want to create stereotypes, but I think that there's a certain truck buyer out there that says, my truck, I can spend 60, 65, 70 on an F-250 or a low-end 350 or whatever, and I can do that once in a while, 500-mile trip towing, right? And that gives them a sense of security, because that's what I feel like being American is that. It's like, I want to do that one thing at that one time when I'm alive, right?
Yep.
And so, like,
That's a good
is
point.
that what it's going for? Is that going to be its key market, or is it going to create its own market?
I
you know?
think that being able to say it could do it really answers that question, I think, for a lot of people, and it'll shut them up. That stereotype where it's like, yeah, but what if I want to tow blah, blah, blah? And it's like, well, you can get the extended range one. And sure, there's a comeback to that, but I don't think that it really matters.
I think there's also going to create a new dynamic because I think many of us, it's so expensive to think about doing something like that, where the gas and so forth. I feel like with electric, they're going to see how cheap it is, and I feel like maybe not towing a big camper, but these new campers like space campers, I feel like are going to be so efficient that a lot of people are going to discover that way of camping, and maybe that'll create like a new paradigm shift in all this.
And it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to talk about towing all day. It's, again, something you're going to do probably less than 1% of the time. The rest of the time, you're going to be driving around a truck. And the gas mileage isn't that much better towing. If you have a gas truck, it's going to be that much more expensive to fuel. And so do you really want to own that F-250 or whatever just in case? Or would you rather have the Cybertruck every day and it still can tow, damn it?
Yeah. I think the other thing, too, is by the time Tesla's able to make enough trucks to potentially start eating away that market, like 2026, 2027, then we have to take into account savings from economies of scale. You have to take into account savings from the 4680 going to the next few generations, right? Maybe new manufacturing practices. Maybe, we have some sort of deflationary thing happening because of automation and artificial intelligence. So I think that's where the story gets really, really interesting. It's like today's pricing, it came higher than I expected. I thought 70,000 for a dual motor, 3 to 350 miles, and then beast mode was 89. That was like my final prediction. It was 10 above, right? Plus the extended range that took it a little bit further on the top.
So you were really off.
I was very off.
I
On the
was
top
too.
end, I was
But you
very
were hoping
off.
like I was. I think
I
you
was
know.
optimistic. I mean, and I was also, falsely using the initial specs that we got from 2019, and I did that inflation factor on top, and I'm like, well, it's also going to be more because there's going to be more demand. But of course, it turned out to be even more than that. But I would be like 2 to 3 years from now. I'm not going to say that 79,000 won't be the price forever for a dual motor, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like the rest of the lineup, they either add more range or they lower the price over time.
Well, because I think Tesla has a demand problem. They have too much demand. They have 2 million people signed up for this vehicle.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
Maybe that number is lower, blah, 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 but that's a big problem because they're not going to be able to deliver 2 million trucks in a reasonable amount of time. So you have high demand. You're going to do what the market demands you do and raise the price.
But I do think that 2 million is going to be less after this pricing came out
Of course.
today. Yeah,
but that's what they need.
It'll be, I 100% agree.
It can't stay 2 million. They're
Correct.
in trouble.
They're actually going to have a place to sell.
It's a demand problem.
Very true. 100%.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, as of course.
When can we
Doofus
start
Gordon
talking
Johnson.
about the robots making the trucks? I feel like when we talk about it now, nobody believes us. But I feel like it is going to happen very soon. And I think the thing I want to talk about is, for me, a robot seems impossible. It seems like, I don't even know where you begin. But I think for Elon, it's a bunch of motors and some actuators and some software that he's already figured out, and he knows that it's going to cost him, $30,000 or something. So when he can turn that part on, isn't this whole game change?
Yeah, if it works, absolutely. There's no reason why it wouldn't change, right? So the promising thing there, Andrei Karpathy put out a video a couple of days ago where he was explaining a large language model for dummies, right? And then he was also using the work they were doing with FSD and the Tesla bot and figuring out how to kind of bring those two things together. And it's becoming really obvious that what Tesla has created with FSD, the foundation, and they've said it before, but it's quite obvious that all they have to do is just feed data from the bot for it to work. They don't have to build anything else from scratch. It's already there. The foundation's there. So now it just becomes a matter of having the bot learn how to do the motions and then figuring out a manufacturing process so that your bot is less than outfitting an entire factory full of robots, right? And that seems, from a mathematical perspective, you sit down and do the math, from a raw materials perspective, you're like, of course this is going to work. But the bot has to do the motions. They have to do the movements. Optimistically, if you want to be optimistic about it.
I do.
Me too. Who doesn't? Probably like 2026, bot will start influencing the cost of goods sold on the Cybertruck, if I were to guess, in some way. It might be like small, But if it's as simple as move part from A to B, that is so much of manufacturing. I don't think a lot of people understand. Move part from point A to point B is like 98% of it, right? And if the bot can be involved in that, you all of a sudden you get huge drops in COGS, cost of goods sold. That's what it stands for. So, but it might take a while to get enough bots in there to be part of the process. Yeah.
But I mean, that starts solving a whole lot of other problems, right? Because right now, Tesla is ramping up, and they're going to have labor problems, labor shortage problems, right? And then you don't have to deal with the whole UAW problem if you're. I don't think they can unionize yet, right? Bots.
Last time I heard, that's not the case. And if they can, boy, are we.
Yeah. When your smart TV has to go on a union break.
I don't feel like watching Netflix right now.
Yeah.
I'm on my break.
There's one other thing, too, with the Cybertruck is that the thing we have to remember is that the manufacturing process for the Cybertruck is supposedly, from what we've seen so far from Tesla, what I saw at the factory, significantly less parts than a traditional truck, but significantly less parts than, say, a Model S or even a Model 3. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, everything's casted. It's just a bunch of castings. It's 48-volt architecture, which reduces how much wiring you're going to put in there, and like they're going to streamline the harnesses. The new technology is going to come from the manufacturing processes and the type of equipment that they put in the truck. But it's a huge simplification of the process. So that is also going to help with manufacturing.
Let's talk about the 48 volts, because I think for a lot of us who don't know much about cars, 12 volts, 48 volts, who cares? But this is the first production vehicle that we know of that's done 48 volts. Can you kind of give us an idea of why that's such a big deal?
Yeah, so this is where I'm actually very excited to talk to Sandy about once we bring him on stage too. And I let him kind of really go deep in this. But really the biggest savings come from huge cost savings and also huge weight savings. So with the 48-volt system, you basically reduce the weight by about 70%. And then with the 48-volt architecture, you're going to have a lot more reliability because you're not sort of depending on this old school 12-volt architecture that's just not going to be nearly as reliable as a 48. So it's a cost and the weight savings, and then when you have the weight savings, it's also a downstream cost savings because that means you need less batteries. Even though it's a little bit of weight, you're still getting a little bit of savings from that side as well. But that's where Sandy's going to be able to give us a lot of insight as to why that's such a big deal.
What do you think the other automakers are doing today? Like, do you think they're bothering to watch this, or do you think they already think they know, or do you think they're all going into like bunker mode?
I mean, what's interesting about the other automakers is that they've been very upfront about how they're not taking this transition seriously, right? They've already come out and said, we're going to delay our plans to make an EV. GM, Ford, VW's delaying their plans for their battery factories. So there's already a signal out there that says, hey, what we're making already, people don't want. So why would we even try to compete with that thing, right? If I'm an executive that's making that decision already, I don't think there's any planet where that same executive is going to say, yeah, but we're going to make something to go against that thing. What they're going to do is they're going to try to use their existing lineup and try to justify it as a superior product to the Cybertruck, and they'll say, buy our Toyota Tundra hybrid that, is just a truck that has been around forever, but it has a 7 kilowatt-hour battery, and I will get the $7,500 credit, So that's, I think that's the direction legacy automakers are going. They're going to try to use marketing and advertising to try and convince people that their inferior product is actually superior.
So, I mean, do you think that they're actually going to regress? Because I feel like we made some progress, right? Like, we got some electric vehicles from these companies. We begged and screamed and threatened them, and they finally started to do it. And now they're, like, regressing, right? Do you think that the arguments that they're going to start pulling out of their hats are going to be the old arguments that we've already debunked? And we're going to have to debunk them again because they've fallen down in the algorithm, and they're going to say, like, oh, electric cars actually aren't that good.
I don't know if they're going to regress. The way I would define it is that they're going to try to lean really heavy into hybrid technology, and they're going to say, you don't really want EVs, you want hybrids. Right. Because that does two things for them. One is that it allows them to utilize their existing manufacturing processes that they have built for gas cars, because hybrids are just gas cars. And I'm not trying to say hybrids are terrible cars. I'm just saying.
I am.
Okay, you can. You can take the heat.
Yeah.
Right here, that's your guy. So that's one thing, right? So you're going to be able to leverage your existing manufacturing process to keep your costs down. And then once you put a big enough battery that gets a tax credit in the United States, then you get the other side of it where you have this lever you can pull that's going to allow you to keep your costs competitive versus a competing EV. But what's going to happen over time is that you're going to end up having this shift where you're going to go from gas cars back in 2015, 2020 being cheaper than EVs, and then you're going to go fast forward 5 years, you're going to have hybrids that are going to be more expensive than EVs because people are just shifting away from pure gas cars. That's what I mean, it seems quite obvious that's what's happening. And legacy automakers, if you look at their financials with the amount of debt that they have and just how just unwilling or incapable they are to shift to the new technology, they're going to have no other choice to appease their investor base that is all very happy about dividends, and God forbid they kind of do something where the dividends go away, or the stock buybacks that GM just did. They can't do anything to upset that balance. So that's where hybrids are going to be very helpful for them. But I think the consumer at some point is going to be like, do I pay a premium on a hybrid, or do I just buy a freaking EV? And I think that's where we're going to go.
I want to hear more about your comments from GM. When we come back, we're going to go to a sponsor break right now. I want you guys to, again, hands together for Farzad and also our sponsors. We'll be back in a minute.
To the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
A good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
Hey Jesse, can you grab that seat?
It's just fun. So I'll just keep doing it. You met Kimball, I saw today, like just real briefly. Oh yeah, for like a hot second. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
All right, everybody. Well, I am so pleased. We're going to be having a panel here with Eli, Starman, and we are also going to be having Sandy Monroe up on the stage. So please welcome Starman.
Come on, big round of applause.
Okay. How do we know it's good?
I know, right?
Okay.
All right, guys, we're going to be having a panel here in just a minute once we get a few more seats set up.
Okay.
How you guys doing tonight? Did everybody get a photo with Franz von Holthausen? Franz, if you're still here, thank you so much for joining us. That made this night absolutely incredible. And this is spectacular. This is the era of the Cybertruck. All right, I'm going to introduce my panelists, starting with Kim Java. Welcome to the stage. Give a round of applause for Kim Java.
Hey Kim, here's your mic. Here you go, Kim.
Ryan, whichever one walks first. Ryan from Kilowatts. Welcome, brother. And last but not least, Ryan McCaffrey from Ride the Lightning. Welcome up, Ryan. All right, so guys, the topic of this conversation is going to be the disruptive power of the Cybertruck. As Elon Musk said tonight, and all of us very well know, there has never been a vehicle made quite like the Cybertruck. But I think before we go down this route, I think the perfect place to start is we have a member of this panel who owned the closest vehicle that ever was to the Cybertruck. Then that is the DeLorean. So Ryan McCaffrey, I'm going to give it away with you. What is your take on how the Cybertruck is going to change the game, specifically with your experience as a DeLorean original owner?
Well, first of all, I never thought I would see the day when anyone else would build a stainless steel car ever again, because it costs a lot.
Go ahead and bring the mic a little closer. It's loud.
It costs a lot of money. It lasts too long. You know, car companies want you to buy new cars every 8 to 10 years. My DeLorean, when I sold it in 2012, it was 31 years old at that point, looked better than when I bought it when it was 19 years old, because I'd had done a little work on the stainless steel finish. And the Cybertrucks that are starting to roll out of Austin now will look as good in 50 years as they look today. Even if they get scratched up, they'll be heavy-duty Scotch-Brite, just blend those scratches right out. So that, to me, is really, it is the signature feature why I'm interested in buying a Cybertruck. If this were a regular steel-bodied, painted vehicle, I would probably, I've never owned a truck, and I would probably continue that. But stainless steel, it's so easy to care for. Yes, it's going to be fingerprinted, as you've already probably seen today, but just keep a little thing of Windex in your center console, and just a microfiber cloth. Fingerprints will wipe right off, and you never have to worry about bird poo, because there's no paint for that poop to etch into. You never have to worry about sun damage. There's no waxing the finish. So it is just going to be the easiest vehicle to maintain in terms of its fit and finish that you've ever had, and that's what I love about it.
Thank you, Ryan. Can you guys all hear us okay? Yeah, volume's good. Fantastic. All right, so one of the big numbers, and I'll let anybody who wants to field this one take it, one of the big numbers that we surprisingly didn't hear on the live stream, but we had to go find on the website, was range. So what do you guys think about range, and how does that
impact your buying decision and your use case for the vehicle?
Yeah, so all of that, the range is obviously not what we were hoping for, but still very good. My interpretation is the Cybertruck is a vehicle designed to be a bit different. It's a little bit more of a car. As much as it is a truck, it's also a car. And so my use as someone who focuses on car sharing, on basically, using other people's cars around town, it's obviously still more than satisfactory. You still have supercharging up to 250 kilowatts. We may even see that get better over time. I think that the range is very good, especially, again, supercharging network. But yes, anyone who wants to tow, that's kind of where this started to become slightly less interesting. So range extender for towing is meaningful and different. Otherwise, 300 miles for most people's use of a SUV that just so happens to be a truck, it's awesome. 300 plus miles is still awesome, but yes, I know there's gonna be a lot of people that do tow that are either gonna need that range extender or are gonna seek other vehicles.
So let's talk about you specifically, because I remember you initially pre-ordered 20 Cybertrucks because you were going to include these as part of your rental fleet. So now that you have these specs, what's your plan? What configuration are you gonna go with? And who do you think's gonna wanna rent that vehicle, right? So for context, guys, Ryan is in the San Francisco Bay Area. He runs a large fleet of Teslas that's on Turo and his own platform that I'll let him tell you about to compete with Turo, because Turo sucks. But yeah, very interested to hear of who you think is going to be the customer for that.
Who isn't going to want to rent them?
Yeah, no, that's yeah. This is arguably the best vehicle out there when you just consider a vehicle. When you consider a truck, it's maybe not the best truck. Again, I think it might be the best vehicle out there. So as Ryan McCaffrey said, yes, this is a very desirable vehicle at $60,000 starting price for the rear-wheel drive. Honestly, again, in the San Francisco Bay Area, maybe other than going to Tahoe, it's going to be a phenomenal rental vehicle. So on dispatch, we're going to host any and all electric vehicles. And yeah, I think this will be absolutely the best out there, especially all-wheel drive. Sure, the price is a bit higher than we were hoping for, but the experience of what is arguably the best utility vehicle on the road ever, and then backing up to what Ryan McCaffrey said, unpainted, don't worry about sun damage. It's gonna, that exterior body is just gonna last and last and last. You don't have to worry about those small scratches. So as a rental vehicle, as a shared vehicle, this is an ideal vehicle.
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Ryan. All right, let's go in an entirely different direction. Kim, do you plan on buying a Cybertruck?
So we did pre-order 4 years ago. So I would say absolutely yes. My husband, on the other hand, is a little more conservative because we don't necessarily need 3 vehicles. But I would like to. I actually need to talk to you more about this because one of my ideas on justifying buying it obviously would be to make content for our channel, but I would love to rent it out in the Atlanta area and kind of learn more about how to do that as well to justify it. But I do love it. I've always been a fan of the design of it. I think it's cool. So overall, though, in terms of range and things like that, I kind of want to go back to that because my family does take a lot of road trips. And I was a little bit disappointed, to be honest, about the range. I wanted more range. 300 miles, it has to be that. But more, to me, is always better. There's a lot of times we drive places and we don't have good destination charging. And it would be nice not to have to worry about that. So to me, more range is always a plus. The range extender itself, we were looking, I was talking with Ryan earlier, and it's the design of where it fits in the truck. It really takes up a lot of space. It doesn't look like what I imagined Tesla would have.
Careful, the lead designer's here.
That's true. But to me, it's, I don't know, it doesn't, this is my opinion. They're just my opinions. But I mean, I love the truck. I love the truck, the range extender.
Okay, so here's my question. Will you use the Cybertruck differently than you would already, like, let's say, take a road trip on your Model X? So would this be like in place of your Model X, or will you go places with it that maybe you couldn't on the Model X? Like, have you thought that through yet?
Yeah. So we like to travel and bring our bikes with us when we travel. And right now we throw them on the back of the Model X. And we also have electric bikes, and they're really heavy. So I would like to be able to when we go on those kind of road trips with the kids and the family, be able to just put all that stuff in the back of a truck and not have to worry about it at all. Also, sometimes there's a lot of lakes in Georgia where I live. We could pull like a jet ski or something. All that utility that we don't necessarily, with our X, we don't have it. Now, the X I will still use as my main car because it has 3 rows and I need that with 3 kids. But I think the Cybertruck, there's so much, that second row today was the first time I got to go inside and like see it, and there's so much space in there and it's so comfortable. Even for an adult to sit in that second row was fantastic.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kim. So one of the big things tonight that Tesla unveiled that is actually very out of character for Tesla is range has always been part of the main battery pack. Tesla tonight, for the first time, has offered a secondary range upgrade that is going to be apparently available after you take initial delivery of the vehicle. And I'll let whoever wants to take this. What's your take on that? Because this is like a new product format for Tesla that we have never seen before.
So we've heard Elon say a lot about how you only want to go so far with range because otherwise people are just kind of hauling around a bunch of batteries that they'll never actually use. And I think that's exactly why they've done this range extender, is because it's saying they're gonna only ship the number of batteries, the minimum number of batteries that they absolutely need to. So they're saying effectively, if you want the full maximum range that we can offer, you need to opt into this as an aftermarket accessory, and that way, you're not just forcing every tri-motor customer or every dual motor customer to buy a 470 mile range vehicle when probably the majority of those customers are never going to need anywhere close to that range. So they're effectively having you opt in, thus saving their, as of now, limited 4680 battery cell supply by quite a bit.
I think my main question is, how easy is it going to be to remove and add that back in? Is that something you can do at home, even with like a winch? Like, how is that going to be possible?
I was doing the rough math with somebody earlier off stage, and it seems like it's probably going to be on the order of 50 kilowatt hours or so when you kind of look at, it's 130 miles of range, and it's about a third of the pack. So I can't imagine it will be light enough for a normal
more than
person.
a couple hundred pounds.
Yeah, I think you're going to need service center installation on this, and I'm not sure it's coming out unless you take it back to the service center. We don't know, but I can't imagine it's just going to be a thing that you lift out and keep in your garage when you're not using it, because that invites all sorts of fun other problems, like what if water is flowing through your garage, and so that's going to be. It does seem like it's going to be a service center situation in my eyes.
Absolutely.
And then if that's in there all the time, you lose some of the utility and the space that you would have in the bed of your truck.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the other piece of this, which is price, right? So that was probably the biggest change since the unveiling, is the price to range to capability. How do you think the market is going to respond in general? How do you think this is going to impact the reservation list, right? Because reservations were under a certain set of assumptions. And Tesla's not entirely to blame for the assumptions that have changed, right? Everybody's been impacted by inflation. I mean, interest rates are 7% to buy a home. The world's a different place. But how do you think the average buyer who's thinking about buying a Cybertruck today is going to be impacted by these new numbers and these new metrics?
I'll briefly jump on this first, just as someone that previously had a Rivian R1T. I think that other than the certain things that make this a unique vehicle, the stainless steel and how long it'll last, it is a more competitively inline vehicle. And I think we were all kind of thinking it was going to be blowing everything out of the water. If you look just at the spec sheet, it's more competitively in line, which I think will encourage other people to, do I like the way certain things look better? Or it's more in line, and I think that as a result, some people that were on the fence are going to go for other vehicles. That's good. But those of us who are here are probably
people that really want it now will actually get it, and the people that don't want it, well, someone else can take your reservation and move up the line faster. I do think it was priced a little bit higher than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie. I wish it was less and make it a little more affordable. But I think also we kind of have to disregard some of the numbers that we all heard 4 years ago, because it's a completely different time. So much has happened since that event. So much things that no one could have ever expected. And we have, COVID and war that we're about, all this stuff. So it's completely different climate that we're in right now. And when you look at other trucks, it's competitively priced, like what Ryan said. I agree.
Yeah, I don't think anybody reasonably expected the 2019 prices to hold in the end, but I do think there are a lot of people that put down their $100 4 years ago hoping for a $40,000 version that's not going to happen. And so I think that those of us who are going to stay in line, I think a lot of people will ultimately either hold off or drop out, which will allow the rest of us to get our trucks a whole lot faster.
Fantastic. So I want to give out a shout out to our sponsor, Expel. Expel's a local shop here in Austin that does wraps for vehicles. They're going to be wrapping Cybertrucks. And this leads into my next question. Wrap or not to wrap, and why?
Definitely wrap. Because why not? I wrapped all of my vehicles with Expel. It's so much fun. I mean, I feel like that's one of the reasons why I love the Cybertruck. To me, is that it is a completely clean slate, and there's so much you can do with it. Like, I'm already thinking of all these mods you could do with that truck and really customize it to whatever you want. So for me, it's a definite 100%. I would wrap it.
Do you have any idea what your wrap's going to be yet?
I'm not sure yet. I really don't know. I have to kind of play around, look at the deck.
All right, we'll see it on Instagram.
So, having owned a DeLorean, I have no intention of ruining all the advantages of stainless steel by wrapping it. A wrap requires care and maintenance. Stainless steel does not. Also, on a similar note, on the way over here, I saw that a ton of Cybertruck accessories went on to the shop.tesla.com page. One of those, some of them are the wraps. There's a black color-changing PPF and a white one, great. But there's also a clear one that's $5,000. Please, no one waste $5,000 on clear PPF for your Cybertruck, because it doesn't need to be wrapped. It's scratch resistant. You're not protecting anything with a stainless steel finish with clear PPF. If you're gonna wrap it, change the damn color of it and personalize it, but do not do clear, I beg of you.
As someone that has wrapped multiple vehicles myself, multiple Tesla vehicles, wraps are very interesting. I'm just gonna quick overview. So there is vinyl wrap that mostly just changes the color. It's very thin, not meant to protect the vehicle. There's PPF. That is, as you were just saying, generally clear.
And lasts longer.
Thicker, lasts longer. Expel, the sponsor, they are well known as being one of the best, if not the best, at providing that. And then there's colored PPF, what Tesla just recently started rolling out. You can buy, so yes, you can buy black and white colored PPF, which is going to last the longest. Unlike vinyl, it's not going to get cut as easily. So I do understand why they're choosing colored PPF, because it's roughly as tough. Definitely not, no, I shouldn't say that. It's not as tough as stainless steel, obviously, but it's more tough. Vinyl tears easily. If you run a key through it, you're going to cut it. PPF, you run a key through it, you can actually it's fine. So all that is to say, I think a lot of people should customize it. If you want to wrap it yourself, it's a fun thing to learn. On flat surfaces, it's easier. Am I there? On flatter surfaces, it's easier. So vinyl, if you want to do it yourself, go for it. Colored PPF, it's harder, but it'll last more like the material. And as Ryan said, at the end of the day, you can't go wrong with just plain stainless steel. It is a beautiful vehicle. It's just going to look like every other single Cybertruck in the parking lot.
That's a great point. Cybertruck is going to be a vehicle that is the best case for a DIY wrap. The curves on a Model S, an X, a Y, it's incredibly difficult. I mean, I had mine professionally done right before Cybertruck came out, as it turned out. Brushed steel, they had to redo so many panels, and they were professionals. I would never do that myself. But Cybertruck, I bet you there's some members in this audience even here that are going to successfully be able to do that themselves. That's going to be fun.
And just specifically, so what makes wrapping a car hard is rounded surfaces. Anything more like a ball,
Curves
think about putting a piece of paper on a beach ball versus putting a piece of paper on a wall. the Cybertruck is much more like a wall than a beach ball. It's going to be so easy to wrap. I encourage people, try it. Get a little bit of material, try it on a panel, and decide whether or not you want to do the whole vehicle.
I agree with everything Ryan's saying 100%. Especially with like the vinyl would tear pretty easy, so you do want to either put a PPF over it or do the combination wrap, for sure.
So we know now all the features that the Cybertruck has, but let's talk about now. I want to hear from you guys the features, the functionalities that you were hoping to see that is, from all we know to date, not made it into the final production vehicle.
Boat. I wanted to see it go on water. I wanted to see the Cybertruck swim. I was kind of disappointed.
So do you think it doesn't have boat mode based on the presentation?
I don't know. It could. I think it might still, but it hasn't been announced, so I don't know. I don't know.
I'll be honest.
Who's going to be the first YouTuber to put it to the test? They'll probably, even if they sink their truck, they'll probably make enough money off the views to buy another one.
That's a good point.
I think out of spec, maybe, or whistling diesel. I could see them doing it, but someone should definitely do it.
So what about the two of you? What features were missing in the vehicle that you wanted to see that aren't there?
People are not going to like me for this one. I wanted the Cybertruck to be dead simple. I don't necessarily, while I love that it can turn quickly and easily, I would have been fine without rear wheel steer if it would save me a couple $1,000. So given, again, I'm a car sharing focused guy, I want people to experience the best vehicles out there. For car sharing, I think rear wheel steer introduces potentially more risk than it benefits, but I do think it also makes it. I do think it also makes it a better vehicle.
I mean, the obvious one is the tailgate ramp, right? That's now that is one of the accessories on the shop, although it's not the same ramp on the prototype. It's like a ladder-looking thing to actually it's not something you're going to drive a little ATV or something up, but. Outside of that, it's kind of hard to complain about the feature set of this truck. The air suspension, we all knew it had an air suspension, but tonight we got to see how quick it is. Some cars, the air suspension takes forever to make it, up and down. Cybertruck, it gets up and down quick when you need it to. It's nice to have the little accent LED light strip in there, which now the Highland 3 has, of course, too, and I'm guessing the S and the X will have it any minute now, probably. And steer-by-wire, that's something that from the just various videos of all the engineers driving release candidates around, a lot of us suspected when they're pulling in and out of supercharger stalls, and you see the wheels turn really fast, you go, well, that's in a regular, manual steering wheel turn, that's not how it goes. So steer by wire should be really comfortable, I would think, in practice. And that's another thing where the S and X will probably also get steer by wire sooner rather than later, which will make the yoke option on those vehicles a little more appealing maybe than they have been so far.
I've got a question. Do you think that alludes to a potential Plaid Plus, or would that just be put on the Plaid for Model S and X?
Well, I think you're getting into four-motor territory at that point. If you're talking about,
I don't know, but
I mean that's Roadster territory.
Maybe Roadster.
Hey, Franz, can you build my Roadster, please? Where are you, buddy?
Franz, get us a
I need
Roadster.
the next-gen Roadster. That's next, and that'll have steer-by-wire too, and four motors, no doubt.
That was fantastic. Thank you, guys. So let's talk about it for this final point about how. We know the way the mainstream media is going to go after this vehicle. It's going to be Tesla Cybertruck versus the F-150 versus the Ford Lightning. How do you think that's actually going to stack up, and where do you think the market understanding of this vehicle is going to get it wrong?
I think all of mainstream media is going to get it wrong, for sure. I think it's just ripe to be torn apart because people are going to say it's too expensive and blah, blah, blah. I already saw a meme where they're like how it started versus how it's going, and it showed the steel ball versus the baseball. We already know this. It's all the FUD that just surrounds Tesla, and yeah.
I'll say, Elon is known for overpromising and overpromising and delivering, underpromising, over-delivering. Both happen. I think in this case, we've had so much expectation that if you just take the vehicle for what it is, it's an incredible vehicle. But as you're saying, the mainstream media is going to look at the promise versus the reality and say, yes, certain things were missed. Range, cost. But if you look at what this vehicle is, there's a lot of things, LED lighting, rear wheel steering, drive-by-wire. I think its tow capacity is greater than what it was initially rated for. So yes, you can pick it apart for the things that it's not. You could pick it apart for the things that it's not, or you could look at what it is, and it's an incredible, maybe the best vehicle, as I said earlier.
I'll tell you, I actually think there's very little overlap between a Cybertruck buyer, a Rivian R1T buyer, and a Ford F-150 Lightning buyer. I think that they're all very good in general, but I think they're all good at different things and appealing to different buyers. I mean, I think they're just all going to steal ICE truck customers away, and that's the end goal,
Hell
right?
yeah.
That's what we all want to see. So, yeah, I mean, I just think they each speak to a different type of buyer in a very good way. I mean, our Rivian's kind of got that Land Rover lifestyle outdoor thing going on. The Lightning is very much a utilitarian work truck, and the Cybertruck kind of blends it all, but you've got to be willing to accept super bold styling, which not everybody will. But, I'd be happy driving any of the three of them, but obviously, given my Tesla history, yeah, I mean, I'm all in on a Cybertruck. I want the second stainless steel vehicle ever made after being lucky enough to own the first one that was ever made. So I can't wait to get mine.
And on that note, like with what you're saying about the different buyers for each vehicle, the one thing I think that Cybertruck has that maybe the other ones don't have is that you're going to get a lot of crossover between people who have never owned a truck and are not buying a truck for a truck with Cybertruck.
Great point.
So,
Fantastic, guys. Before we wrap this up, starting with Kim, please tell everyone where your channel is here and watching this on the live stream, where they can find you, what you do.
my channel is on YouTube. It's called Kim Java. So that's me. We try to post maybe 2, sometimes 3 times a week. And you can find me on Instagram, X, it's Kim Java.
I'm Ryan from the Kilowatts. We're all over the place, but mostly now focusing on dispatch. That's what these shirts are for. So focusing on car sharing, a brand new company. I've got my 3 engineers out here with me, and we're starting, again, as you mentioned earlier, a Turo competitor focused on EV car sharing.
Fantastic.
And my name's Ryan McCaffrey. I've hosted Ride the Lightning, the unofficial Tesla podcast, every single Sunday for the last 8 years and counting. I have no intention of stopping ever because I'm just that crazy about all things Tesla. You can find me on all the major podcast services. Just search Ride the Lightning Tesla, because if you just search Ride the Lightning, you'll get Metallica coming up. And so add the Tesla in there, you'll find me.
Well, Ryan, and Kim, thank you so much for being part of this panel. And everyone in the audience, please give a round of applause for our panelists.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Eli.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a commercial break. Zach and Jesse are going to come up for a little bit after, followed by our headliner, Sandy Monroe.
A new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with 0 emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
All right. Who is excited to be here tonight, huh?
Me.
All right. That is awesome. We are joined on stage with Daniel from Henson Shaving and, of course...
Who's this guy?
Who let
him on stage?
This guy?
I busted this party. I'm just here to get free hot dogs, and somebody has been giving me booze. So there we are.
The rule is if you
Good.
show up in a Cybertruck, you're in, right?
Yeah, kind of. But I had to drive away, and then I don't have a Cybertruck anymore. Anybody that's got a Cybertruck number that's low and wants to get rid of it, I'm really looking for one.
I mean, we have one, and maybe we could like loan it to you to tear down if you promise to put it back together.
That ain't gonna happen. But I will tell you. Okay, so you just saw an ad for Henson's razor blade. Razor.
Henson Shaving.
Not the razor blade. You can use any razor blade you want inside, but they give you 100. I shave with this literally every day when I'm in town. It's hard to get that on an airplane. But I will tell you, every day I shave with it, and every day my wife comes and kisses me on the cheek because you know what? It's really a close shave. You know what? I do not advocate anything that I don't use, try, or endorse. I just don't take money for nothing. But I will tell you, when these guys showed up, hand me one. I have the purple razor, not the what do you call it, titanium one. But I have a purple razor, and I'm telling you, I love that damn thing. And so does my wife. So here you go. Cool. It's all yours now. Yeah.
Sweet. Thanks so much.
Jesse likes it so much that he's just been complaining all month because...
I have, yeah.
Well, it'll take that beard down. Like, it'll actually...
I know, and that's the problem. It's
okay,
like,
we were going to do a live... check. We were going to do a live shave on camera. There's just so much opportunity for that to go horribly wrong.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
pretty tired, so
yeah.
I don't think I should be driving.
We wanted to
let
get
alone shaving.
drunk and shave on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a good
Okay,
idea?
but wait, can you just tell me why it works? Because I don't use it, obviously, but Jesse does every week, and
Yeah.
I know he loves it.
Yeah.
But why does it work so well?
It's literally blade grip. If you look at the razor, how it holds the blade, imagine a diving board.
Okay.
As you walk away from the fulcrum, the diving board gets more bouncy. If you walk further out, it gets bouncy. So if you look at the way we hold the blade, it's just got a bend on it and a torsion, and it's only held about 1.3 thousandths of an inch of total exposure.
Okay.
So it's as compared to a diving board, it's more like a cliff. It's more of like it shears the hair than cuts it. The idea was, my brothers are not tool makers, but my brothers are aerospace machinists, and they came up to me one day and said, hey, we thought if we made a razor that held the blade well, it could get an experience that would be noticeably different. And I think we're at this event because products that are noticeably different are rare and awesome and dope. And we were like, well, if we can make something that doesn't suck, we'll be kind of off to the races. And the feedback so far is it doesn't suck as much.
Jesse, you wanted to do a poll, I think.
Does anyone here use a Henson razor? You can just raise your hand.
Let's see, anyone here use a Henson razor?
I'm seeing a few.
Oh,
hands.
I see a bunch.
We got 1, 2, 3.
A couple maybe happy customers. That's great.
So put it this way, everybody else in the audience, there's a statistically a high likelihood that if you tried it, you would think that it's legitimately amazing. It's a well-made product that just seems to work in many different scenarios by many different approaches or different people. It doesn't matter color or gender or any of that or where you use it on your body. we're kind of just here trying to get the word out that we've got a legitimately well-made product that works as advertised. That's our hope.
Yeah, and I just love that it's sustainable. I mean, instead of having to throw away all this plastic and metal when you're done, you just got a recyclable steel blade. You can use it many times before you need to recycle it. And you're on your first box, I think, of blades.
I still am, yeah. It's going to be a while.
Sustainable and, like, I don't want to say pride of ownership, but, like, it's nice owning things for a long time. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, when you look back at something, we were originally going to do this, like, ad of, like, a razor and it, like, lasting throughout a marriage. And then it would, like, show a wife who's, like, in a fight with her husband. And she's in a fight with her husband, and then she, like, looks down at the razor and she, like, remembers him giving it to him 10 years ago. And she's like, what am we doing fighting? This is stupid. You know, like, there's a timelessness to it that we think it just lasts, you know?
Yeah.
So...
No, I mean,
anyway,
I
we
love
don't need to
mine.
plug for a long time. You guys want to talk to Sandy? I don't need to be here. Point is, we want you guys to buy our razor, no joke, and hope you guys love the show. Thanks so much to Zach and Jesse.
Well, hang on 1 second. See this guy over here with his hat off? I jumped off the stage and whatnot. We got to talk to the guys who got kind of like close to balding heads. Sir, yeah, here we go. See? He needs his head shaved. There you go. So you can shave your face like this and get kissed by your wife, or you can shave your head and
Get kissed on
not
the head.
have any friends. I don't know. But
Allegedly,
anyways,
head shavers say there's nothing like it. I've never shaved my head before, but the head shavers tell me there's nothing like it. So anyway, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks so much to everybody. Honestly, buy our products. And I'll
Thank
talk
you
to
so
later.
much, Daniel.
Thank you,
Big
Hanson
round for
Shaving,
Hanson
everybody.
Shaving. They
Couldn't
helped
have
make
done
this
event
possible.
without him. Please give him a warm thank you.
okay, so I have one request. Is Tesla Boomer Mama here? Because this is your hat. This is the hat I promised to give you. Where? That you're not Tesla Boomer Mama. Okay, so hang on. Is Tesla Boomer Mama here somewhere? I gotta hang on to it then. Okay, fine. I'm gonna wear a pink hat. Anyway, I'm gonna move over closer.
What do you got there, Sandy? You got cyber glasses?
I have cyber glasses, but I wore them out.
Whoa.
To the people who gave me these glasses, the battery's worn out. I don't know what happened. But anyway, I don't know how to turn them on if they're.
I forgot mine at home.
But anyway, they're really special for a minute or two. What? Ah,
there we go.
Woo!
Oh man.
Obviously,
Oh my goodness.
Obviously, there's somebody here that knows
Everyone
what the hell
look
they're
out.
talking about. Thank you so much. Okay, that's enough of this shit because I can't see. Okay, good, excellent. All righty. Now, I'm not going to be up here by myself. Kyle, get your ass out here. Get your yellow shirt over here on this stage. Where in the hell did he go? He ran away. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You try and get friends and then they leave you. Okay, so I'll have to live with you guys until...
All right.
We'll have to do.
Yeah, you'll have to do. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Sandy. I know you can't tell us anything of what you learned inside, but tell us just one little thing. You can tell us one little thing. Yeah.
Okay,
no one's
so,
listening.
So
don't
here's the
worry.
deal. There's things that I can't talk about because I have an NDA until midnight.
I think it is midnight. Is it 11:59?
You are
Isn't
a
it?
liar. You guys are lying. You're trying to get me. Yeah.
Midnight
I'm
somewhere.
good. It's not midnight. These guys are lying. It's midnight, basically somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic. But I can tell you one thing for sure. Okay. I really enjoyed driving that car. I'm telling you what, the four-wheel steer, the drive-by-wire, everything about that car, the vision, everything is just absolutely brilliant. And it's quite a bit easier than driving a Model Y, a Model X, a Model S. It's easier to drive because the screen is slightly different. And I like the deal. I don't have to wiggle stock sticks and stuff like that. It's just up and down. And by the way, there's another thing that's kind of cool. When you want to take off, it's like the Model S. If it sees there's nothing in front of you, it assumes you want to go forward. Now this, for those folks who've ever had a brain fart, and you decide you're going to put it in drive when really you should be in reverse, this is going to be perfect for you. I personally never have that problem. But at the end of the day, this is the kind of stuff that you can expect from the Cybertruck. I love everything about it. I loved it from the first time I saw it. I only made one small mistake, and that was not putting my name on the reservations. I don't want to get into that, but at the end of the day, this is a fine truck. Tesla is going to just kick so much ass. It's iconic.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about it. If I say Beetle, what car do you think of? If I say Mini, what car do you think of? This is going to be a car like that. It's an iconic vehicle that's going to continuously be in the public's eye, always.
How is the visibility with not having that normal pickup truck frunk?
Okay, so normally when you look out the window, it's like driving either a motorcycle or a convertible, and I've had lots of both. But there's one thing I really scared the shit out of me, and that's going into a parking garage with really tight turns. I've already suggested this to Tesla. Give me a view. You've got the cameras there already. Give me a view of what the hell I'm looking at, because I can't see over the edge. The good news is there is no rear view mirror. Hallelujah. Finally, somebody grew some balls and actually got rid of the rear view mirror. They haven't got rid of the side mirrors, the wing mirrors, but the rear view mirror is gone, and you get a nice view of what's in back of you. I mean, that's brilliant. I love that. If we could just toss Nishta into a few more, getting rid of a few more old-fashioned, well, you know, we've always had a rear view mirror. If we can get them to get rid of that, I'm pretty sure we can make things happen in a good way.
What do you think about GM, Ford, the big guys? Are they worried tonight? Are they even caring about this tonight?
Okay, so in order of priority from the guys that are probably the most worried to least, I'd say number one on the hit parade is Volkswagen. Holy mackerel. If I've ever made a bad prediction, it was when I said Volkswagen may be the only competitor to Tesla. I was so wrong. I mean, I'm not going to take a flogging or anything, but I will tell you, I was so wrong, it was incredible. I cannot believe how how VW is, I don't know how they're still alive. They've got to reduce, okay, so I hear a lot from different people, and some of the Volkswagen people have told me they've got to get rid of 40% of their production capability. And it's all going to be in Germany, Slovakia, and wherever. Their Chinese companies are the only ones making money. So at the end of the, what are they waving at me over there? Hey, you with the yellow shirt, get over here.
Uh-oh.
Come on,
Get up
let's go.
here.
I can't believe
What are you,
it.
afraid to sit next to Sandy or something?
There we are. Okay, so now I'm going to be able to stop talking and give everything to Kyle. Kyle, it's your on.
Hello. What would you like me to talk about?
Well, let's first introduce.
We can talk about charging if you want. Absolutely.
Let's first introduce Kyle Connor from Out of Spec Motoring.
Welcome, Kyle.
Along with many other amazing channels.
How many people have watched Kyle's review of ice-cold weather charging? Stick your hands up. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that the big guys are worried today about what they just saw, or do you think they're just going to ignore it?
You mean in terms of their response to the truck? Yeah, I honestly think the first reaction for most people in the automotive industry, whether it's from like an OE or other media outlets, is going to be to make fun of it and not to take it seriously. I think that's probably the first reaction.
Because
of
you think they really don't get it, or because they just need to have that reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't know much about the truck yet. And so this happens every time a Tesla product comes out. Lots of doubt, lots of questions. And honestly, same for me. Like, I can't wait to test it. I want to see the range. I want to see the charging. We got to do, this versus Rivian versus Lightning versus Silverado.
Yep.
And I'm super pumped for all the videos we're going to do with it. And yeah, so if anyone's got one, send it to me before he tears it down.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just tell you a little bit about. I've driven everything. Okay, so I don't go into the depth that Kyle goes into. Out of spec is your best opportunity for real road trip experience. But I can tell you, my wife owns a Rivian. I don't own anything. The company owns a Model 3, a Ford F-150 Lightning, and we got a couple of Chinese cars and some other stuff. But I will tell you that what I drove today is different than a Lightning. Totally different. Because when you're trying to park a Lightning, you're parking a beast. Okay. However, if I compare it to the Rivian, I don't see me as a buyer of an off-road vehicle. I don't see me wanting the Rivian. My wife loves it, but I want a Cybertruck. And then we look at, if we look at the F-150, for those who watch my channel, you know that I wound up with a whole bunch of people coming from all over the world to show up in Auburn Hills with no electricity. How in the world did I save that? I plugged in the Lightning, and son of a gun, they just saved me literally $1 million. So it's hard for me to throw rocks at an F-150 Lightning. Now the good news is that, pretty sure I heard this today. I hope I heard this today. But here's the deal. The Cybertruck is bidirectional. So that means that it's got the attributes of the Lightning, so you can you can not just charge, but you can run your household on the Lightning, you can light it on the Lightning, but you can run it on the Cybertruck, and the Cybertruck has got a much bigger battery than what the Lightning does. So as far as I'm concerned, if we're looking at the guys that are going to lose, we're looking at Volkswagen. Down a long ways comes General Motors. A little ways further down is Toyota. They're going to get smaller. And then you've got a whole myriad of folks that are in between. And that would include the Rivian, the Lightning, the Hyundais, the Hondas, the Teslas, the Toyotas. All these guys are making the direction that they should make, that they have to make if they're going to survive in the next 10 years. The guys at the really top, like they've got, I have no, how do I do this without saying fucking? I can't remember how. But anyways, they have no chance of really surviving. And so they will shrink. They'll shrink in size considerably. Now, the question is, who's going to be the biggest car manufacturer on the planet in 5 years? 5 years. Who said BYD? Stick your hand up. You're right. Tesla will not be the biggest because we don't have enough product out there. Oh, sorry. We don't have enough product out there. There's no way that Tesla can compete with BYD because BYD is so huge. They are double. And because everybody should know that China is the biggest market for cars, period. They're double the next closest competitor in the EV world. Double. They are taking over, dominating Europe. They are moving into, they already have bus companies in Los Angeles. They're moving into China. BYD will crush a whole bunch of different companies. And so BYD is going to be number first. Who's number two? Tesla. I believe Tesla will be number two in the marketplace. And the reason for that is because they have a product that's a step above what BYD produces, but will come in at a higher price. And Americans are cheapskates. And that's the way it works.
Awesome.
Now, okay, there's one question that I have for the two of you, and I think you're probably both uniquely qualified to answer. I want to talk about the windshield wiper. Today we got a good look at the windshield wiper wiping when you brought your truck in, Sandy, and I appreciate you doing that. Is this going to be a problem? Everyone's always worried about how long this windshield wiper is on the Cybertruck. What do you think?
I think that the single windshield wiper is an absolute genius move. I tried to talk General Motors into it. I tried to talk Toyota into it. Mercedes already has it, but they've got a cam in it that makes it sweep the whole window. But the window is so damn big, and the wiper is even bigger. I'm guaranteeing you that that's going to be the right way to go. And we've been trying to push this technology forever. I'm going to tell you something that it sounds like I'm bragging, but it's not. I will tell you that every time we put out a suggestion on YouTube, we give it to the world. Who is the one who implements it and who sits around picking their nose, giving reasons why they can't do it? Tesla. And in number 2 position, well, there's 2. One is Geely, and the other one is BYD. Everything we say, everything when we criticize, every time we come out with an idea, like 48 volts, who implemented and who just went, well, I don't think so, really and truly. You know, we've been doing this since 1960, and so there can't possibly be any technological improvements since 1960.
Kyle, I want to ask you about snow. And I think a lot of people are worried, especially with the windshield wiper, about snow. And today, looking at it, I kind of noticed something. I'm so used to my windshield wiper being down and then having to come up. And so when I am too lazy to brush off my car in the morning after a snowstorm, and I'm like, the windshield wipers will take care of it, it'll go up and it'll go, and then it'll come back down. But I was looking today, and the windshield wiper is up, and the whole front windshield goes straight down to the hood, and then the hood goes all the way down. Do you think that it's just going to...
I think it depends on the snow mix, especially,
yes.
and how strong that motor is. Because
True.
there's a lot of weight it's going to have to push. But I live in Colorado. We've had a ton of snow, and so you
Yeah.
just precondition it for a few minutes. I would just crank that wiper on full, and if it breaks, it makes for a good YouTube video from my side. and if it works, that's an even better YouTube video.
Yep.
So it's super interesting to see, like. Wiper stress test is a video we have to do in the near future. It's double blade, is my understanding, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, we'll see how they wear. All these things, certainly we'll be looking at it.
Okay, so I drove the car quite a bit in the rain and the fog and the mud. When you get close to the Tesla factory, it seems like, I don't know how it happens, but mud shows up on your windshield. And what happens is it starts down below and it goes up. And then automatically it figures out you can't see what you're doing, and it goes down. But when we got to the expressway, I really wanted this thing to do better than what automatic was. So I went thump on the windshield wipers, and it comes up. Do you want to do it automatically, which kind of like I didn't care for? Or do you want to have it thump, thump, you know, so you get one swipe? Or do you want to have it thump, thump, and then wait, thump, thump? Or do you want to have it on wicked fast, which gives you an epileptic fit? Okay? So you can pick whatever you want, and it's right there.
How does it spray the water
okay.
on?
So if you've got your thumb on the steering wheel, you press the windshield wiper and it'll cycle. If you hold it, then what happens is it sprays fluid, and I ran out, but it doesn't matter. It's now my benefactor. It's Rich Otto's problem. We ran out of fluid, and I didn't. I mean, you can use a lot of things for fluid. In Russia, they use vodka, and sometimes if you're drunk, you can use urine. But at the end of the day, you have to use something, and it has to have salt in it. So again, this is where men have an advantage. So at the end of the day, I had no problems with the windshield wiper at all. Just push the button, or actually with your thumbs. So you've got your right and left turn signals, 2 buttons on the steering wheel. You've got front, forward, reverse, and park. Actually, it's on the screen, but you don't have to use that. You can push a little button, and there's a small, I don't know what to describe it as. It's like a beam, and you press the button, and you've got a Prindle. For all the old timers that I'm quite caught on, You can push that thing on, and you can hit park, reverse, drive, whatever you want. It's all right there, and neutral. So it's kind of cool. The windshield washers and whatnot everything's right by your thumb, and because you've got we did not have self-driving on that car. It was pre-production. But if you've got the what do you call it, steer-by-wire kind of stuff, everything is, I mean, you'd have to really try hard to crash this car, really.
Can I ask you guys about steer-by-wire? So I was under the impression that NHTSA required a mechanical backup system, but has that rule been changed so you don't?
No. The NHTSA rule is that if you go by steer-by-wire, you have to have double redundancy on the electric motors, which they do have, and you have triple redundancy on the controlling system, and they do have. It's just that everybody was too damn cheap and too lacking of foresight to make that happen. Because remember, every major aircraft you've ever been on, ever has fly-by-wire. And there's a lot more going on when it's fly-by-wire versus steer-by-wire.
So what is it? Is that an advantage for Tesla going forward? I mean, is that going to be a cost reduction, or what does that do?
Well, from a driving standpoint, it leads to a unique driving experience, right?
Yeah,
so that's
can
what
you
we
explain
focus on.
that? So there's something about when you're at slow speeds than fast speeds?
Yeah, so the idea is the ratio is going to change based on the speed of the vehicle. How it's tuned, what happens if you do an emergency load in the steering, these are all the things we'll find out. But essentially at low speed, if you put a 45-degree input into the steering wheel, the vehicle's going to turn pretty quickly. At high speed, if you do the same thing, it'll sort of smooth out that input. Also has rear steer, which they didn't discuss too much. We don't know how many degrees, like EQS, for example, is 10 degrees of rear steer, quite a bit. This didn't look as aggressive. Maybe it's 5 degrees, 7 degrees at the most. But it doesn't need to be, even a minimal amount of rear steer makes a huge impact, and that can be tuned differently at speeds as well. At low speed, you want it opposite of the front wheels. At high speed, you want it in the same direction to virtually elongate the chassis, make smoother lane changes, give some more stability. And so we got to play around with all that tune. You drove it with steer-by-wire, so what was your impression of the inputs at the different speeds? Was it natural to drive?
It was, at first it's a little bit of a trick, because when you're trying to get out of a tight parking spot or whatever, having rear wheel steering is kind of, so I've driven lots of trucks and buses that have rear wheel steering, and I'm telling you, it's great from a tightness standpoint. You can almost spin on a dime. It's really, really tight. You can make things happen in a hurry. When you're at high speed, that doesn't kick in. You definitely don't want rear wheel steering from something that's moving too quick. But that has I think 10%, 10 degrees, I should say, of rear wheel steering. And then when you look at the front of the vehicle, the lock-to-lock at basically 0 is 300. I think it's 320 degrees or something along that lines. It's been out in the market for a bit. They've talked about that. So,
Sandy, when you had a chance to drive the vehicle, did you drive the tri-motor version? And what was your impression of the performance? I spoke with the powertrain guys today for some amount of time, so happy to share some impressions. But what did you think of the quietness of the motors, the powertrain calibration? Was it smooth? What was that all like?
Okay, so I drove it in beast mode. Beast mode is probably not for everyone, but I did used to race cars and whatever. But at the end of the day, I didn't find anything that was overwhelming. And the reason for that was because we got the car with basically about less than 40%, I'm not sure. And so consequently, beast mode eats up a tremendous amount of power. And we wanted to get back home and whatever. So I did kick it in several times, and it did definitely. Grace was unhappy. Don't do that again, was I think the comment. I thought I heard a whisper in my ear, but at the end of the day, I truly liked everything. It was smooth. It was quiet. Everything was consistent with what you'd think when you're at highway speed. So I did not notice a heck. The only part is when you're on slow speed, and then that does kind of is going to take a little bit to get used to, because I'm not used to rear wheel steering along with like lock to lock steering. Yeah.
Yeah, so the motors are interesting. The front is a permanent magnet design with an E-locker, at least in the tri-motor variant, which is great to have a mechanical locker. It's actually a very similar setup to Hummer EV, uses a similar, independent, non-mechanically linked rear axle on the tri-motor variant with a front electronic differential locking mechanism, which is awesome for off-road or in split mu conditions. But what's interesting is the rear motors are induction. There's no permanent magnets, no rare earth materials in there. It's also like a huge drive unit in the rear. It's got to handle big abuse loads, of course, being a truck, much more than a car or a Model X even would take. But the fact that it's induction in the rear was really interesting. And I don't know exactly how they'll tune it. We'll, of course, test all this. But what I thought was interesting was my guess is it's going to primarily be front-wheel drive, running that permanent magnet motor, for highway cruising, and then only kick in the induction motor for the hard torque loads when needed. The benefit, of course, as you know, Sandy, and you guys know as well, is with an induction motor in the rear, you don't have flux-related losses from cruising down, so you can essentially shut that motor off. Whereas with a permanent magnet, a lot of automakers, including Tesla with the Semi, will do a physical clutch disconnect. So the powertrain setup was not what I was expecting at all. And how it's tuned and how it's going to work, this is what I can't wait to try out when we get a beast mode truck in to review.
So I got a chance to talk to some folks who've got a new inverter converter that would allow me to get away from, I'm sure I'm going to make enemies here, but I'd really like to get rid of permanent magnet motors and move toward induction motors. And there's a company that's come up with a new trick, and I cannot remember the name, but anyways, these guys, everybody's looking at them right now, and what they're doing is a vastly different way of controlling the electric motor. And they can make a PM motor they can make an induction motor do everything a PM motor can do. And now what do I get? Well, it's lighter. Well, it might not be lighter because what they're advocating is staying with copper. I'd like to see it go to aluminum if I could. But they have, with copper design, they can do anything that a PM motor can do, and they can do it more consistently. When I first saw their graphs and whatnot, I thought, these are bullshit artists. I really don't like magic. There's no such thing. I do believe in magic in a younger soul or something. I can't remember the names of the song. But anyways, I do remember that one thing, and that is that they have figured out how to do magic. So the torque curve that you get with a PM motor can be replicated. That same flat and droop can be replicated in an induction motor, and if that happens, you can instantly drop the motor cost by, well, it depends on whose motor you're looking at, but anywhere from $300 to maybe $1,000. And if I can get $1,000 out at the cost phase, like at the place where you make things, then that is a multiple of 2 that you can see. So if I can get $1,000 out in the difference between a PM motor and an induction motor, then I can sell the car to you at least $2,000 less, and probably $3,000. So that's a really big. Not only that, it's lighter.
I wanted to ask you guys both about the range extender battery, because it really kind of shocked me today when I heard about it. I was like, what? I've never heard of a Tesla product with a range extender. So this is going to sit in the bed of the truck, right? Take up a third of the space of the truck. Can you guys talk to me about, $16,000 roughly, right? And it's going to add about 130 miles of range. Does this make sense to you guys? What do you guys think of this?
Okay. Well, I'm not actually 100% sure how it's going to work, if it's going to be hot swappable. Like, a few things come to mind on the battery side of the truck, which is, they're saying around an 800 volt nominal system architecture. The first thing I think about is how is that going to interface with Tesla superchargers that are out today, because both version 2 and version 3 are capped at 500 volts, as well as version 4 dispensers are still hooked up to V3 cabinets. So is the truck going to have an onboard booster, or is it going to split pack down to 400 volts, or is Tesla going to retrofit the existing hardware? Like, I don't know. Do you have an answer on is it going to split pack or not?
I do have a slight answer, a fairly good answer. First off, if you are fooling around with the range extender, you're probably going to want to go to 800 volts. 800 volts is what this car is coming out with. It'll do 800 or 400. When you have 800 volts, that just moves the amps. Amps are really what you really want to have. The volts are kind of like pushing it there, so it's like pressure. So this vehicle with the range extender would be better suited for an 800 volt charger than 400 volts. It'll get it done. It'll get the job done faster. However, I don't know what everybody else here knows, but you should know that the average American only drives about 40 miles a day. Okay, so if you get the range extender, it would be because you want to tow something. And we already heard that that Tesla can tow 1,100 pounds. Okay, that's good. But if you want to have it 1,100 pounds with the same range, then you're going to have to get the range extender. And at that juncture, that's when I had to drop the little shield. You'll hear a little bit more on our YouTube channel, but I can't talk about it until midnight tonight.
Okay.
Isn't it 11:59? I thought it...
You know what? I'm surrounded by liars. He said the same thing over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the range extender seems like an interesting topic. Is it wired? Maybe you can't say yet, but is it wired in parallel with the battery, or is there a DC to DC in between the two? Can you say yet?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? How about you, sir? Any other questions?
Yeah. It seems, for my personal use case, for example, I of course own a couple Teslas, but I also have a Rivian that I do most of my towing with. I'm actually in the middle of a Rivian towing trip right now. My truck's in Ohio with my trailer on it. I'm going back to go continue the trip after this event. And, towing with that truck sucks. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
It's like charging, thermals. Yeah.
We wanted to drive down to this event in the Rivian or the Ford, dragging our solar trailer that we've built, and couldn't do it. We were like, okay, we could have Thanksgiving.
Well, we could do it if we had 2 extra weeks.
We would maybe get it here now. If we left on Thanksgiving from Washington, D.C., we might have been able to make it down here and just be pulling in right about now. And, I mean, that is where I don't know what the NACS rollout is going to look like for the Rivian and the Ford and every other car. I'm excited.
Yeah, we can talk about it if you want to go.
It's so fun, but right now, towing with a truck that is electric because you can't buy a Tesla Cybertruck is impossible.
To your point, though, in 2025, right, that's when most people are going to get their Cybertrucks. That is the magical year when NACS will roll out to all the Rivians and the Fords and so forth. So is there going to be no more advantage to Teslas at that point?
Charging speed.
Well, in the case of Silverado EV, it does 365 kilowatts.
Well.
And at least on the website, it says Cybertruck does 250. And that's going to have NACS, but again, high voltage. We don't know how it's going to interact and what V4 will be yet. But yeah, I've been super involved with the NACS transition stories. Been working, from this Charin consortium. I just came from a conference in Ohio on that. and a bunch of interoperability testing. It's going to be the Wild West for a little bit. Adapter safety comes in to mind as like making sure your adapter is certified by the OE and it's approved to use on the network, because some of these things can get pretty sketchy pretty quick.
It's just it's just a couple hundred amps. What's the big
like,
deal?
Yeah, like a Tesla will do like 700 amps when you plug it into a supercharger. It's
My
wild.
extension cord's going to be just fine.
It's going to be an interesting ride. The NACS transition has to happen. We were one of the early ones to push as hard as we can on that from our side with what little impact we have. But yeah, it's going to be messy. It's going to be exciting, and there's no lack of content for any of us to talk about how this is going to work.
But it will probably work flawlessly with the Cybertruck, and that might be the only truck where it's going to work flawlessly. And I don't know. That could be a deciding factor. We could be back here in a year and a half, and that's what we'll be saying.
The most exciting thing to me about Cybertruck is the thermal management system, where Tesla has always had a clear lead above everyone else. Even Model 3, which is a 400-volt system architecture, has more thermal longevity than a Porsche Taycan, which is almost double, and that's a performance-oriented application. And my Rivian, for example, I was just charging it yesterday at an Electrify America station. It was 20 degrees outside, really cold, and I have a way to see my battery temperatures on the truck, and it overheated and stopped charging for a few minutes to let the battery cool down. So the Cybertruck's thermal systems, I think, are going to be a huge improvement over what's out there in the market today. Lightning, by the way, awesome thermal management, but not huge peak charging speeds. Silverado, GM still can't figure out their charging curves on their stuff. So yeah, I think that's Tesla's advantage in my book.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to thermal management, I don't believe anybody, including BYD, has anything that comes close to the way that Tesla has developed the octo valve, the thermal management system, all the other stuff that goes along with it. And the reason for that is real simple. They've been in the marketplace for 5 years, if you're talking about BYD, 5 years before everybody else. That 5 years of extra knowledge really makes a huge difference. So I think that some companies, again, I go back to what did I say about the guy that's in the biggest problem and who comes in second. They both did the same, they both made the same mistake. They both decided that they were going to put a B team on. And if you want to compete with Tesla, you better have an A+ team, and that's it. So, and that's what it works out to. I mean, for those of you who are in the tour today that went around through Tesla and talked to any of the guys that were on the factory floor, these guys are devoted. They're not UAW people, that's for sure. And by the way, I've heard this about 1 million times, so I'm going to dispel a small rumor. I do not believe that any Sean Fenn or whatever is going to ever convince Toyota, Tesla, Honda, Rivian, or anybody else into joining the crowd. And here's something that's ponderous that you should know. In 1980, the UAW had 1.5 million people. Now they have just under 320,000 people. It's a dying breed, and sooner or later it will die out completely, but not before it destroys General Motors, Stellantis, we can't call it Chrysler anymore, Stellantis, Ford, and anybody else that they've sucked in.
Hey, I noticed that there's no tailgate ramp on the video that we saw today, and in the trucks that you pulled up in, I think you mentioned that there wasn't a ramp. Now, is that going to be an option, or has that been ditched?
The deal is that the ramp weighs too much, and so you couldn't close the tailgate. And so they've abandoned ship on that, and they did mention it on the floor, if you heard. They abandoned ship on the ramp. They're going to sell an extension ramp that you can put in the back of the truck and you can make happen.
But it won't be built into the tailgate.
It will not be built into the tailgate.
Oh, that's a bummer, because that seemed like a really cool feature.
Yeah, but it would take, you'd have to have an electric motor to bring that back up. Currently, I showed you how you could lift it up with one hand. That's because it's got a clock spring, a torque spring, that'll bring it back up. So when you bring it down, it compresses the spring like a watch, and then when you bring it back up, it gives you the energy you need in order to close it. With the ramp, and again, we talked about this, and when I saw the initial one, I said, a gorilla, would have to be able to pick this thing up because it'd be so bloody heavy. And that's basically what they've come to the same conclusion, but you can buy a ramp. And by the way, anybody that didn't see it, there's a whole bunch of other attachments. I'm not sure whether they're made by Tesla or not, but there's a little house you can put on the back that's supposed to be bear-proof. Nah, I can't even believe that, but anyways, it'll be bear-proof. And then they've got this other thing, you put a little pump, you plug in your compressor, and a little pump will give you a tent. Phenomenal. I love it. I mean, I don't need it to be bear-proof. I'm not going where there's bears, especially big ones that eat humans. I don't want that. So at the end of the day, I want to go to a place where I can plug in, pump up, and go to bed.
What were your thoughts about the shortness of the presentation? It just felt like it flew by because it really was just a delivery event. Were you hoping for anything else to be revealed, or you know that that's just coming in the days to come?
Yeah, from my perspective, it was pretty as expected. I actually thought we got some interesting info. Some tests and things they showed during it, I'm not sure those were how I would have staged them at least, but we can always recreate them in maybe a little bit more of a scientific matter. For example, the tractor pull, let's get all the vehicles on the same tire, or at least optioned in a similar configuration. So these little things we can play around with, in the future for fun. But I thought it was the energy. I was at the event and in the factory, and I thought the energy was probably totally different than when I watched it back in the live stream. People were excited. It was great. Like Sandy mentioned, they had literally the engineers of each component as you walk down the factory line explaining what their methodology was through their engineering process, the testing procedures they went through. Like I mentioned, I spent a lot of time with the powertrain guys, and they were just so open about everything, which you never get that access from Tesla. And so I was super thrilled to meet the people working on the thing, see their passion, which is very rare, especially as I'm lucky enough I get to review every new electric car that comes on the market. Very rarely do we get this kind of access right to the engineers to learn about each area that we're interested in. And I honestly, we didn't even pay too much attention during the presentation. We were too busy tweeting and doing other stuff and having fun, but just talking to the people was amazing. And I thought the mood afterwards was a little bit somber. Everyone was like, the price, all these things, and I don't know, I was probably, and normally I'm pretty hard on Tesla, I thought it was priced exactly like I expected it to be, and I was like, that's what I thought, and I was super thrilled. So I'm pleased with the truck.
I'll tell you, the guy that put this on, his name is Rich Otto. Is Rich Otto here in the audience? Rich Otto, are you around anywhere? You don't think so? Okay. So the guy, the genius in back of all of this stuff, his name is Rich Otto. I thought he did a brilliant job. I've been to a dozen of these dog and pony shows, more than a dozen, hundreds of these dog and pony shows. Normally there's a girl with long legs and a cute look, and she doesn't know what she's talking about, but hey, she's got long legs and she's cute. But this one was perfect because I got a chance to see what was going on. I got a chance to talk to the people who actually put the car together. I got a chance to not waste my time on a lot of mumbo jumbo. I don't need somebody to tell me their financial position. I don't want to know, who did this, who did that. These guys were all right there, right in front of us. The ability to get the job done is really what's important. And quite frankly, I thought it was a perfect amount of time, because normally you're ready to fall asleep. And quite frankly, the last investor show, shit show comes to mind. I don't know. Anyhow, these guys were all investors, and there was no investors. These guys were all in suits. Nobody was in. Well, there was one guy that had a suit on. These people were interested in what was going on. These other clowns, all they wanted to do was figure out how they were going to write the next short story, as in short Tesla. And I don't want to go there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's funny you bring up this point. I was just at the market introduction launch of BYD in Germany, and I have mad respect for BYD and everything they're doing, but it was literally a 2-hour-long rock concert mixed with a translated presentation where they didn't even touch on the product, finished with another rock concert. And I'm like, I just want to see the car. And today, at least, we got to go see the vehicle and talk to the engineers. It was really great.
And that's the difference between marketing at Tesla and marketing everywhere else. These other guys, they don't care about the car. They don't know about the car. They don't know shit. They're marketing people. They're sales folks. They will know about, oh, do we have enough shrimp to feed these characters? Is there enough champagne? Is it the right kind of champagne? That's what they really understand. But nobody gives a rat's ass about that stuff. At the end of the day, I was really happy to see what I saw. And like I say, I've seen hundreds of these things over my 75 years of being on this planet. I've seen tons of these things, and they're always the same. Tall, willowy ladies, shrimp, champagne, and bullshit.
Wow, I guess we're
can
missing,
confirm, yes.
We're missing the champagne and the shrimp, huh?
All right, so we're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to let our sponsors tell you about themselves. And thank you again to our sponsors, because without them, this would not be possible. Thank you to Sandy and Kyle. We'll be back with them in a minute.
That's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with corporate streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
A good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
Welcome back, everybody. It is my honor to welcome to the stage right now someone I love following myself, fellow YouTuber, Dr. Know-It-All. Come on up. Let's hear it for Dr. Know-It-All. If he don't know it, nobody does.
There we go. Thank you. All right. And I will, I guess I'll sit over here. There we go. Whoa, okay, these are deep seats. And we got, I guess I'll let you guys introduce yourselves, but Scott and Hans. And so, I don't know, say something about yourselves. Does everybody know Scott? Do people know Scott? Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, cool. And Hans?
Yeah, my name is Hans Nelson. I also have a YouTube channel, and these guys are frequent guests as well. So,
cool. So I had the amazing privilege of being at the delivery event today and was in the Cybertruck, like the factory, as the factory line. And I want to just touch on something today, the amazing steer-by-wire that they've got, which is, it may not sound like a big deal, but it's a big deal. I think Lexus is the only company that's ever made a vehicle before with steer-by-wire, but it was like kind of a concept car, just a few of them came out. And yeah, so I don't know, Scott, why don't you say what steer-by-wire is? Why would you care?
Well, the first thing is you don't need all the mechanical linkages that are going to be. That's the first thing. The other thing is it will allow you to have different kinds of steering depending on the speed that you're going. So if you're going at a very high speed, you just turn the wheel a little bit and it'll behave the way you want. And then it'll be a lot easier when you're going slower. You don't have to keep on cranking the wheel around. So it gives you a lot more control. So software can start to do the steering rather than having it being just mechanical linkages.
Right, exactly. And so, you know, I guess, I don't know, I'll put you on the spot here. What is the problem? It seems like steer-by-wire is obvious. Why doesn't every car have steer-by-wire?
well, it's obviously something that there's not a supply base for. No one has decided to tackle this problem. There's a lot of regulatory challenges because it is a very safety critical thing. You cannot have a mistake in a drive-by-wire system because if you do, crashes are very likely. And yeah, so that makes things really difficult. So getting it through that regulatory burden is a challenge, and it's people, they have a tried and true system that works, and so that's why they don't really want to try something new that might actually cause a lot of warranty problems, liability, litigation later.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I mean, the basic deal is that normally there are mechanical linkages between the steering wheel. As you turn it, there's a bunch of linkages that pull the wheels, you know, back and forth, whatever. And with steer-by-wire, it's you get none of that. It's all software controlled. As you were saying, the obvious problem is that if something fails, if the battery goes out, if there's a software glitch, whatever, and it goes down, you have no control anymore. So for those of you who have old cars or have ever driven the old cars, someday the battery dies while you're driving, and you're like, I still got it. You know, I can still steer the car as it goes off the road, and it's okay. But with steer-by-wire, if it doesn't work, you crash. You have no control. So the really cool, amazing thing about this is that they've got so much redundancy built into the system that they have gotten regulatory approval, I guess, because we have cars that are now in the public that have this steer-by-wire, and they have been given, you know, I don't know if it's NHTSA or whoever gives regulatory approval, but they've gotten approval for it. I don't know if we're going to get it, but we have a little bit of footage from the actual factory where you can see the front assembly unit. It's really interesting to look at. But I don't know, Scott, you want to speculate on the Optimus crossover. So, yeah.
Okay, in the video, which we're going to be looking at, they're going to point out there's a couple of actuators that are used to steer the wheels. And they did mention that there's 2 actuators, so it's not a single actuator that's actually doing the steering, which means both wheels are decoupled. So that means rather than them both turning to the left or turning to the right together, potentially you can have one turn to the left and one turn to the right. Normally you do want them to be coupled together, and when you have a mechanical solution, that just happens naturally from the design. So there's 2 actuators in there. Given the size of the actuators, they're not the same size kind of motors that you would actually use to propel the vehicle forward. You don't need that much torque. They look like they're about the size of some of the Optimus actuators. So, does that mean they are repurposing some of the Optimus actuators for other aspects of the vehicle? If they are, that means they've got a line that's producing those particular actuators. Right. Or are they an offshoot of it? Is it something specially designed for this that has nothing to do with Optimus, or is some sort of derivative? And we know Tesla is able to build their own motors. The question is, are they already building the motors they need for Optimus already? And it has been mentioned that starting in November, and if I look at, it's the last day of November.
It's almost December, folks.
The actuators that were designed for Optimus should be ready, and that might mean they're looking for other applications to use these servos somewhere else. And that makes sense, because then you start reducing your supply chain issues, and whatever expertise you have in being able to produce a certain kind of componentry, you can now do it somewhere else and not have to pay the extra cost and the delivery and the logistics issues that kind of come along with trying to get components from somewhere else.
Right. Gotcha. I don't know, you got something to add to that? Or okay, yeah, so we were actually geeking out looking at the video, and we're trying to determine if it was, here we go. We got some video. So
what I suggest, I'm going to move out of the way here so you can all see it.
Yeah, Scott is going to give us the look at it ahead. We've got a monitor down here. So this would be the front drive assembly unit. The very front part is what we believe are thank you for stopping it. That's perfect. So if you want to look here, these guys would be the actuators that would be so this sort of cylindrical looking thing, and then it goes off to the right in this case. Oh, Scott, there we go. So perfect. So yeah, we've got these. All right, here we go. Who needs to sit? We're gonna stand up. Yeah, folks. So anyway, we've got the shock tower here, which is huge. We've got the wheel. So this would be where the wheel would be. It's the brake pads and stuff like that. And then normally there would be linkages, but here you can see it's just an actuator with just a cylinder arm that comes out and can actually rotate the wheel around. And there's another one, you can't see it right now, but there's another one over on this side.
Here, before we go,
yes.
This here is the actual motor, and then this part is going to be the gearbox that runs, and I believe this is basically a rack and pinion system, so there is a gear that drives off of this gearbox, and then there is a straight gear, a pinion, that would run back and forth to actuate that rod back.
Right. So it's and then you were talking about, Scott, right, that you think there's a joint in here to allow some flexibility for movement.
Yeah, exactly. You would need to make sure, because the suspension system is moving up and down, and unless you want this motor to be able to rotate, which is not, it's affixed to the structure, you need to have something here to be able to keep on changing its position. Otherwise, you're going to snap any linkage you have in there. So it's like a universal joint that they probably have in there, and it's hidden. It's covered up by this to protect it.
So basically, and you're pretty much of the opinion linear actuator here. So the actuator would rotate, but it would push the the pin out.
Yeah, the push rod.
Yeah. So the really cool part about this is if you guys are right, here we go. So we can see the other side over here, and it's kind of flipped upside down. So you were noting that they only have to make one skew. They only have to make one part, and they take the part and they flip it 180 degrees, and it works in both directions. So instead of having to make two parts, they make one part, and they just flip it, which is,
And
So
instead
of making a mirrored version.
Right.
So normally you'd expect that this be a perfect mirror of this or that.
Right.
They just used rotational symmetry rather than a mirror.
And one other really cool part about this is that this could enable right-hand driving very easily. So people in Australia, in Great Britain, etc., it looks like you could easily shift. Sorry about that. Thank you. You could easily shift from left-hand driving to right-hand driving, because it would be, you don't have to have the linkages and everything that go through the vehicle, so you don't have to redo the whole thing. You just move the steering wheel over to the right-hand side. So that would be, for the people who are in Australia, the UK, etc., they're going to be very happy to hear this, because it probably means they'll get the vehicle sooner than they thought they were going to. So yeah, and then of course there is the rest of the drive unit here. And yeah, if we pull out, so yeah, you can see the shock tower here is absolutely huge. It's a really, really large shock tower back there. I guess that's my hand. There was a very kind Tesla factory worker who was going through the whole thing and talking about it. He was talking about the amount of redundancy that they have built into this in order to make sure that nothing can happen. You almost wonder if they have their own independent power supply potentially, with like a small battery that could last for a couple of minutes or something. So, you know, you got to have something that will not fail ever.
And it's really not that hard of a challenge when you step back and think about the fact that we've had fly-by-wire in the aircraft industry for a long time. And obviously, you know, these Boeing 737s, 747s, all your Airbus A380s, like all these things are using the exact same type of fly-by-wire system that Tesla's doing. So if it's been done in aviation, there's no reason that it can't be done in automotive. It's just that no one has had the balls to do it.
Right, yeah. And of course, this also enables rear wheel steering. If you think about trying to do this mechanically, to go all the way back to the back wheels and have them steer, I don't even want to think about how complicated that is. So doing it steer by wire enables the same situation as we have here on the back. And so you do the same thing and you're able to turn the rear wheels as well. And so that's what would allow them to make those really tight U-turns and everything by partially turning the back wheels as well as the front wheels. But if they had to do that mechanically, it would almost be impossible. It would be very, very, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just super challenging. Very not Tesla.
Well, and it's also likely that the exact same linkage, the exact same motor, so it'll be the same parts that are used for the rear wheels as used for the front wheels, just knowing Tesla and their ability to reuse the same SKU over and over again.
And you can also see the motor drive unit is up here as well. So it's not super here, but they have new motors that they've built for the Cybertruck. So not the same as what they have in the Model S or the Model 3 or whatever. New motors. The back unit that has the dual motors is one housing for both motors inside the one housing, with apparently a differential lock that they can do. I don't know how that works, but it's pretty amazing. They're very compact. Like the dual motor system in the back is compact. The front motor system is very compact. So there's a lot of amazing technology that's going on right here. And we're just, I don't know, it was very impressive to see this. I was really surprised to hear that they actually got NHTSA's permission to do steer-by-wire, because it's not something they've ever allowed before in a mass market car. And so it's a really big deal, and this is going to be the future. If you think about, if you want to talk about the robotaxi maybe, and steer-by-wire and why that would matter.
Oh yeah, because then you don't need the steering wheel anymore. You'd be able to, it would not have to be present in there if it's going to be a robotaxi. Maybe it opens up the opportunity to be able to control it remotely if necessary.
Right.
And then I think the other thing you should say, that what's amazing is not only that they got permission from NHTSA to be able to do this, but that you actually got permission to film this.
Yeah, this was...
And not just this, but the whole line.
Yeah, so I've got about 20 minutes worth of video, so my channel, because we're going to go through everything, and we will look at everything. It was unbelievable that they were just like, take video of the whole factory. I was blown away, and I kept asking them. I was like, "Are you sure?" So it was really amazing to get a chance to not only see this stuff, but actually get it on video as well. And some of the crash test work that they did, I don't know. I think I talked about this earlier, but that they have a simulator that they do, and the crash test simulator is so accurate that they have a one-to-one comparison. They did the physical crash tests and discovered that it was identical pretty much to the simulated crash test, which means that they can use the simulated crash test to figure out exactly what's going to happen at 35 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour from the side, from the front. All of that kind of stuff is they can run many iterations in simulation and not have to work on individual cars to do that. So it's really exciting what they're doing. We're pretty hyped up. I don't know. We're also hyped up about Optimus, because if this is the actuators that they're using in Optimus, that means that they are ramping scale to be able to produce tens of thousands of these actuators. And that is really good news for a humanoid robot coming soon. Total speculation, but it's very exciting. I don't know if you guys have something else to say. Yeah, okay. I guess we've talked ourselves out. So yeah, we're really excited about this. There's a lot more factory stuff to be talked about, but this is a little teaser. It was one of the most important things, obviously. Getting the steer-by-wire was really cool. And yeah, we're excited about that. I don't know if maybe one or two questions if people have them. I don't know if anybody has a question. If you want to, I don't know if we'll be able to hear, but we'll try. Yes. What? 44?
48-volt architecture.
Oh, 48-volt architecture. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, says the man. So 48-volt architecture. Why does that matter? I don't know. You want to say what is 48? Yeah.
Well, so when you run electronics, there you have voltage, you have amperage, and then you have resistance. And if you go to a higher voltage, what it means that you can do is you actually lower the size of the wire that you need to transmit the same number of watts of power. And so it's a 1-to-1 correlation. Doing 48 volts means that you can have a system or a wiring system that is 1/4 the weight of the same exact wiring system that you would have to have for 12 volts. So you actually save quite a bit of power, or save quite a bit of weight in the wiring system. And then the other thing is that power over Ethernet runs at 48 volts. And so you can actually use standard Ethernet cable to run all of your peripherals inside of the vehicle. If you don't have enough power, if one Ethernet cable is not able to provide enough power for whatever accessory it is that you're running, you can just double up or triple up additional Ethernet cables. And so it dramatically simplifies the type and the size of wiring that you need.
Cool. Yep. Anything to add to that? Or
no, you had a look at some of the robots along the line. Was there anything you wanted to talk about that? I mean, that's some of the video that, I don't know if you were able to show that later.
Right. I don't know. Supposedly we have time for one more question, so we'll have to table that for future talks. But yeah, do we have one more? Yes. Wow. Okay. I don't know that I'm super qualified to answer that. Yeah, so the question was, how does the technology in the Cybertruck in terms of shock absorbing specifically? Yeah, the robustness. I mean, obviously the shock tower is just huge in that thing. It was shockingly large. I think the other thing that maybe I could talk to was the structural rigidity of the vehicle, because it has a front gigacasting, which is gigantic, way bigger than a Model Y or Model 3, has a rear one, and those are like the underlying part, but then it also has what looks like gigacastings along the sort of angular back part of it, and that is also gigacast, it appears, I think. And then that's spot welded onto other parts in the back. And then the whole battery pack is structural, so it's exactly like the Model Y. It just has the seats that are sitting directly on the battery pack. All of that stuff is lifted up into the vehicle, and then the entire roll cage. They said that they have the largest door openings of any vehicle. So, like, if you look at it without the doors on it, it looks ridiculous. It's like, it's like you could just like walk through it. So it's these huge openings, and so incredibly large, spacious openings, but also incredibly rigid. I think Elon talked about the rigidity of the vehicle and how it was more rigid than a lot of other cars. So yeah. Yeah.
Well, and
McLaren, thank you.
Sandy also mentioned that the tanks that they use for the compressed air to handle the air suspension part of it were the biggest tanks that he had ever seen on a production vehicle. So the air system is going to be massive. It's going to be extremely performant. And he expected, I mean, we obviously haven't seen exactly what the results were at Baja, but we expect really good things from the suspension.
Right. Anything you want to say? Oh my gosh, it's got quiet. So I guess we have to go now. Thank you all so much for your attention. We appreciate it. Yeah, thank you all. All right, and we'll be next up.
Thank you.
All right, ciao, folks.
In the heart of nature, where the symphony of the wild plays, a new performer quietly steps onto the stage, rewriting the rules of off-road adventure with zero emissions and infinite possibilities. Light Horse, a tale of power told in electric whispers.
Are you ready to take your communication to the next level? Introducing Corporate Streams, providing painless solutions for live streaming since 2012. With Corporate Streams, you can transport attendees worldwide to the heart of your event with our cutting-edge audio and video, amplifying your message and making a lasting impact. Imagine attendees interacting with speakers and presenters through live chat and Q&A sessions regardless of their location. You can create an immersive, inclusive experience for participants no matter their circumstance. Say goodbye to the burdensome costs of traveling and venues. Our clients have reported savings of up to 86% compared to traditional events. Extend the lifetime of your event with on-demand content. Whether watching a missed session or revisiting key moments, no longer will your audience have to choose. It's time to elevate your communication with Corporate Streams, revolutionizing the way you connect, engage, and make an impact.
A good shave is a precise shave. But just how small is the scale of this precision? When we were initially experimenting with different blade gaps and blade exposures, we were surprised at the difference that microscopic changes made. For context, a piece of paper is about 4/1000th of an inch thick. Turns out, that's enormous compared to the scale of shaving. Currently, our blade is extended past the shave plane by about 1/3 of the thickness of a piece of paper. We realized this amount of blade support was necessary to minimize skin irritation and discomfort for most people. At Henson, we build our razors to aerospace standards, holding microscopic tolerances. Why? Because as it turns out, it makes all the difference.
Thank you again to Dr. Know-It-All. Thank you to everybody who's been with us tonight. Thank you to you guys. Oh my God, what a great crowd. I've loved meeting every one of you. I hope I meet all of you tonight. This has been just so amazing. Jesse, doing it with you was the greatest. Gotta give you a hug.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is great. Wow.
What an
Thank you guys for
amazing
making
time,
it so
huh?
special. I love being part of this community.
And you know what the best part is? We're going to be closing down our live stream because, well, it's just time for the after party.
Yes.
And for those of you at home, I toast to you. I haven't drank all night because we've had to run this event. It's just been insanely good. What an amazing group of people who've showed up. I got to interview Franz von Holzhausen.
I know, dude.
He got out of a Cybertruck and talked to me. Are you kidding me?
Fist bump. Yes.
Insane.
Also, I mean, when we were planning this event, we thought there'd be Cybertrucks here, but to actually have 3 of them show up was just
insane.
awesome. I got to give a huge shout out to our sponsors. We started about 30 days ago, and they all just jumped on board. You guys have to give a real big round of applause because without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Lex.art. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Expel, those beautiful cars out front.
Henson Shaving.
Henson Shaving. Jesse's probably going to shave tomorrow and look a little different because of Henson, his favorite shaver.
Yep.
And the great folks at Light Horse. What cool-looking machines they've got. So thank you, all of our sponsors. You made this possible. But the biggest group, who we could not have even attempted to do this without, was Noah and Corporate Streams. Your crew has been amazing tonight, taking care of everything, taking care of us. Big round of applause for you guys, because this is all them.
Everything that you see here that is not a building was pretty much put in by Corporate Streams, including the tent that has kept us dry this morning, all of the cameras, all of the lights, that sick orbiting thing that we got those awesome shots of the Cybertruck with, that was all Corporate Streams. They wanted to do this so bad. I also want to thank the Luster Pearl for putting this on.
Yes.
They didn't charge us any money. We couldn't have done this if they charged a venue fee. We would have been
so go buy
big
another
trouble.
drink.
So yeah, go buy a drink and let them know that you appreciate that they let us throw this absolutely insane party here free of charge. That was so sweet of them.
And thank you to everybody. I mean, I want to thank the Tesla owners of Austin. They put this together with us. Couldn't have done it without them. It's been just a great group. I want to thank Starman and Franz for showing up. Wow, that was great. And
that was
Sandy
fantastic.
Monroe. I mean, everyone, all of the YouTubers who are here with us tonight. It was so much fun to hang out with them.
So we're going to be signing off. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next week on Tesla Time News.
We'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Night, everybody.